He's got a shop on the edge of town, bottles bubbling, shades of brown. With a wink he'll sell you dreams. Potion man's got magic schemes. Potion man with your reasonable price, mixing spells and a pinch of spice. Magic scrolls if you're feeling bold, a wizard's heart, a story untold. Behind the counter his cauldron steams, a dash of hope, a pinch of dreams. He hums a tune as he brews the night, turning darkness into light. Potion man with your reasonable price, mixing spells and a pinch of spice. Magic scrolls if you're feeling bold, a wizard's heart, a story untold. He'll fix your luck with a crimson brew, or sell a scroll to make skies blue. In his hands the world takes form, a potion to weather any storm. Late at night when the shop is dim, he whispers secrets to the wind. Potion man with his careful art, brewing wonder straight from the heart. Potion man with your reasonable price, mixing spells and a pinch of spice. Magic scrolls if you're feeling bold, a wizard's heart, a story untold. Hey, hey,
Well, welcome back to another episode of your hosting guide, Zollin Ironshield here on Voice of the Rings. If you're watching this as a VOD later, or if you're watching here live, welcome, welcome. Guys, I can't believe it's been 5 years. What happened? Anyway, I'm very excited. We'll have a lot of fun today. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys for all your nice things you're saying in the chat. I enjoyed looking ahead as I was prepping the stream. I'll say hi to everyone in just a second. So, yeah, 5 years, guys. So it's been really, really fun. I have a lot planned for the channel still. God willing, many years to come. And we're going to continue to do lots of fun Lord of the Rings content here. I'll continue to be, my goal is you're having fun and I'm having fun. We're doing Tolkien content, Lord of the Rings Online, LOTRO. I'm now an official LOTRO content creator as well with their program, which is really exciting and fun. And we're just going to have a blast. That's always going to be the goal of this channel. I just love this community. You guys have been really, really encouraging and fun, and I really appreciate that. What are we going to do today? We're going to play through, we're just going to hang out, talk about lore, chat. We're going to play through Lord of the Rings Online. We might tag on some Return to Moria, maybe some Battle for Middle-earth, maybe another game. Maybe like try Shadows of Mordor and see if my new system can stream that better at high quality. We'll see. But yeah, we'll have some fun and we'll have a blast today. So welcome, welcome everyone. What's up, Ragson, Lord Kev? Thank you guys. All right, Magical Gamer, what's up? Nar, thank you, thank you. Kai, Bean, hello, howdy, welcome to the stream. And I see Gossin over there on Twitch as well, what's up? And the Roving Ranger. So that's everyone who's joined on so far. So anyway, welcome guys to everybody, and we're going to have a blast today. I don't really have a really big, like, you know, speech or anything, you know, we're not going to do that. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thanks for supporting the channel, thanks for supporting my content. You know, I didn't really think at this point in, 5 years that I would be doing this all the time and that I would be, doing full time with doing content creation. So thank you so much for your guys' support because, I can make all the videos and streams I want, but if people don't watch them and don't like and, all that jazz, it doesn't really help out, does it? So thank you so much. And I'm really glad that I can help bring some fun to your day, and some happiness. That's one thing I really always want to try is like, I want to be a channel where people can come and chill and have fun, right? And relax. That is the goal. So again, thank you for the happy birthday for the channel, guys. I know 5 years old. It's not that old, right? 5 years isn't, the oldest thing. It's still a kid. But, we're getting there. So we're going to keep growing. It's been pretty fun where we're at. We get somewhere between like 50 and 80,000 views a month now with people watching. We got almost 14,000 subscribers. So if you want to subscribe and help us get to that 14,000 mark in this next week or so, it would be awesome. Thank you for sharing the videos and liking the videos and subscribing. And thanks to people that go a little above and beyond, like my wonderful Patreons here. Give them a little shout out, Martin, Elraandor, Reb, and everybody. That really means a lot as well. So if you ever want to go above and beyond, you can check that out, but never be obligated. I always say that. Don't, only if you want to help in that way. You get some goodies, but yeah. Again, all those free things help tremendously. And I know a bunch of you over on Twitch have been adding your sub there too. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Subscribing on Twitch costs money for those on YouTube who don't use Twitch. Subscribing on YouTube is free, so click it while it's still free. No, just kidding. So I refer the new kin builds. Oh, nice, very nice. So yeah, and then an extension of the channel is the awesome kinship on LOTRO, our kinship Voice of the Rings on the server Glamdring. That has been so much fun. Granted, for my own sake of the kinship and me, I keep those separate in my mind. My channel is the channel community, and then we have the kinship community, right? But it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship because I go through advertising and show things and help people in the kinship with my channel, and then I make some content and fun streams for you guys, plus all doing cool raids and videos and things like that. So anyway, but that's been a really fun extension of the channel. I know most of the people who are in the kinship found the kinship through my channel, so some people probably consider it the same thing, but I always consider it like they are a symbiotic relationship, right? I love it. Hello, what's up, Elvin? Sup, Z? Thank you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yes, I know, 5 years, I was just saying, that went by real quick. So anyway, we're going to continue to have some Lord of the Rings fun and stuff. So what I'm going to do up today is we're going to bring up LOTRO, and I thought we'd do a little bit of reminiscing, and then maybe a little exploring, and then you know, you could do some questing. You get. I want to be able to answer questions with you guys and chat with you. So I don't want to do anything too intensive on that end. I want to be able to really be focused on the chats. I got both your chats right here. If I look down, you know, I'm reading. But another thing is then we'll do some maybe a little Return to Moria, a little bit of Battle for Middle Earth, and then maybe we'll try Shadows of Mordor. Those are all like some really classics. I really want to try on the channel since we do a lot of gaming here too. I know I'm a Tolkien channel, LOTRO and Lord of the Rings, you know, those are like my main goals of the channel. But I would love to get into some more gaming with the old GameCube PlayStation kind of games, which I think you can get on the PC now too. I have one of them originally right here. It was back when they put everything on all the consoles, right? Like this one. Now this disc doesn't really work anymore. I hate that, but I'm going to figure it out. So I'll figure out how we could do some of these games because they're fun, you know, they're a blast. I mean, these things are nostalgic, right? So we will do some stuff like that in the future here on the channel in the next couple months as well. I want to get you guys more actual reviews. I know I say it all the time. I have one really cool video that I made Martin a dwarven written letter with my quill. And I have it all recorded. I just have to put it together for you guys, which will take me quite a few hours. Edit it and all that stuff. That's the things that really takes a lot of time. And stick it into a nice video, and I will post it on the channel for you guys. So keep an eye out for that in the next few weeks, too. Because I really would like to show you that. It was pretty fun. I'll do a fast motion of me. You know, it took me about 2 hours to do the couple paragraphs. Thank you so much, Belwynne. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's bring up LOTRO, and we'll keep chatting while we hang out here. So let me go ahead and sign the LOTRO in the back here real fast. So, fun little thing for the anniversary. Now, if you guys want more details on kind of my goals for this year and the future, I did make a goal video like a week and a half ago, right before this, so I'm not going to go into like, 30 minutes of talking about goals or something like that. I want to have some fun with you guys in chat. But that video is there on the channel, so you can check that out too later if you'd like to after the stream or after the VOD, whichever one you're watching. Thanks for liking the stream on YouTube, guys. And again, I know Twitch, there's not really a way to like it. Is it like a heart something? I was looking at the other day at Twitch. I was like kind of looking through all the different things you can do in settings, and I'm like, so I can't really have one there. But all right, let me bring up the actual page here for YouTube, and then maybe we'll come back to I call this the full camera view, so you can see the whole room while I chat with you guys. But let me go ahead and switch over here real quick. All right, there it is. I'm also kind of curious why I don't have any audio. There we go. All right, there we are. The LOTRO audio. So, we'll have a little LOTRO themed music here for a minute while I chat for a second more. So I think I have done it. Couple Valor boosts, granted. But I think I've done it as in the area of, I believe I have every class max level on LOTRO now. So fun little, side thing. Got there right before literally yesterday, before the 5th year anniversary of the channel. So we've got the Lower Master Grandal. We got Lower Master. Let's hold on. Let me just make sure real quick. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12. Okay, yeah, we do. I was trying to remember how many classes we have. Yeah, it's 12. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking there was 13, but maybe I'm thinking about Monster Play. There's 5. We're gonna have a new Monster Play class the end of this year, by the way. There's only 6. There's gonna be a 7th one. That'll be pretty cool. Very excited about that. So anyway, we got Grandal, my Lore Master. We got Zalinor, my Mariner Dwarf. And then we got Zilix, my Burglar, my one Hobbit. I got Zerlin, who is my Runekeeper. Of course, you all know Zollin, my Guardian. Zolrin, who is my Captain. We've got Zoltarin, my Bjorning. I got Zorlin, the Champion, who I just hit next level yesterday. And then we have Zorzet, my Brawler, and then I have Xylan, my Minstrel. And actually, a bunch of these characters are family members in my lore, which I thought, should I do some more lore videos on that? Do you guys want some fan fiction from all its fan fiction of his characters? You gotta have to tell me. Thank you for the congrats. What's up, DJ? Good to see you. Now you guys are like, wait a second, Zollin. That is that's not 12. That's what is that? 4, 8. That's 10. Well, my alt account has the other two. I have a Warden, Zoltan, and then I have Zarlin, my hunter, on the other account. They're 160. They're on my alt account. It's mainly because I like to, you know, be able to do stuff together with both of them. So, with sometimes, you know, I'll dual box to have one help some other character, blah, blah, blah. Which can be kind of fun, even though I would like to get the last two on this one too, but I don't feel like I'm going to be like super duper playing my Warden all the time. I think the Warden is a really cool class, but I do think it is a very intensive class when it comes to doing stuff. So I'll show you it there real quick. We have to, of course, real fast. Then we'll have double themes going and it'll be really confusing. Hey, thanks XO, thanks Star. I hope they come out with another light armor class. They did heavy, medium. Yeah, it would be cool. That would be cool. I think we could use another free class pretty soon. I think it would be fun. Here's my here's my alt account, and you can see here I've got Zarlin, my hunter, and then I got Zoltan, my dwarf warden. And then I actually do have a guardian that I'm 5 levels from max on my alt account. That was because I had a Valor Boost pack, and I'm like, you know what? It'd be nice to be able to run some tier 1 stuff for more rewards with an alt. And I am the guild leader, so maybe I should have a secondary tank ready to go. So I've been working on this guy too. Vorlin. You get the theme of all my names now, don't you? Yes, that does say Mama Pack Mule. This is a spit-off joke from what my mom used to say when we were... But yeah, no, this character just has a bunch of stuff in the inventory. All the other characters aren't mine. Those are my family members. All right, so anyway, we're not going to get on Zarlin right now, though. So let's go ahead and get on a character. So what I'd like to do is I'm actually going to get on Zorlin for a minute. And I just want to show you guys kind of like... I've been having a lot of fun with the champion. I feel like it's a really strong class if you want to just like blade storm things. Thank you, Harold, by the way, for the happy birthday. Watch Streak over there on Twitch. Thank you so much, my friend, for being here every single time. All right, so there we go. Let me mute my phone here. It's beeping and it's distracting me. And now it's trying to play YouTube videos. Stop it. Alright. Family members messaging me. Everything's good, though. Alright, I always like to double check. I always keep my phone close to me. You never know. There's an emergency. Sometimes it's important. Oh, look! There's someone here! Oh, it's Russ! Hello. Alright. Hides in the corner. Anyway, yeah, I've really been enjoying the champ. I've tried to theme all of my characters, which you might have noticed. I really like, it's called the Dwarf Made Cloak, if you really like this one. And I have, of course, put my last name Ironshield on all my characters, even my human and hobbit, just so people know who I am. And stuff. I have to literally, I was just laughing because I was realizing this is not important for the stream. But I'm going to say it anyway, because I want to. So there's a biography you can put with your information. All characters say 150. Well, they're all 160 now, so I need to go update that. But that's kind of a fun thing, a fun little achievement there. But yeah, I really love I love it. These blades are ridiculous too. It's so much fun to use these things. They're like, you know, well, of course, if he really uses them, he's like, I'm just gonna hit some with my hands. But yeah, so they're really strong though. I was really surprised to see how, like, look at these things. Look at this. Watch this. All right, watch what they can do. It's like absolutely craziness. And they're just a blade whirlwind, literally. So if you like blades, might be your class. And they hit like crazy, and they're just like absolutely monstrous. It's a lot of fun. You really got to time and control your aggro burn. That's the, or not aggro, excuse me, rage timer. It's your, it's the fuel they use. It's like, you know, there's other games that have that too, but I've always liked that about the champion. But yeah, they're really actually quite strong. If I'm really focusing when I'm doing it, I was able to keep my DPS at 90 already, and my gear is like, all right. I got some really good trade-ins. So my like offhand of my bow is really good, and I got the good ring from the new quests. But besides that, all of my gear is pretty medium level. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Also, this bow is like really cool. It's got like a dagger. Look at this bow. It's got like a freaking blade on the end. All right. Anyway, so what I thought today is, would you guys like to see some fun locations while we chat? Ras has a question. Why is your lore master not a Z name? Is it because it is not a dwarf type character? If they do allow lore master for dwarves, would you change? Would the name also change? That is a good question. You know, the reason for that, I think the most, if I'm being really like exactly honest with my original creation self of 18 years ago, it was because the Zollin theme name, family name, wasn't really established entirely, and I felt like it would be fun. There wasn't a dwarf version of a lore master. You were true on that. There still isn't. And I kind of felt like I wanted to make Grandal, who I nicknamed Grandal the Brown. So, kind of like Radagast. So I just went for a wizard when I made my lore master, basically, when I was making the role play for it back then. That was pretty much it. Now, if they gave me the option to become a dwarf, would I? Preferably, probably a stout axe, because that would make the most sense. I don't know if they want to make just dwarf and stout axe classes be able to be lore masters, but I think it would be cool if they allowed the stout axe to be a lore master. Now, you know, maybe they're like, oh, that 3% fire damage is too strong. I don't know. I think that it would be nice. You could pretty much play every single class as whatever race you want within the double race thing. You know, high elf, dwarf, stout axe, hobbit, river hobbit. You can pretty much play every class. Humans can play every class. Bjornings are only can be Bjornings, obviously. But the only race they can't play a certain class is dwarf can't be lore master, or stout axe can't be lore master, right? And that's always been, it's kind of bugged me, because I feel like this very strongly when it comes to lore stuff, and I do like the lore of Lord of the Rings, and I do try to, stick to it, but again, still, it's a game, and LOTRO is very good at balancing that. They're very good at giving, trying to stick very faithfully to Tolkien's lore, but at the same time, it's like, oh, well, it's a game, we need to have some ability for people to have fun, right? Customize this or that, even if it might not be perfect to lore, right? It's an MMO. You have to make it fun still. It does make me giggle though that a hobbit can be a lore master over a dwarf. I don't think, if anything, if there's one race that really shouldn't have the lore master, it's hobbit. That's my own feelings with studying Tolkien's lore. I just don't fully agree on that. Some people are like, oh, dwarves would be the... No, dwarves would be a lore master before a hobbit would be a lore master. But, and a lot of them argue, oh, well, the Rune Keeper is kind of like a magical studying of runes and lore. Yeah, I still think a lore master would first. I don't think they should take it away from the hobbit. I think they should leave it. I think it is plausible for a hobbit to be a lore master in the lore, mind you. The reason I'm saying it is it's funny that the dwarves can't be, because I think the dwarves are way more highly likely to be a lore master than a hobbit would be in lore. But again, it's made up for the game, and we're talking about classes here for a video game. So it's not, in the original canon of LOTRO, Lord of the Rings, right? But anyway, I would love to be able to be a dwarf lore master. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Also, I think that stout axes, if they made stout axes be lore masters, would be very strong with the racial bonuses for a lore master. Just kind of like a river hobbit is really, really strong right now. I actually think that if you're going to pick a lore master for the racial buffs on a race you don't care to roleplay and actually pick, I think that the hobbit, the river hobbit is the best. Their racial powers. They have a lightning and frost damage buff, which very good when you're a lore master DPS. Hello, what's up? All right, Harold, good luck with your flight. All right, I'm just giggling at what you guys are saying on the chat. Okay, so anyway, champions, lots of fun. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Zollin so we can kind of explore some of Middle-earth. It is technically the nighttime in the game, so happy anniversary! Yes, thank you so much, LOTRO YouTuber. I know, it's so cool. That is really fun. I'm really, you know, it felt like it was a very big honor and privilege that they, you know, they accepted that, and you know, I got to be one of the content creators for the game. Definitely very cool. I've loved this game since I was very, very young. I mean, we're seeing single digits here, right? I was a little kid, and I always loved the game so much. And then, of course, started the channel a few years ago, and I've always put in like my full heart into supporting the game. And I've been, you know, really, I'm pretty darn honest about things. I'm the kind of guy that I like to give both compliments and positive constructive criticism, right? I think a lot of people tend to always jump on just being negative, right? Oh, this, that, or this, you know, or this problem. I tend to be someone that's like, I will point out real problems. If it's something that I don't think is a real problem, I won't point it out. But if it's a real problem, I'll point it out. Again, the thing with the lore master dwarf, not a real problem. That's more of just me having, you know, I'd love to be a dwarf lore master. But you know, but at the same time, I love to point out how amazing this game is, right? And I've always supported the game in that way, and I've always, you know, and I think the devs really care about the community. So I've always tried to be really like, you know, in that way. And now it's like, so nothing's going to change. Now that I'm an official LOTRO content creator, I'm going to do the exact same thing I've been doing for the last 4 years. So that is something fun when you join something officially and you know you can do the exact same. You know, whether it's a critiquing thing or a praising thing, you can still do that, you know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make you feel old. I'm not that young anymore. Happy anniversary. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. All right. So we are, okay. So, what would you guys, anybody in the chat, since we have everybody here live, all right, is there a particular place you'd like to see in Middle-earth? You want to hear about some lore things? You do know I like to talk about lore, and I love maps of Middle-earth. So, basically, we've redone the maps. I say we. The devs have redone the maps for the Lord of the Rings Online. They've resized them. Now, again, just because of the way screens are, they put these little, like, paper, you know, like, roll-out scroll things on the side for the map. Because basically what was happening before is maps were always done in a grid, perfect square, and they were always stretched. Which, by the way, I did get used to the stretching, so for me personally, it was really hard to get used to this new look for the first few weeks. But now that I'm used to it, it does look nice. Now, granted, if you're someone who liked the stretch looks and you're kind of like, oh man, I wish I had a screenshot of it or something. Well, I made a video of I looked at every single map before the rework. So, and I gave you permission to screenshot it. I purposely didn't have my face on there so you could, you know, if you want it. It should be the whole LOTR's community, right? You should be able to see the original stretched versions. Is why I did it. So, you know, permission only for that video. Just kidding. Just teasing you guys. But yeah, I love the maps in Lord of the Rings Online. I think the devs did such a really good job. It's interesting to me that like North Downs is a classic map. This is a classic look map. There's not many of these left. They've redone most of them over the years. The North Downs is still the same classic map. This was the theme and style of all LOTRO maps when the game first came out 18 years ago, so we'll have a little bit of fun game lore here for a minute. When the Lord of the Rings Online came out, it was right on the heels of like the massive MMOs were just getting super popular, especially tab targeting classic MMOs, right? So again, using my memory to best of my ability since I was so little, I remember a lot of my older cousins and stuff too. You know, WoW was all the rage, right? Well, World of Warcraft was a huge game. I mean, obviously the game is still in here. And then there were probably like another 30 MMOs that were dropping. Everyone was making tab targeting classic MMOs. And really, as much as a lot of them were wonderful, no jab at any of them, only a couple survived throughout that time. You know, the Crucible, right? And the ones that did were like World of Warcraft and LOTRO. And really from that time, there's not many others. There's like one or two others. Obviously RuneScape, but that was technically before World of Warcraft and before I was born. It was way back there, right? The original RuneScape, not old school when they redid it. But, you know, and then basically as we came through into this new era of, you know, gaming, then there was a new wave of MMOs that was kind of like 5 or 6 years later. We got Final Fantasy 14, we got Guild Wars 2, and a lot of those big titles. And again, throughout the Crucible, a lot of those games, there was many that came out. Many of them are now gone, except for the couple that were really good, like Final Fantasy 14 and Guild Wars 2. And it doesn't mean some of them weren't good. Sometimes there's like things when it comes to video games that just will make or break something. And it might not even be that there's a big fan base. A lot of you might not know Final Fantasy like totally flopped when it came out, right? There was a big fan base that loved it, but they did a really, well, their own words, they did a really poor job, okay? The own words of the devs at that time for that game, for Final Fantasy. And they really, like, redid it, came back, and now it's, like, in its golden time, right? It's just beautiful, right? A lot of people don't know this about LOTRO is really growing again right now. It's really, really growing again, and I think it's a really good time to try out LOTRO, especially if you're someone who likes that classic tab targeting style. There's been massive improvements to everything. One thing that always kind of there's 2 or 3 things that I think were hard on LOTRO and over the years, and one was they didn't really super advertise all the time. They're doing much better with that now. And I think, you know, things like the creator program to work with creators to get advertising out, I think that's very smart. You know, I've always, the last 5 years, I've been very, you know, hopefully doing my best to help advertise how great this game is. But that was one thing that I always noticed was like, many years ago, we're talking like 16 years ago, when again, by the way, the people who ran it then, a few of the people are the same, but it was different groups of people, right? Different company. It was Turbine back there, not Standing Stones. But that change, that was something I always noticed. And then another thing that always got this game that a lot of people complain about was like lag, right? Things like that would happen with how the system worked and stuff. That has been extremely improved with the new 64-bit servers, like extremely. And it's funny because how quickly people forget. And then we'll have one glitch day and there'll be a bad connection between the server and everybody, which by the way was happening the other week. I don't think it was the server. I think they were doing something in it's in is it Las Vegas now? I'm trying to remember where they put the servers for North America. Yeah, I think so. You know, sometimes things happen, right? And a city is like, oh, we're going to unplug this and do this, and the electric, you know, and it messes up internet for everyone, right? There's outages. But anyway, that aside, that's going down a rabbit hole for no reason. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it is so much better now. It's like when you buy a brand new phone. You guys all know what I'm talking about. You buy a brand new phone, right? And then, by the way, Moria's maps are all the original maps, too. The original look. But you buy a brand new phone, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this phone is so much faster than my previous phone, right? Oh, it's so smooth and fast. And then after about 3 weeks, you forget the difference of how much better it is. And then you go, oh, it's being slow with this. In reality, it's really not being slow. You're just used to it being ridiculously fast now. And you tend to, I don't know what that term is called. I'm sure there's a psychological term, but that's basically, I think, what happens sometimes with LOTRO now. We have such way better servers, and like when there's any lag now because we're having such great running, that people are immediately like, what is all this? Why is this back? It's like, well, it's not nearly the same as what we had years past. So anyway, long story short, compliment to them. The new 64-bit servers have been awesome. The game has been running so good. Again, we're on one of the biggest servers in North America. It's Glamdring. And it's really been, quite awesome. It's been really, really fun. My biggest thing was I was in the Antimores the other day, which is the PvP zone, or the player versus monster player zone. And there was a massive battle that happened right around this forest area. And you could tell this map is one of the older styles too. And it was a lot of people. We're talking like there was probably like 80 players there. It was close, maybe a little more, in one spot, and there was not one lag spike. We were all fighting, and it was like I was getting like 100 frames, and I was just like, I just couldn't even believe it. I was like, it was just like remembering in my mind jumping back 15 years ago in the same zone, where there'd be 50 on 50 of us going at us like almost the same amount of people, and it would be like. Our characters would all be like freezing, right? And like you could be playing in frames, in 10 frames. And it ran so beautifully the other day when I was in that fight with Monster Play, and I was like, that's awesome. It just made me so happy, It's like there we go. We've come a long way. And you remember the devs are working with an old engine, right? And the fact that they keep making the game look better and better over the years. I know it's so funny. That's one thing that people will say. They're like, oh well, the graphics. It's like, well, for one, it's an art style, and I love how LOTRO looks. I think it looks really, really good. I like how WoW looks. I like how Final Fantasy looks. But they're art styles. They're all different, and you can see their age in all of them, right? Absolutely, right? In fact, I played WoW just a few months ago, and I played Final Fantasy a few months ago, and there were things I noticed that I was like, yeah, you can see the age in this game in some spots, but not in every spot, because you can see where they do work on updating things, right, with textures. And that's one thing with LOTRO, that it's been upgraded so much over the last few years that things are just looking better and better. Now, granted, my iconic armor that you guys like, the Rift gear that I love, was Zollin, and some people joke and call it, it's Zollin's gear. It's like, well, I do wear it a lot in my videos. I love it. But you can tell that it is an older armor set. The textures are less high quality. Where you look at the shield, and it's quite a bit newer, and you can see the textures are really nice. And you got the cool lightning effect that I put on it with the weapons aura, right? So that does matter where you go and in the game and stuff. But they've been so subtle about their updates. Yeah, I love that about LOTRO. They've been so subtle about it. And like... they're like graphic updates and stuff, And they've been doing a lot of them, and texture and graphics and this and that. And I'm just really impressed they're able to do it with the system at all. That's what's really impressive to me always. It's like, how do you take an engine that's 20 years old and you keep improving on it? And that comes down to technology. And I've been saying this for 5 years on my channel, and I will say it again. People make comments like, oh, well, you can't improve it any further. Well, never say that. Because the moment new technology comes out, it gives you the ability to upgrade older technology. Not always, but usually. And that was the case. It's happened about 3 times now with LOTRO. There's been some stuff that they've been able to do that I think they couldn't have done 10 years ago because of new technology. And that's pretty cool. Now, I don't have any insider information on that, so that's me just giving my 2 cents on how I think they're doing some stuff. But I've been doing gaming and computers long enough. I built a lot of computers that I know the basics. I know there's some stuff that has to happen sometimes to be able to do new things. All right, so why don't we go over to... Where would you guys like to see? Hello! Muted aggression. I've heard Glamdring lags pretty bad during the... So, I don't think it's... I haven't seen any different on population with the lag. I think what's happening, what you've heard about, is... And by the way, people always complain the most when they have their 30 minutes of lag, and then I shouldn't say that. All right, moving on. The peak spot people are talking about is, I personally don't think that was the servers. Thanks, Fail. Appreciate it. He says happy 5 years old. Thank you. I don't think that was the servers. that was doing that. I think that in Los Angeles they were doing something with the grid, because I looked some stuff up online and I looked at the servers and there was a bunch of outages in that area. So I'm not necessarily sure it was that, because every single time we were getting lag at the same time for like 30 minutes, and I was looking at the population. The population was not high enough to me, like where like occasionally when we hit a certain number, it gets kind of like. You might get a little lag spikes here and there, but it was like really, really tremendously bad lag for like no reason. Population wasn't very high at that time. It was the middle of the week. And I was like, And it happened over and over for like 3 or 4 days, and then it stopped. I tend to think it was not the LOTRO servers. And unfortunately, there's no real way for any of us to know. So people like to just blame the server, right? You know, and let's be honest, guys. A lot of times people's lag is their own connection or their own computer or system too. You know, it's probably like 60% of the time for most people. You start to learn and know what's what, but I do kind of question if everybody always knows that. I'm not trying to be mean to anyone, but I just noticed, because sometimes I'll have like 0 lag happening and I'll see people complaining like, oh, the servers are lagging so bad. And I'm going, they're not. It's probably a connection between them. It might not even be the person's fault, but it might be their city's doing something with internet, right? Because that's happened a lot. I can't tell you how much of that happened, where it's very clear when the server is lagging. Everyone feels it, right? Or if there's a bad connection because maybe they're doing something in, you know, Las Vegas with the internet system, which definitely I think it was happening this last week, because we haven't had that happen as much in the last week now. And that was kind of out of the blue. The one thing that can cause super bad lag too is something with the code if they introduce something with an update. Like when they redid the burglar, there was a skill the burglar was doing that was tremendously taking up the server's thinking, and it was causing, like, the server had been running for 6 months gloriously, and then we got that, and everything was, it felt like we were back on 32-bit server. We're like, what's happening, right? And the devs found it. They found out what was happening, and they removed it, and everything ran beautifully again. So it was some calculation that this skill was making the server do, and it was freezing the entire processing, right? Because remember, servers are giant computers, right? I think everyone knows that, but I don't want to bore everybody. Everyone kind of knows that. Correct. Yes. Yeah, WoW is slightly older than LOTRO. Yes. Correct, Helman. All right. And let's go ahead and go over to South Bree. Let's do some exploring now. But yeah, again, as I explained the whole thing, overall, LOTRO, really fun time to check it out if you want to check it out. I think, personally, the big games that I think are really, really fun right now when it comes to MMOs are... My personal thoughts is like LOTRO, Final Fantasy, and Guild Wars 2. Those are a lot of my friends play. Those ones I think are all fun, and they all feel very different. I have a few friends who literally play all three, because they're all very unique. They're all like kind of tab targeting type MMOs, but they're all very unique, uniquely different. You know, and WoW, people can like or dislike that, right? I think WoW is cool still, but some people don't like it, some people do. That's up to every individual, right? That's how games work. Play what you want to play. Have fun. All right, would you guys like to, let's see, what should we do right now? I'm trying to think of some good ideas that we can hang out and chat while I do stuff, so it doesn't just get to me just talking for hours straight. All right. Could go run the proto quest for my alt. I could even try to run some instances, I guess, if you guys wanted to see that, but I feel like you guys see that with my kinship raid stuff.
Would you do something for me? What can I do for you?
All right, you can give me my buffs. It's a bunch of players here working on their characters. You can always know if they're a brand new player, it's like level 19, they're just sitting there in the middle of the street. They're clearly looking at stuff and learning about their characters. Love to see it. Now, I put out a video just yesterday, which look at you guys really liked. I appreciate it. We have a lot of views on it already, but about using the Valor boosts from the expansion packs. And in the future, they might make them in the LOTRO store, but there's definitely stuff you want to think about ahead of time. Anyway, welcome to the Prancing Pony. If you've never seen it, but I think you've all seen it. But it's still a nice little ambiance background here. A little Mumakil. Here's the barber. Get into the light so I look nice and bright there. Megavanen, welcome to the stream, guys. The music is great. The music is nostalgic, dude. The music is so much fun. You know, just if you don't mind, I'd like to bring this up since we're talking about the channel, right? And the anniversary of the channel. I'd like to bring up real quick my reminisce a little bit here on some of the stuff we have covered on the channel. But if you ever go to my homepage, I do have it pretty organized. I kind of wish you could filter it differently. Can you do? I don't know. With the way playlists are on YouTube, I wish you could almost turn it into a line of playlists too, you know, for people. But we've done a lot. We've done a lot in the last 5 years. We are over 2,500 videos. Some of them are shorts, obviously. And no, not like the clothing. But we've done quite a lot on the channel. You can go through here and see a lot of the different stuff. What I do with... I've broken some up for you guys. Like, example, the Lord of the Rings collections. I broke it up in United Cutlery, Weta items, books, trinkets, and a couple other things. And then I got some fireside chats. And the thing I wanted to show you when I opened this, I'm drawing a blank. There was a reason I opened this page. I'm sorry. So Zollin had a bad migraine headache for like 7 hours straight yesterday. So it's definitely making me a little tired. I don't know why. There was a lot of wind, and I think I got a little bit allergic, and it was painful. Ah, there it is. My playlist, the Inklings interviews. I actually have a playlist where I interviewed with Chance Thomas, who is the composer of the music you're listening to right now. That's why I brought this up. So we're not going to watch any of my videos, but I have the interview right here if you guys want to check it out on the channel. Well, I guess we're giving a free advertisement on an advertisement. So I had an interview here with Chance Thomas, and I really had a really good time with this interview. He had a little bit of a shoddy internet because he was up at a mountain house in Nevada, I think he said, or sorry, Colorado. Yeah, so it was a really fun interview though. We had a really good time, and if you want some cool little tidbits and stories on his stuff, there it is. Now, I actually got to interview him once in person as well, but it was before I did my channel. It was right before. It was like a year before I actually interviewed him at a place in person, and it was really fun. And he signed the music disc that I showed you guys the other day, which I now know where they all are. I found them. If you watched my stream the other day. But yeah, this music you're hearing right now, this is all him, Chance Thomas. And I asked him, one of the biggest things I asked Chance Thomas was I was asking him about, you know, why does some of your music have similar sound quality to the Lord of the Rings, the movies? Did you listen to the movies? Because granted, the movies came out just a few years right before LOTRO. Really close, right? But, well, not really close. Technically 2007, and the movies were like 2000 and what? 2000, 2002, and 3 and 4, right? But he actually said he hadn't watched a lot of the movies and Howard Shore's music. He just read what Tolkien wrote. So he kind of joked and said, drank from the same Tolkien Kool-Aid, right? Was kind of the idea that he was trying to get across in that. It was really fun. And he also explained another fun one, which it's in here, theme for the dwarves. And we can just listen to it a little bit because it's my own video, so I can, you know, copyright myself, you know? That's fine. Hold on. We're going to copyright myself here by turning those down for a second. Here. Can you even hear it? Hold on. I don't even know if you guys can hear that. Hold on. I need to switch. I need to put the mic on for it. Hold on. Desktop audio. There, you guys should be able to hear it now.
Trying out different ideas in my mind for this theme for the dwarves. And finally, it kind of came to me as I was walking along. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's it. That sounds like dwarves to me.
Yeah.
So that's part one. But the other part was when we got to the recording studio, I'd recorded the dwarves theme with the orchestra, but we didn't have the choir on it yet. And I had booked all these men from the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
But they were good.
Guys, they were such great singers.
Yeah.
But as they sang that, it was a little bit too perfect, right? La, 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 la. It didn't sound right.
It didn't sound like a bunch of miners that are just humming along to each other. Yeah.
Right. And so I said, look, guys, here's what I want you to do. I tried all these different things. I said, I want you to try marching in place as you sing this. They started marching in place, and suddenly it was no longer just singing. Suddenly it
put the
felt
music
like
in the background if you notice.
Centuries of dwarves down in the deep places of the earth with their hammers and their axes digging for mithril.
Yeah.
And suddenly it came to life. And I can remember conducting that session and just all of the Tolkien lore that I loved. It was like it leapt to life in that moment.
Just
so
like
that's
a dream.
That's a great Tolkien-related memory for me.
That's all right. Anyway, there you go. So you want to see that whole interview, you can check it out later. But anyway, I that was a really, really fun interview, and he did some really cool stuff, and I had fun kind of sneaking that song in the background so that you guys can kind of feel it while I was talking about it. I edited that in later, obviously. Let's see. Let me go ahead and go back to let's get rid of that one. Yeah. So anyway, that is the music you're hearing right now. He did a lot of the original classic songs that stop it. No. Don't hear it. You didn't hear that. Okay. So so you can go ahead and check out if you'd like to see some of my playlists. You can see even some of the Dwarven Rune stuff. I have a Lord of the Rings lesson, and this is probably, I don't know if I'll slap the video I made for my one Patreon on this playlist, but it'll be on the channel either way. So you can go through here, sneak through here, and see what you can find. I go through here. I might try to go and organize stuff again for people, but usually most people don't really go back and look at stuff, right? I know some people like that, but not everybody. There is a fun one here. I've got a LOTR Life camping and blog. So when I was doing some traveling up in the Sierra Nevadas, I got a couple fun ones there. But I do a lot of other fun things too on the channel. Again, definitely a LOTR streamer and content creator, but you can check it out if you're curious. Jin says, I played LOTR since the August 25th. Grand server is growing too. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I started there around 400 visible characters. Now there's 800 to 900. Yeah, it's crazy. In fact, that's one of the reasons why they opened up Grand for EU and Sting for NA. They only had 2 and 2 for the new servers, and they didn't realize it ended up being a lot more. So, oh my goodness, these people are running the Vile Maw. I kind of want to go run it with them. That's the Watcher instance. Be kind of fun to see. You guys want to go see the Watcher? Be kind of a fun little side thing. I think we should go see. It won't take very long since we're all way over level cap. The Vile Maw does not scale. So it's level 60, so that means it should be very, very quick for us to slay. All right. What is this other? It says I have a. I love this music though. Do 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 do. You still look like yourself years ago. You did not get older. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. You know, it's so funny. I was looking at that the other day and someone said that too. maybe I've got some duodyne blood in me, or maybe because I'm a dwarf, we age a little slower than humans. Maybe that's what I should say. Yeah, I know that is. I appreciate the compliment though. Let's see. I don't know when they're gonna switch it, so I guess they're still waiting for one more person. I don't know if they want a super duper giant 160 tank, but I could probably solo it on my tank. That's the thing. I don't know if you know. We'll see. If they open it up and launch it, we'll go. All right, so let's go ahead and get outside here. I just feel like it'd be fun to see something while it's nighttime in the game. It's kind of harder to explore. Oh, there we go. There's a full group. Yes, I'm ready. We are ready to see some giant watcher battles. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's... Wait, I thought it said the Vile Maw. That's... Oh, I don't think they reset it yet. I'm pretty sure they said Vile Maw. They did. Oh, someone's stuck in there. Got it. Somebody joined the wrong instance. We joke because we're like so well trained, and you see this pop up, everyone clicks travel now, but you really got to read what it is, because if there's a previous instance up and you invite someone, it'll pop up for everybody again, just because it's trying to give everyone the option to join it. And it's like, that's an old one. Oh, we got a link dead. There it is. That's the right one. The Vile Maw. It's so funny how people do
Whence did the watcher in the water flee when it was driven from its lake? The Vile Maw would be my guess. Beneath the waters of the dark flood are ways which lead into the black depths.
Here's some more of the music from Hans Thomas. We're doing the music at 55%. All right, 45%. It's a little loud. Oh, I was born ready for this. Wait for all. We're all here, aren't we? Been so long. I will taunt that one. Been so I don't remember the water looking so good at this rate. It used to just look like nothing back in the day. We're honestly so strong. We're just like killing everything before it. This fight was really long back in the day. It was like a 30-minute fight. I felt, or maybe not quite that long, but it felt like that. I'm gonna stand on this rock. Where is he? Where is he? I don't know. I remember you can see him if you turn the graphics down, but that's no fun. There he is. All right. Usually the tank would turn around. Fight me, Watcher! Has become enraged! Dude, he's so cool. Forgot how cool he looks. Don't turn him around. People's freaking pets are pulling at the aggro. Ha ha ha, die! For the billionth time. You won't stay dead? Alright, well anyway, again, that is level 60 raid. And we're not, and I'm 100 levels above that. And I'm pretty sure we had a couple other people that were really high above that too. 60, 86, 75, 160 lore master, yeah. 137. Alright, and then I really don't need these. And I could run this whenever I want. So solo if I wanted to. So I'm gonna pass on all of them. But this is what they look like. I'm gonna pass it. Let any lower levels that need it take it. And I forget if you have to loot it yourself too. Anyway, that was epic. Epic music. Moria had really cool, epic music. I forget if everyone can loot something. I'm waiting to take my turn here. Oh, nobody wanted that. Apparently, so it's mine now! Sell it at the first vendor I get to. So anyway, music's pretty awesome. What is this spam comment in our Twitch channel? Get out of here. Let's get rid of that real quick. Bank. It's gone now. So anyway, the Vile Mob, one of the original, that was the second expansion raid boss. Pretty fun. I could show you guys some of the other raids that are low level. It's really easy for me to do solo if you guys want to see it. Do instances not scale? Instances do scale, just not all of them. It depends on which one. Now, there is something that they have planned, which has been put off because there's been so much other stuff going on with the game, with good expansion stuff. But they plan on doing something called downscaling for a LOTRO. And basically what it will be is if you enter an instance that is lower level, you could bring your level down stat-wise and everything to that level. Now, will you still be probably much stronger than someone else? Probably. But you'll be at more reasonable strength. Same thing with regions. If you're like in Bree and you want to play with your friend who's level 19 and, you know, or 16 or whatever, and then run around and you're level 160, you're like, well, I don't really want to just one-shot every single thing. You'll be able to downscale and bring your skill down to that. You will not be able to upscale because that would be lame and cheating. But you'll be able to bring, if you're already max level or whatever, you could bring yourself down to someone else's level. Sounds like an insult. But you get my point. So that should be cool. So there are instances that scale in LOTRO and instances that don't scale in LOTRO. So it depends on the instance you're talking about. So if you click on an instance, you can usually know. So for the Fallen, this instance, I don't believe these new ones can scale at all because they're max level. They're definitely more of the old system still with LOTRO, where they, you know, really you want to play. You know, they want people who are at the max level to play the max level raid. They don't want someone to come in level 20 and then join and play the max level raid. Which I think is probably good, even though I know some people might maybe not agree on that. But usually you'll know if it's grayed out locked, and then you know you can't adjust it. But for example, in regular instances, almost all of these can be adjusted. So like Glinkong, I could go do this at level, except for it's a minimum, I believe. I think the minimum is 20. for Glain Clan. I'm forgetting which one is the minimum. Let's see, 50. It can do 50, 40, 30. It's usually the minimum of the region, right? So I believe the minimum is 40 because it's in the region that is the... I think you're usually about level 40 when you're getting into doing Glint units around here at a Numenos. So usually that's how the instances work, with scaling if they do scale. And skirmishes and epic battles always scale. So if you go over here to the tab of, these are the non-scaling instances, these are all the scaling instances, and you can actually see there's lots. So skirmishes, there's a bunch of these all scale to no matter what. These instances, basically dungeons, let's just say dungeons for those, you know. Then you have all the instances, these ones all scale, and there's a lot, right? These are regional, but they only scale to the level of the region. That's like, kind of makes sense. That's always how it's kind of worked. I tend to feel that if you could just like make a character level 2 and then just join whatever you want, just immediately do an instance. You can do that with skirmishes at level 10 and epic battles, but I don't really feel like I would personally like that. I don't think many people in the community would like that. Just be like, oh, we can just do whatever we want now. You still need to have like be at the minimum level of that area, and that's always how LOTR's been since the beginning. So they've been pretty consistent about that. But they have made it where you can run, you know, if you hit level 20, you're going to be able to run over like 100 instances. So you're not going to be lacking fun at that level, you know, if you're not a max level 160. So there's a lot you can do still to answer your question. But yeah, I do have a guide video on that as well, but that could get very, we could talk about that for like 30 minutes. So we'll stop there. Yeah, downscaling would be really fun. I really want them to do that. It'll be so much fun for kinship events. You know, you get everyone together, because you just can't always get everyone at the same level. It just doesn't work. Everyone has different time schedules, different times they play, right? At a certain point, you get enough people that have a max level character, right? So because you're all at the max level. But when you have a bunch of people, you want to have newer players to join the kinship, do something, it'd be so much fun to be able to do that. It's one of the reasons we do epic battles. Epic battles will scale up a level character that I think is at least 15 or 20. Scale them all the way up to 100, and it'll scale any of us down to 100. Epic battles have always done that. So I think that what they're going to plan on doing is the epic battle system will be repurposed and refurbished to work with the downscaling system of the world and the instances. I have a feeling that's what they're probably going to do. It would make sense to take some of that tech and then just redo it, and hopefully maybe, you know, reset some with epic battles. I love epic battles. I kind of wish we had more of them. It's basically just the Rohan battles with Helm to Steep and the Gondor battles with Minas Tirith, but they are very cool. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ride out here with a different horse. We're going to get on our horse. We're in Bree. We're going to get on our horse. We're going to kind of see the countryside here for a few minutes while we chat. It is going to be a toggle for sure. I'm sure they'll do it like that. I don't think it'll be something you're forced into. That would be really annoying, and I'm sure they know that. It'll probably be like a landscape difficulty thing. I would hope that you wouldn't have to go to an NPC to pick it up. I would hope that it's something in like a button you can pick up and then, you know, just like click to turn on, you know, level balanced landscaping, or maybe it'll be same level as your fellowship member. You know, this fellowship member, click. You know what I mean? That would be cool. You know, like a button that would say, you know, your fellowship member is level 25. Your stats are brought down to 25. Right? That would be cool. Though I think that it might be better to have it'd probably be more reasonable to just have across the board. Like you're in Breeland, you can set your level to this level, right? Or you're in, you know, this instance, the minimum, you know, choose the level. It'd be nice if you could just choose the level per, like, that would be the best system, right? Because then you could choose no matter what your friend's level is, or if you have multiple levels in your group, you can all kind of pick what level you want to be at, stat-wise. Obviously, XP should work the same way as it always has. There wouldn't be any change there. I'm just running through the fields of Bree, collecting barrel iron, which is actually harder to get. The best way to collect materials, though, in LOTRO, I personally feel, if you're max level, or 150-ish, is to do the proto quests on a couple characters. Now, you can only technically do 5, so you can get 10 of every resource. And there's 5 boxes you get every time you run it from the 5 creatures. So you can get up to 50, which is pretty cool. 50 of a pile of something. 5 years, nice job. Thanks, EMR Coins. Hey, happy anniversary, Elder Song said. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. So we're just chatting and running around the world of Middle Earth. I do love this whole area, though. You guys want to go see Tom Bombadil? Oh, jolly Tom Bombadil. Oh. I think we might go and see Tom Bombadil. Let's go see if I can find the opening in the Old Forest. Might be easier, actually, to go in through the Barrow Downs. I'm a super high level. It'll be fine. You know, they were saying they were gonna make they possibly are gonna make another movie, blah blah blah, called Beyond Before the Shadow. Well, if you didn't know, LOTRO actually has an expansion called Before the Shadow. So I thought that was kind of funny. They're taking stuff out of LOTRO's playbook. But welcome to the North Downs and all its scariness. All right, guys, this is Bob. Bob, say hi to everyone on stream, please. Bob's a pretty chill skeleton. He doesn't really do much. I love the skeleton. The skeletons look so cool in LOTRO. They're way better than they used to look too, but they still have their similar models. They look really cool. They look really, really cool. I'm really high level. They're level 18, so I'm just like, they don't even, I shall do Bastion of Light. They've been purified. Okay. I do tend to think they really are leaning heavily. So Guardians are kind of based off Sam, right, is the role, but I tend to think, you know, I feel like they could be based off a few characters in Lord of the Rings stories and Hobbit. But I do tend to think Guardians have a little bit of that Paladin vibe in general, just because a lot of their abilities, like Bastion of Light, puts down light damage circle around them. Sounds very much like a certain D&D ability. And then you've got like, let's see, War Chance. But I think it's mostly in the DPS. When I'm in DPS form. Let me go in my DPS. There's a bunch of names that sound super Paladin style. Smashing Strike sounds pretty cool. Righteous Fury. That one's pretty Paladin-y. We also have the new one, Reckless Attack, which is pretty cool. But Righteous Fury, and then we got Victorious Charge, Bastion of Light, Protection by the Sword. I don't know, I just feel like some of these have that feeling. Cataclysmic Shout. I do love some of the names. You gotta give it like a cool Cataclysmic Shout. The way you say it. Gotta make it sound really cool. Anyway, we're almost at Tom Bombadil's house here. He's right up this road. The old Barrow Road. Why in the world did it just mess up? Oh, there we go. I'm like, why are all my skills all over the place? It reorganized them. Looking for the flowers was so hard back then. Oh my gosh. I have a fun story about about my family with the Old Forest. So my sister was really young playing this game with me, and I remember she comes to me after like 2 hours. She's like, brother? I'm like, what? She's like, I've been lost in the Old Forest for 2 hours. I'm like, what? Why didn't you tell me? She's like, I don't know. I was killing bears. She was just lost in the Old Forest for hours. I was like, sister, why didn't you say something? Oh man, it just cracks me up. We say brother and sister. We still do that. No, we're not Amish. Much respect for Amish people, but we are not Amish. We just always have said that. People always say, are you Amish? No. We just always said brother and sister. All right. Here we are. Tom Bombadil's house. Old Tom, is he inside? Where's Tom? Everything's beautiful here. The old forest at Tom's house. There he is. Tom Bombadil! Hello, Tom! I do like how Tom looks in The Lord of the Rings online. He's got a good look. And his boots are yellow! And his jacket is blue! Just like it's supposed to be! I love the music, too. This is the Tom Bombadil theme song. It's one of my favorites. And here's all his little lily pads. I thought his wife is sometimes in here, but I guess she's not. Where's Goldberry? I know she was. You do talk to her a few times. And this house is very old. This one came out with the original game, so this is 18 years old. How it looks. So many visitors are calling. I don't even think he has like an upstairs. Yeah, it's like, shut up. I just like hearing the music. Tom Bombadil. with gold, yeah, bread and honey. I always wanted to eat. Yeah, you can actually get this for a housing item too, I think. Return to your gloomy homes. Do not be awakened. He's talking about the barrel whites. Someone's gonna walk out of the house now. So anyway, Old Ferris is very pretty. This is a Marigold Boffin. Bold adventurer. Yes. There's a lot of really cool stuff. I do think the idea of making a movie about this time part that was kind of cut out of the trilogy would be pretty cool. Will it be good? No idea. But the Lord of the Rings Online version is great. Oh. I guess I went over the staying at Tom Bombadil's house where the music is sweet and nice. Is Tom Bombadil stronger than Gandalf? That is an interesting question. A question that I can do my best to give some light on from what we know. So, Gandalf is a Maiar, right? So he's one of the basically angelic creatures, like an angel. Spirits. Just like the Balrogs. And technically also Sauron is a Maiar. Now, technically we kind of know that Sauron is a little bit more ancient, a little bit more powerful. To an extent. Like, I don't think Gandalf would win a one-on-one with Sauron at full power. But doesn't mean he wouldn't give him a run for his money. But you have to remember too, Gandalf, when he came to Middle-earth, purposely limited his power. Not only did the Maiar choose old men as their forms, because they wanted to be more reassuring and also like not as, not scary to people. They wanted to be as so they could help people. But he also limited his power. Now we know that Saruman kind of was going crazy with his power, but Gandalf purposely pulled back his power when he came to Middle-earth. Which is why he really didn't want. He knew if he took the ring that would totally be bad, corrupting wise, and also, look at a Maiar totally out of control like a Balrog. Now, granted, Gandalf did end up beating that Balrog, died in process, but they both died. And Ilúvatar brought him back to Middle-earth again. So obviously his spirit didn't die. But does it come down to, is Tom Bombadil more powerful? I don't know if they're on the same measurement scale in the way Tolkien describes Bombadil. So my favorite theory of Tom Bombadil is the theory that when the Ainur and Iluvatar and everybody are singing the world into creation, the song, and partially when the world was created, it brought it, you know, part of it became almost sentient, like a being itself, and that is Tom Bombadil, right? So that he is kind of like, he is like the world's power, like manifest as a conscious being. And that's why he always sings. That's why he's always happy. That's why he seems to have he doesn't get influenced at all by the ring when he touches it. I think it makes the most sense because he's not actually like a regular being. So Sauron's ring would have no effect on him. He is literally the planet, right? Kind of idea, even though he's not the planet, but you get my point. He's like that, the energy from the... So he just had no inkling. He had nothing in his heart that made him want to have power anyway. He was very content and happy in his forest, right? So the question of, is he more powerful than Gandalf? It's really hard to say because that's the reason. I tend to think probably, but we have no real measurement system to know how powerful he is. Does he really even have powers, or was he just not affected by the ring because he didn't care? Or was he just so powerful that the ring just didn't even phase him at all? He's just above all of that. I don't fully know the answer to that because Tolkien doesn't give us the full answer to that. So I definitely think that it comes down to I think he's a very powerful being. He clearly just banishes evil with songs and stuff. But I don't know if he's necessarily like more powerful than Gandalf. I tend to lean towards yes, but that's me just making a guess because Tolkien doesn't really say either way. But you know, Gandalf's extremely powerful. People don't realize how powerful Gandalf is. He's limiting his power in the story, right? So it's a hard question. So I hope that kind of makes it a little bit better. Yes, yeah. And I do think it's interesting because I think Tom Bombadil is kind of like the good and the singing of the music incarnation. And this is just me. I don't know if did Tolkien ever say this? But Ungoliant almost seems like the evil that kind of manifested with the planet. Probably from Morgoth. I don't remember if that's said in the thing, but I was just thinking about it the other day. I'm like, those are kind of like, they're almost like opposites. Ungoliant was like the dark evilness of the world. And, of course, I guess there's technically the Nameless that kind of are around, too. Which are kind of an underground and evil manifest. But, yeah, there we go. You hear Brody? Brody! You're being loud, Brody! Dude. And, yeah... She got so powerful that Morgoth was in fear of her. Exactly. I do think there's some interesting parallels between Ungoliant and Tom Bombadil. I almost think they're like opposites. And no, I'm not talking about like yin and yang and like they're both needed. No. One is pure evil and the other one is like pretty much pure good, is what Tom Bombadil really is. All right, well, it was a fun little lore conversation. Where should we go next? You guys want to see Old Man Willow? He's down the road here. All right, when we leave the house, it's going to turn into scary music. All right, here's a beautiful waterfall. Here's the river, which, oh my gosh, just looks so much better than it used to. All right, here's Old Man Willow that almost ate Merry and Pippin. And by the way, they kind of took this part in the books and they moved it to the Fangorn. Remember when they get eaten? That kind of the part in the book really happened here. It was this guy. You can kind of see, there's his eye. I think that's supposed to be a nose. I think that's supposed to be his mouth. He doesn't quite look like a face, but it's just enough to sort of look like a face. Old Man Willow. Now, if you see, we actually get a debuff on us called something power, drowsiness, and it makes you lose all your power in regen, and you start getting your power eaten. Now I'm so high level, it's not gonna affect me enough, but it makes you like tired and sleepy when you're near him too. And then there's these like roots. Bad root. There we go. People need some invites. So, done. All right. So, well, hello there. What's up, everybody? Whoa, super gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you so much. Holy moly, I gotta read this real quick. Oh my gosh, everybody was just gifted a sub tier. 25? Wow, my friend. Thank you so much. Is it Padishard? Is that how you say your name correctly? Am I saying that right? Padisharde? Or is it Padishard? Thank you so much. You gifted 25 subs, channel. That is super nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh, I made it very fancy. Look at this. It made this like fancy, like, look at this. Look at little fancy animations going on here. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, look at everybody who got a... Everybody did. Tom Bombadil got a sub, guys. I didn't even know he was in the stream. Thank you so much. That was extremely generous of you. Thank you so much for that. That makes it so fun for everybody. Been a long time lurking. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I like... Think Gold said, I feel like Tom is kind of like the Holy Spirit in the way that Proverbs and Wisdom call it in the streets. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Yeah, I can understand that. I know, that was super nice of you. Thank you for that. All right, so let's get away from old Mr. Willow here because he's like draining my power. All right, so now... Let's see, are we getting close to... We're at 4 dawn, so we have 7 minutes until it's daytime. So before that, there's some gorgeous views up here north. I think we're just going to ride out of the old forest. Let's see if I can remember how to get out. It's been a while. Hopefully I don't also get trapped in the darkness of the old forest. You know, it's funny, because recently... I've got a little, this will make you guys giggle. You know, now that we're adults, you know, me and my sister, you know, the other day she like called me by my first name and I was like, no, I'm brother. And we both started laughing. He's like, you can't call me by my first name. I'm brother. What do you mean? I think we were all laughing really hard. Alright, so there are better maps now to get out of the old forest, but it is quite the treacherous way to get out here. So the maps are... They redid the old forest map, by the way. It didn't used to make sense with all of these pathways at all. Let's see here. Got someone who wanted to add a bunch of their alts to the kin, so doing that real fast. All right, we're now entering Buckland. Who wants to see Buckleberry Ferry? 20 miles. Yes, that was very nice. Thank you for all those subs. That was extremely generous. I have wandered around for hours trying to find stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, Bob. I know, and it's really hard. It is really hard to find the flowers. The deed helps you on the wiki. If you want to find the wiki and look up this, the coordinates, really helps out. But look at that. So here comes the sun. You can see the sun is just starting to come up. Technically, it's going to come up from over there, but we're getting that red sky all the way around. All right, here's Buckleberry, the Buckland Gates. Let's show everybody Buckleberry Ferry. Newberry Park? Just kidding. It's actually Newbury, but I don't think you say it like that. So here's one of the docks, but this isn't the dock. As I'm making all these splashing noises. So if you go along here, you know, fun fact, you can actually see this tower here. It's the old Tower of Stock, but it's actually an old tower from Numenor that's within the Shire, which is just kind of cool that they like put that into the game, you know? All right, so here is Buckleberry Ferry. Here it is. Buckleberry Ferry. Or Buckleberry Ferry, I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. But here's Mr. Guard. Sir, can you take me across the river, please? It actually never moves. But be kind of cool if they just made it go back and forth. The ferry. Just like you know, every few minutes just goes back and forth. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like that. Kind of like how in WoW they have those little ships just go around slowly, and you can get on them. Now, technically, I guess they teleport you, but you know, this one just moves back and forth. Would be nice. There's some fishies here. We could fish. We could fish. We could catch some fishies. Here on the banks of Buckland, and looking at the Shire on the other side. Oh look, it's a little salmon. This is also the Brandywine River. Comes out of Evandim Lake and it goes down into the ocean, many hundreds of miles that way. All right, we get anything? We got a dice. Okay, sweet. But yeah, you can see it comes out of Evandim. Brandywine goes down past Oathbarton, and then it goes along here in between Breland and the Shire, and of course Buckland is on the left side. I mean, the right side of the river. It's actually in Breland, technically, so don't let people get you with that one. It's like, is Buckland in the Shire? The answer is no. Buckland is actually in Breland, but it is a hobbit area. So just a little fact there. And I'm pretty sure that is lore accurate from what I remember in the books as well. And then it goes all the way down, and it goes by the great couple different locations. The Edenwaith, it goes through, I believe, No, excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong river. That's this river. The Brandywine goes down here, and it breaks out down here. Now, interestingly enough, there is no regions in the game anywhere on this part of the land in Ironshield. I would love to see them fill in an area here, like here at different regions over time for, you know, even for different expansions, and just get all of these locations along this side. I've always loved this part. If I ever lived somewhere in Middle Earth, I've always thought if in Ironshield, it would be so pretty to live anywhere in these areas. It's probably so gorgeous along the mountains and like the ocean with these forests and stuff. I'm sure it's gorgeous. You earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. What's a hype chest? What's that? I've never got that before. Well done, hero. I know, Nasia, but that was very kind. Let's click it. Let's see what happens. Open. What do we get? Rewards. Raccoon Pop emote. Sweets. Share? There. Okay. Is that for our whole channel forever? Because that's awesome. Sweet. There you go. See, I can bring up both the chats. See? Well, here's both the chats. I can chat with you guys like this. Just bring them up. I could even leave these on the screen if you guys want to, but a lot of people told me in the past they didn't like it when I left it on the screen. I got lots of people saying that they like to be able to see the full open LOTRO without the like boxes there. So that's why I haven't been doing that. I kind of tend to agree. It's kind of nice to be able to, I feel like, later just see the beauty of the game. without like a box in the way. It's fun to see the chat, but the chat's recorded anyway. At least on YouTube. I forget if it's on Twitch, but I can bring it up just to show everyone. Shut his door on an Nazgul. I know. Farmer Maggot is probably one of the coolest hobbits of all time. Let's be totally honest. Like, I mean, all the hobbits are really awesome. Like, I mean, Sam is a hero, Frodo's a hero, Merry and Pippin did some amazing things, but Farmer Maggot disrespected a Nazgul and got away with it. That's on another level. Frodo didn't get away with disrespecting Nazgul. Just saying. He had to live with a mysterious wound. Yeah, we could go see Farmer Maggot. Let's go swim across the river real quick. Since the Buckleberry Ferry's being useless. There's the bridge. By the way, when he says 20 miles... Also, did you guys know dwarves can swim in full body armor? We're very good swimmers. It's just very short distances. But... was that a short joke? Yeah. The Buckleberry Ferry is not really 20 miles in the game either, but it is in the story. It was much farther. It's interesting because this spot is very, like, well... It's described like the book, but it's so similar to the... Look at this. Look at just a little salmon just chilling here in the river. Hello there, salmon. That one swims away like an actual fish. So you're a bounder now. That's good. Yes, I'm a sheriff of the Shire. This is actually the spot, right? They jump on, and the Nazgul, like, you know, hit their brakes. Is there water here? Uh-oh. You need to work on this dock. I think it's sinking, Hobbits. I love the different sound effects when you walk in this game. Like the tile versus the dirt versus the mud versus the water. Carpet is usually different. It's such a small touch audio-wise, but it just helps immerse you into the world. All right, this is down the road here is where you find his farm. We'll go check it out real quick. So rude. That's just water in your boots. Exactly. I love the color of the sky. Yes, the sky is really pretty in this game. I mean, look at that shot right there. As the sky moves and you could just hear the wind. And the trees are just barely moving from the breeze. See a butterfly right there? Right there. It's just it's got a great, LOTR's got a really good aesthetic. It's really got a great art style. I love it. All right, Bamford. Okay, here it is. Here's the man's farm. He's a respected farmer. You know why he's respected? Because he ran off a Nazgul. That's why the man's respected. Hello, Farmer Maggot. How you doing? He's a little older than he used to be, but not by too much from the books. Here's Hammy Maggot, his son. And then here's all his dogs. Fang, Grip, and his third dog should be. Where's his third dog? I think it's walking around the farm. Let's find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the Oh, thank you, Ross. Oh, hold on. We got a super chat. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to start doing this every single time. I'm bringing it up just so I don't miss out. Thank you so much. Where do you think the next expansion will take us in Middle-earth? And is there enough Tolkien content that Tolkien wrote? I think there's enough, especially if they do it the way they've been doing it, where it's like they take a good chunk of what Tolkien said and then they build on it with their own storytelling, which I think is more like a fan fiction way to do it, but at the same time, they're very respectful in the way they do it. That's why I love it. There he is. There's a dog. There it is. A wolf. There he is. Okay, he's just patrolling the yard, apparently. There's the other dog. So anyway, yeah, thank you so much for that super chat. The room should start flashing gold here in a second. I wish I could set it up on Twitch to do that, too. I looked into it. I didn't see a way I could do that, but... where in the heck did I just throw my... Oh, the room is going gold. There it is. They are changing the colors of gold. Now it's a party room. Even Sauron's helmet is now gold. Thank you so much. That was ever so nice. Let's answer the question. It was a very nice super chat. Thank you for that. So we'll bring up Middle Earth here for a moment on the map. So where are we at with LOTRO? Let's start with that. All right. So for all those watching, where are they at with Lord of the Rings Online? So where we're at is we have gone through all of the stories of the trilogy books, and we've done a little bit of the Hobbit, little touches here on some stuff up in the north, and then they've added a bunch of stories of the dwarves in the Arid Mithrin, and then we also had the Before the Shadow jump back with a new leveling area that they added, which was Cardolin and Swan Fleet, which talks about Boromir when he's on his way to Rivendell. So kind of the stuff right before the Fellowship books start, pretty much. Or at least before the whole War of the Ring starts. So we've done all that. So we've got a lot of Eriador, all these names, you can see our locations. And then if we go to Rudavanian, we have the Iron Hills, and we have Erebor, and they've done Gundabad, and that whole arc with the dwarves and a lot of that. Really fun, I like that. We really don't have anything in the middle of Mirkwood. It'd be interesting to have some of that. But moving down, we have a ton of Rohan, and Edoras, Isengard, Fangorn Forest, all of that has been added. Gondor has been pretty extensively added to, and we have literally multiple dimensions of Gondor. Now, technically, we could go over to this corner. We don't go past this river, so there is some area there. But I think realistically, with storytelling, there wouldn't really be any reason to go over there. And then, of course, we do have most of Mordor, but we don't have the backside of Mordor. We don't have the Sea of Norn and Lithad, any of these areas. We only go to this edge with Mordor. So I could see in the future, we've gone down into Harad, through the Shield Islands, into Umbar, into the continent of Harad. We are not in Middle-earth. Murgala is not in Middle-earth. Okay, guys? So Middle-earth stops somewhere here. Like just, for some reason you can't see my mouse. Why can't you guys see my mouse? Huh? I don't know why not. I thought I was using a mouse here that you guys could see, but... So do I have, like, not my cursor capture on or something? Weird. You can kind of see when I, like, highlight things, though. Huh. Anyway, distraction. Sorry. So basically, if I'm highlighting Gondor, right below Gondor, pretty much is kind of the end of Middle-earth. It's right under this river system where that boat is. So pretty much where you see the Hardawaith and down... A lot of people consider Cod, this place over here, that one that says Cand or whatever, it's still part of Middle-earth, so you could probably maybe do the line at this lower river, right? The one just above the Hardawaith. But that's kind of like the end of the continent of Middle-earth. Middle-earth is a region continent. You really got to think of it like Europe. Like, technically, like, Europe and Asia are kind of like one giant continent, even though we don't say that, right? It's kind of similar with Middle-earth. Technically, there's a lot more land over to the right, and there's even some more land north, but that is kind of the main chunk of Middle-earth. So this lower area that's been added in, I know that it says the map of Middle-earth, but that's just for continuity reasons. But in reality, lore-wise, Hardawaith and down is pretty much the continent of Harad. It would be like, the continent of Africa compared to Europe, right? Granted, there's not a Mediterranean Sea in between, and then you get the point. But they've gone into here, they've gone into the valley of the Ikerban, and then we went into Murgala. Now, we know we're about to go south slightly more. My original guess was that they would go south more. Because I would love to get to the jungle and see where the Mumakil are originally from, and I want to see the giant gorillas that Tolkien mentions in the books. It's one sentence that there's giant gorillas. And I would love to see the giant gorillas as a character, as a thing in the storytelling. But with that said, where else could they go if they don't just continue the story? We know that they're going to be completing the Mazadi, princess getting her people back together storyline in the next one. We know it's going to be continuous in the next regional area. I don't know if it's one region or if it's going to be several regions. I have a feeling it'll probably be like a few little regions, maybe like one or two, like this, half this size. We'll see. But we'll probably go down into this area right here where it says far. The little farther down would be below this picture would be where the jungles were. So it's probably not going to be super jungly or anything, but would be cool to see that. I'd love to see some stuff along the shore here too. Maybe they'll add that. We'll see. that kind of looks jungly, but I think it's more like Umbar, which is just kind of for it, like it's like beach desert. I don't know how to explain it terrain wise, but here's where I think they could go next. Here's my gut feeling. If we're helping Lady Queen Arwen and King Aragorn Elisar of Gondor, we're basically helping them unify and safety of Gondor and other kingdoms around them, helping other kingdoms out. I have a feeling we could go, if we don't go into more kingdoms after this next little mini expansion with that, I have a feeling that we could go over into Rune. That would be really, really cool. I would really like to see Rune fleshed out, as you could have like 8 regions around this area. You could even do Southern Mirkwood somehow tied into it and then moving into it, right, to fill it out. And the Sea of Rune, I want it to be massive. Like I mean that body of water is huge, right? That is like a Great Lake, okay? So I'm really hoping to see some regions around the Sea of Rune and go into that story, and like where maybe we're having some difficulties with that. Who knows? Maybe they could bring in some stuff with the Blue Wizards. You know, they could do the stuff that Amazon Drinks Power decided just not do. Okay, sorry. Sorry, LOTRO. Stay on LOTRO, Zollin. But yeah, so I think that would be a good spot. I think another good spot would be doing this backside of Mordor. Maybe with the Haradrim back here or some other evil threats. Maybe we're hunting down the rest of, that scary vampire lady we've been really hunting this whole time. The one that really served Sauron, and we know her Saragoth here. It's her little spot. She's got this little fortress. She was right behind the Eyes Tower. And that's who we're fighting right in the new raid, when she comes down and like basically hires that Belrog, like, hey, why don't we kill these guys? Because even though Sauron's gone, let's murder these free peoples. And of course, if you succeed on the raid, you don't get murdered and you win. But she gets away again. So I could see us chasing her either south into Harad, or maybe finding her back in Mordor around the Sea of Nurne. And I'd really like to see this sea in this area in the back. Clearly, so none of this is all, again, I can't circle it because for some reason you guys can't see my mouse. Can you see my mouse? Usually you can. I don't know why you guys can't see my mouse. I don't know if that's, hold on. Let's see. I want to just see real quick if it's like detect when not showing. Hold on, that's a different thing. I want to see if I can figure out why you guys can't see my mouse real fast. Really help me to point at things. Capture cursor. Yes, capture the cursor. Oh, thought I saw the mouse for a second. Oh well. Anyway, the sea area and all that stuff, I think this would be a cool area to go into. I really would like to see Rune. I really want to see the Sea of Rune. If they do end up going more with the stories to the south and Harad, I think we'll need to go over to a little push to the right slightly, maybe inland, and then go south into hopefully like a swamp area. Now, granted, I was told in an interview, there's 2 of me, that Scenario was saying that they have 10 years of storytelling set up. 10 years more already. That's what they just have in the backlog. So that tells me that they either have a lot more stories going into Harad, which, by the way, I was right with the kingdoms. Someone asked me this like 3 years ago, and I said, oh, they should go into Harad and Umbar, and I would call the expansion, Kingdoms of Harad, because there's something. I gotta nail that one. So that's kind of what they did anyway to help Arwen. But I think Rune would be good. I would love to see go far north into Fortawaith, or even go over past Rune. It would be fun, but that's really stretching it because we don't have any really info from Tolkien. So it would be just totally being made up by the team at Sanding Stone. So, I mean, it's up to them what they want to do. I think some fill-in areas of spots that Tolkien made other mentions of, even in other histories that they have rights to in the appendices and stuff. There's a port town down here at the bottom of Ironshield, which is mentioned, I think, in the appendices too, or is it only in the... Anyway, they could fill stuff out, you know. They have, in the past, they've done things like with Sauron, he's Anatar, right? In the raid that jumps back in the history, the Doom of Caris-Celebrand raid, they call him, it's not Anatar, it's like Anaflard or something. They renamed it because they didn't quite have the rights to that name, which that's how rights work, right? So I understand. But they have the rights to the books, the appendices, and the Hobbit. That's the kind of stuff the game has rights to. And I know the best part is they have rights. They're pretty set on rights. They just got them reset for another many years, so that's good to know. Anyway, man, it started raining in the game. Look at this. It's raining. Hello, wolf. Now I want my big dog. Where's my panda dog? Where's Brody? I just want stories towards the north side. Yeah, I would definitely see some more. Hail and well met. What's up? Welcome. Oh, it's Threntar. How's it going, man? Numenor made such an impact on all of Middle Earth. It would be awesome to see how they created everything. It would be really cool to have some kind of like backflash region. I don't know how you could do it with how LOTRO works with the timeline, but it'd be really cool to have the island of Numenor as like an expansion. That would be really cool. Now, granted, they don't really have... Well, there's a decent amount of information in the appendices, so they could definitely do it. But it would really... I don't know what you would do. That would be a big undertaking. It would be a lot if they wanted to do that. So, I'm not sure. Gonna run through the cornfields. Where's Farmer Maggot? It's like, come back here! It's like, oh no, run! My dwarf level of running through cornfields. This is probably the area, by the way, that they ran from the Nazgul in the movie, and then they fell down that road, and then the Nazgul saw him. It would have been somewhere on this road, in reality, like the movie version and the book. Probably would have been this road right here, because in the intro to the game, they actually have you run into a Nazgul when you're on a Hobbit. For the intro, if you're a Hobbit, right around here. So, might be up the road, but I don't know, man. This game is so big, and you know, the fun thing about this game is you can see a spot and be like, you know, I'm gonna try to get to that spot, and pretty much you can. Not always with this. Sometimes the borders are these steep cliffs, but like for example, like I want to get up on that hill right there. Let's see if we can go get up on that hill. I'm sure we can. But it's just such a big world, and it makes it more immersive that it's so big. And again, I tell new players, don't get overwhelmed and feel like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be one of these games, you know, gonna take forever. This is a nasty hobbit? Nasty hobbits are my kinship. This is a nasty hobbit. That's where it got. No, it's a nosy hobbit. It was not nasty. Okay. Nosy hobbit. One of our kinship members' name is Nasty Hobbit. If you guys didn't already know that. He's literally in the chat right now. Oh yeah, she's my sister, he says. That's funny. Alright, let's cross this river. Oh, look at this. We can go up here. I remember this spot. It used to be a spot to do certain quests. I love the music. I purposely am leaving it on loud. If it's too loud, you guys can tell me to turn it down, but I enjoy the music in the Shire. It's very nostalgic. Oh no. Wait, are you saying the thunderstorm in game, or are you saying the thunderstorm in real life is gonna do your power? I was back reading your guys' chats here. Congrats on 5 years. Zukigan says, thank you so much. Challenge no being able to Being able to point at things. Yeah, exactly. To have Numenor made out in the ocean as another region, look at that view. By the way, in Lord of the Rings Online, you can see the leaves falling from the wind. That you were not able to see this far like 10 years ago. That's more of the last couple years. They've increased the rendering capability for people's better computers now, right? This guy's just enjoying the view too. He's a brigand robber. He's gonna mug you. It's like one of the guys from La Viva Dirt League. I'm gonna mug you. In fact, you know, this guy looks a lot like one of the guys from La Viva Dirt League. Oh man, that's funny. All right, so anyway, yeah, I love the rendering, and I do think it's neat that you can see the tree shadows on top of the mountains now, like along the edge. It's a little bit of a, you know, it's a trick, right? Everything's tricked with graphics. I just watched a really cool video actually on World of Warcraft where they have like 4 different cathedrals, so whatever angle you're at, it looks big. If you actually go up in the air, like with outside the game, it's like floating pieces. So a lot of stuff is trick, right, with how the game renders it. But yeah, it's really pretty. Getting these weird little spikes. I might have to restart my client though. But anyway, it's absolutely gorgeous. What's up here? The narrow cleave. Alright, okay, I'm gonna go up here. Oh yeah, look at that. It's their little stinker brigands back here. These brigand poachers. You know, it's funny too, because a lot of these characters got model reworks, because like 15 years ago, these look so bad. They're much better now. They don't mess with a level 160 when they're level 11. This is the kind of stuff I love in LOTRO, though. I just like being able to walk back in the middle of nowhere in the Shire, and you just find this like enemy brigand camp, right? Got some half orcs here. Don't tell me. I don't want to explain. Don't ask. And this is the reason why they don't mess with me. This guy's lucky he was outside my glorious barrier. If you were in this barrier, you would have died. Honestly, this guy's just taking a nap. I don't see anything wrong. I'm not going to bother the poor guy. Alright, so, anyway. What I'm thinking, why don't we ride through the Shire and just go north? Let's do that. That sounds fun. The Giants way up to the Breland Hills. Oh, yeah, I was gonna stop there. I totally forgot. I got sidetracked. Buckleberry Ferry. Probably sidetracked me. That's probably why. I would like to go see those hills above Breland. They're really pretty. Maybe we'll go across the bridge and go see those real fast. Oh look, it's a little fox. I love the leaves that just fall off the trees too. It's such a cool effect. And they've added, see that's the thing, they've layered, there's layers, you know? It's like an ogre or an onion. It's got layers, you know? And they've layered the game so much now with so many different cool things. With visual, you know, bugs, flowers that are like multi-layered that have movement. The trees now move better and have better movement with the winds. The sound effects, the grass, right? All the little animals and bugs and things that fall in the raindrops. And you look up at the sky when it's raining, and usually it will start, from what I remember, you know what, maybe it does it not work if I'm on my horse? Oh look, another player. Just happens to be running by in the middle of the Shire. It's always fun when that happens. Oh, I don't see it happening here. Usually when you look up, you get raindrops on your character's like lens. Is it happening? Well, anyway, it's gorgeous. It's all of these layers though that really kind of help, you know, immerse you in the story in the game, right? It's called the suspension of disbelief. The suspension of it's a theory. It's something you put your mind into when you watch a fantasy series or play a video game or watch a movie. You put yourself into the world, and it's like a psychological thing, and that's what helps you chill out and have fun, right? It's something that we humans have been blessed with from God, with our imaginations, right? But that's what helps. I feel like all these little things help bring that to life in your mind. It helps your mind have an easier time of doing that. You know what I mean? That's why video games are so fun, right? We all have imaginations. We can all do fun things. That's why I like D&D and stuff. The Brandywine Bridge, everyone! We traveled 20 miles! The music is changing because we're changing regions very rapidly there, if you've noticed. Whenever you change regions, music changes. The world feels alive. Yeah, exactly. It really does. And honestly, having players run by just randomly all the time definitely helps add to that as well. Also, the way they've done NPCs has gotten better and better too over the years. So, if we go up here... There we go. It's kind of a fun little estuary swamp here, coming in on the side of the river. I've always thought that was kind of cool. You know, it's funny because in real life, you don't usually have like little tiny biomes like that, but it does happen in real life, where you have this little tiny biome that's only like a couple thousand feet, you know, and then it stops. But they do a pretty good job in LOTRO of connecting things, and over the years, they've made it even more so connected. And in fact, someone told me one time that was one thing that they really liked about LOTRO versus like World of Warcraft, even though they love World of Warcraft. But WoW has very like high walls everywhere, and they make their area, the regions are actually a little smaller, where LOTRO's a little bit more spread out and connected, so it feels like you could go farther, which you can usually, and LOTRO's a little bigger usually with regions, but again, I think WoW is fun too. I think it's good too. But I'm saying as a comparison, a compliment to LOTRO, that I heard someone say who was a long-time WoW player, they were explaining that LOTRO really has a ceiling where you could really go a lot farther because you don't have any steep walls anywhere or anything most of the time. There's some spots, but it kind of... And they've been doing that. LOTRO's been doing that more and more. They've been tying the region together more and more this whole time, so... Alright, so we're now in Buckland, but we're going to change again into the Brandy Hills. So this is a beautiful area back here. You could originally not go up this side of this. This was actually a block, like I was just saying. But now they designed it where you can go back here. And you can run along here. And this was all not here, you know, 16 years ago, 17 years ago. But now you have this huge area you can just traverse. And there's a few deeds and there's a couple quests, but really, there was no point to the devs had to do all this work to make all this region out here, this beautiful land, but man, it is gorgeous. And then there's some forests back there, which kind of pretty seamlessly go into. Here's an ancient structure of Numenor, probably some tower. Again, you can see this is the road going up the river. Because the Brandywine actually splits, I believe. Doesn't it split here, or does it not? Yeah, there's a split. Yeah, I thought so. There's a lake here where it's coming down in, and that split where there's a small island in the middle there. That other side goes up, and that goes towards Evendim in the north over there. So behind that mountain is Anumenos, the capital of Arnor. So, pretty cool. Let's go explore this area over here. Let's see, what's the best angle? You guys want me to be behind my horse? You want me to be, like, far away from my horse? Should I be in my horse's head? Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm new. How's it going? It's going good. Philo, we are having a fun day exploring some LOTRO, hanging out for the 5th year anniversary of the channel. It's welcome. Hello, a bit late to the party, but I'm glad you're here. I am also glad you're here. Congrats on 5 years. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, so you can see there is some beautiful spots. This was all added and connected back when they did some updates, and then they added the northern area into Breelands, the Wildwoods, and that's really connected all of this stuff. But there is some really pretty spots. Now, I think we have to cross here because there's a mountain region, so there is some spots you have to kind of cross in. So we'll go ahead and cross here. Is this too deep? Oh, of course it's too deep. Yep. Now entering the Brandywood. Brandywood. Sounds like a very nice furniture brand or a like a delicious drink. I don't know why I just shot that bear. I'm sorry, guys. It was habit. It was even a Brandywood cub. I'm so sorry. Only you can prevent forest fires. Oh, thank you. Yes. So if we head on up here. Come to me, my horse. Come to me. Sometimes it freezes when I get rid of the HUD. If you notice that, that's just me turning off the HUD. I don't know why I'm getting these little lag spikes. I may have to do a little restart on my client here. And I've noticed lately, if you ever get lag spikes in game and it's not the server, which it's not right now, sometimes the client's being a little weird. Ooh, is that a rich ingot? Don't mind if I do. Chunk of pale brimstone. This is a cool fortress here. This is Ironshield, which I believe is a deed, but this is basically an ancient ruin of Numenor. And it has a pretty flippin' awesome view of Breeland, except of course it is kind of cloudy and rainy, so you can't quite see quite as far, but still pretty awesome view. So again, down there to the right, that is the Shire in that whole valley. This is what we just ran up. There's the old forest. You can see all the big trees. The Barrow Downs is this in between the forest and this ridge. That is the Barrow Downs. And then Bree is just a little bit there to the left. We're just right out of view. Bree is right over there. And then you can see this river goes up to the lake. There's a tower you can get up to, which is pretty cool over there on the top. We are very high up. You can even see the rain falling. It's kind of funny. You can see the rain hitting things. There's like effects. You also find where the effects are maybe a little bit bigger than the actual model. We got a bear. Why did that bear like sense something in stealth? Well, a wood cub apparently get along with the swine, the boar. There's a lot of wildlife up here. A lot of bears, not a whole lot of deer. I wonder why. Just kidding. Dude, I love the boars. Come on, make a sound. Oh gosh, look at all the flies around him. He must be stinky. Must be a stinky boar. Did you go through the Wildwood? I've been wanting to see the area. Oh yeah, we'll do it for sure. Let's see, where am I right now? We're technically on the edge of the Wildwood. I can loop around here. We'll go into the Wildwood. There's also a really pretty wharf and stuff we can go look at. Now the giant spot that Rast is talking about, I believe, is like up here, right? Or did I go by it? It's like up here, but I mean, we just looked at it. It's really pretty. It's this whole area to our right. Whoa. Ooh. That sounded really bad. So here's this lake in the Wildwood areas. I think I can climb the mountain here. Let's see. Come on, you can do it, horsey. Oh, maybe not. Can we go up here? Alright, we got it. Got a big scary bumblebee. What is this thing? It's like a giant, it's like a wasp. Yikes. Kind of scary. Oh! That is a moving tree. This kind of startled me. I thought it was an actual tree. It's like, nope, that's a horde. The wildwood horn. Look at how good this thing is textured though. Even its leaves. So well done. Dude. I was like, did you see that tree move? I feel like it'd be a good encounter. If you're doing a D&D session. They like just move just a little bit and then they freeze. Man, when they're not moving, they look like they're a regular tree. Those are like so well done. Look at that. Like I almost wouldn't realize that wasn't a regular tree. That it's actually like a mob you can like attack. That's pretty cool. Wow, he's going a long way. He's just gonna travel away. He's like, ah, there's a better sunlight up on this hill. Yeah, I mean, that's really cool. They felt like right in. You'd never even guess, man. You'd never even guess unless it was moving. Or you're tab targeting. Oh, look at that. It's another one. I wonder if there's a deed to slay those. There probably is. So anyway, here's the wildwood. Kind of the beginning area. This is a good spot. This is, we're going to call this Simba Rock. Kind of feels like that. There's the lake. And then over there is, you can actually see a tower of Numinos. It's one of the tallest towers from the main city. That's kind of cool. What a masterpiece. Yeah, it really is. Congrats, Driven says, congrats on 5 years. Love this game. Bringing YouTube videos. Yeah, for sure. I'll keep making more videos. They blend really well. It is. It feels really fun that they filled in regions like this. Oh, that was again painful. Dude, these trees look so good. Can I get one as a pet for my house? We actually have a couple of the what did the Jolthik? I'm trying to remember what they're. These are the creatures they added, the Earthkin. That's the term. The Earthkin. This is a LOTRO added race, basically. I want to be able to play as an Earthkin. Can I play that? I'm just kidding. That would be kind of fun. But, yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. You know what they should do? Instead of having a ranger in the moors, they should make it an Earthkin. Or have that as an option, too. So if you notice, the music has changed. I'm not sure if Chance Thomas did this music. I don't think so. I think there's a couple other really good composers too. Love to have them on the channel. If you ever want to reach out, I'd be happy to. This is the new area. The Wild Woods. Let me show you the main bulk of the Wild Woods and what it looks like. It's right around this corner. All right, there it is. That's the main core of the region right here in the middle. I do remember there was a boss fight when I played on the legendary server with the Ringwraith right over here on the right. It was very fun. I think I streamed it. So this is the Wild Woods right here. This is like the iconic new look of the area. Looks a little bit like Breland, a little different. A couple different kinds of trees. I know, the landscape views still hold up. That's why we need flying mounts. The devs are like, stop it. No, it's, that would definitely probably not look as good depending on how high you're up in the sky. I still think it looks pretty good though, actually, from up high. If you look at like the Google Earth version of LOTRO. And I believe there's an Ent over here. So the Wildwoods are struggling with a bunch of orcs trying to cut things down. That's why there's orcs out here. And then here's actually an Ent. Thornmane. He's a quest giver. Hello, Mr. Thornmane. You want to give us your quest?
I share with you now. It is that brought me to the wild woods. Far have I traveled to come here, following the tales that reached my forest of walking trees. Though it is a desperate hope, is if there is any chance of finding the lost Entwives, but I try I must. You are of a mind to move more quickly than I. Perhaps you could search for the signs of the Entwives.
So, there's a quest here. You can help this poor guy out. I'm not quite sure how. There's a couple spots he wants you to run around. I don't know. I've never completed all of these quests. So the Woodcutters Brotherhood is the regional respect group. But yeah, he's pretty cool though. Someone is typing in kinship chat to me. LOL Zollin. That must be old. So this is the camp that the woodcutters got taken from them by a bunch of half-orcs who now think they're the masters. But that's part of the story. You kind of have to help take it back in this area. It's kind of like, I like the quests here because they were kind of like side quests. They weren't really the main story. They weren't the main following the books, like following the heroes. They were just like fun to have. A Wildwood Warg Rider. There's a Goblin Rider here too. There's a lot of baddies in this area. Though this Goblin looks awesome, dude. He looks so cool. Very cool model. I really like that whole model. Looks really cool. He looks at me. Right. Keep your distance, dwarf. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, let's go look at the wharf. Music is nice. I turned it down a little bit. It was a little loud. Is it okay now? It felt a little loud, the music, so I just turned it down a little bit. Thanks for being here, guys. Thank you for the views for all these years and the likes and all that stuff. I really appreciate the help. It's could not build a community and a channel with all this stuff without everyone watching. So I appreciate it. All right, we'll go look at the dock real quick, and then if you guys want, you guys tell me when. I'd like to do some more exploring in LOTRO. Once it gets dark in the game of LOTRO, then I was thinking maybe we could jump around and maybe do a couple other Lord of the Rings games too a little bit. Maybe a little Return to Moria for a few minutes for fun. I could just kind of show some people who don't know what that is. Or maybe some Battle for Middle-earth. One game or something, and then, you know, we can come back to LOTRO. I know LOTRO is kind of like my main thing that I like to cover here on the channel, but I do lots of Lord of the Rings things. Oh, we're going through a region or something. All right, we just entered Evendim. or some people might say Evendim, but I like Evendim. So you can see we're on the Wildwood connected the regions, like you were just saying, how it's neat how they connected the regions. It connected the regions between Breland, the North Downs, and Evendim. So you can actually see here the connections. There it is. So this wasn't here originally, and now you can see across into Evendim. So you can see I'm right there, and I'm looking across to the beautiful white sands of Evendim. It's got very, very, very bright white sands. And then there's the wharf down there that they added, which is pretty cool. It's part of the questing over here. Basically, they send their shipments of wood places, the woodcutters. There's also a mine. So pretty much this whole area of the Wildwood, a lot of the people who live here, the Breland men, they're very much hunters, trappers, woodcutters, miners. Like, those are the people that live up here, which makes sense, right? And if you come in here, this is the Trader's Wharf. There's actually some bounty boards here for doing different things, some bulletin boards. I guess just the one works. Hello, ma'am. I'd like to sell you these amazing gloves I found. I took them out of a watcher's stomach. What? It'll be great. Here, just buy them. All right. She can repair my armor there. I don't even know why it's damaged.
Could I speak with you a moment?
The League of the Axe.
Can I speak with you a moment? Well, I find your words compelling. It is not for me to decide whether or not you join the League of the Axe. No, it is for your own skills and actions to decide. I will give you a test to prove yourself worthy of joining the League.
Well, ma'am, actually, not right now. I'm busy. We're streaming.
What does that even mean?
Don't worry about it. All right, so this is the tree, little boats here. I like how they just put a hobby master here. In case you want to do fishing. It's a wharf. Makes sense. I live by a wharf in real life. Actually, several of them, because I'm by the ocean, so. So I'm actually going to take a boat to King's Crossing. That's going to take us up the river, and we're going to go look at the view of Evendim from the top of the statue, like we did the other day on the stream, but I want to do it right now. So we just came up the river. So just real quick where we came from, we were down here at the wharf. We just up to there. Okay. We're now in Evendim, one of my favorite regions. Now it is raining, which means the view will not be super spectacular, but it's still pretty spectacular. Also, it's fun to say spectacular. Just saying. All right. So here we are. Yeah, the clouds are really ruining the view pretty badly, but that's okay. So you can't really see the kingdom of Anuminos. It's right there normally, but there's fog bank and clouds, so, you know, you can normally see the whole lake, but you can see about a fourth of it, if that. But yeah, it's still pretty. The rain is so... They did a good job recording the rain for this game. No matter where you are, the rain is very peaceful. I don't know. I've always been someone that, like, the other night it rained just at, like, it rained from like 4 a.m. to like 7 a.m. But my window was just partially open, and it just started raining, and it was just so, I just slept so good. It was so peaceful. All right, we're gonna jump to Nudir with the swift travel. So we're jumping from here to here. Also one of my favorite locations to see. All right. I also love it's raining in Evendim. It's just really pretty because you see the raindrops hit the water and stuff. There it is. To Nudir! Oh, here we go. I don't know why it wasn't working in the Shire, but it works here. So you notice when I look up, my eyes get the water drops on them. I think that's kind of cool. Or the lens, if you want to think of it that way, of the game camera. But I like to think of it like your eyes are getting water drops on them. Just a cool effect. And also, you can see my mouse again. Where the heck was my mouse this whole time? Yeah. One of my favorite spots right here. But yeah, see the raindrops hitting the water? Guys, it's been 5 years, but I still gotta say it. Look at that water. I love the water in LOTRO. The raindrop effects hitting the water, and I'll get a little closer so you can see what I'm talking about exactly. See look at the ripples from me getting in the water too. Pretty cool. I cannot stress how good the water looks now compared to what it used to look like. Even like when my feet touch the water, do the little drips, little ripples effect. Like this game, it looks so much better than it did many years ago. Oh, thank you. And that's Ras again here in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Now the room is gonna go blue for water. I see what you did there. It says raindrops falling on my head. Yes, it's that old song, right? Raindrops falling on my head. Is that in Sound of Music? Did they sing about raindrops? Pretty sure they do, right? That's like my mom's favorite movie. I used to watch it all the time with her. We can still watch it. I should ask her if she wants to watch it sometimes. We haven't watched it in a long time. But yeah, anyway, I think the water looks amazing now. And if I could just show you the difference, you can see what the game used to look like if you turn the graphics all the way down. Now you understand when Zollin says, wow, the water looks so much better now. Like, it wasn't this bad before. Like, this is really low graphics. So if I do it like medium, it was more like this, but the water still looks too good. The water looks too good. It didn't look this good, but you can see this far, and it's visually kind of how the game looked in general. Medium graphics was how the game kind of looked back in the day. It was a little better depending on some systems, and it's weird because the way the game does things change differently, but it was not quite that good. Let's do, let's just do low. Yeah, so, but you know, you see that, you see these textures on the ground and stuff, and then I just, you know, I do this. Whole different game. Literally a different game. Practically a different game. Like, the art style's still there, but gorgeous comparatively, right? So, anyway, I just think it's kind of fun to see the comparison. No, I love the music here too, by the way. Guy on the guitar just. What
can I do for you?
Good sir, could you please take us to Tilrunin, the island? Ah, thank you. So there's the island we just came from. You just people used to joke and call this like Everswim because you'd have to go to these islands for quests and you had to swim across this massive lake. But now you can just have these nice rangers give you a boat ride. There's the fortress. You can really see it of a Numenos on that hill sticking out of the lake. Now, something about this lake that's important to know in the storyline, which is just a wee bit of a spoiler, so I won't say too much. But basically, the lake's water level is slightly higher than it used to be, just by like 30 feet. So there was actually more. The city is slightly underwater. There is a reason for that, and I don't want to say more than that. You got to go do the main story plot in Evandim in the chapter books, if you'd like to know. Because I feel like it was spoiler for everyone to explain exactly why that is. Even though I'm always tempted to talk about anything lore related, so. Bad, scary guy. So this island is home of the salamanders, the fire-breathing salamanders. Also these rocks. With these moss, they're a new model from a few years ago, and man, they look so good. Their textures compared to some other rocks, it just looks like really good comparatively. Let me answer a few questions. Different movie, Sounds of Music, raindrops on roses. You're right, that's the other one. That's what I was thinking of. Raindrops falling on my head. Isn't that is it the one singer? I'm replaying after a 5-year plus break. The game looks great now. Couldn't believe the text wasn't tiny anymore. I know. Some of the UI updates have been nice too. Not only are we getting these glorious graphical updates all over the place and texture updates, which is funny why people are always like, oh, they're not updating the graphics of LOTRO. Yes, they are. They've been doing it slowly and surely, and they don't even tell us sometimes. There'll just be something that's like updated visually. But a lot of people, there was a big rumor that went around, which was never a real thing, but they were like, oh, they're going to completely rebuild the game from the ground up with a brand new engine. I don't want that myself personally anyway. It would be fun to see a Lord of the Rings type game in like an Unreal Engine 5, but if you take LOTRO and just broke it down and like totally redid it, not only would that cost millions of dollars for it would take away the aesthetic of the look of the game and like the art style. It would be a different game, right? Because you wouldn't want the exact same tab targeting, which is why I more encourage LOTRO forever. Keep updating it and making it look beautiful like this. And then if we get another game from a different company that like is a single player, open world RPG kind of thing, which we're getting all these hints about that in the future, that would be cool to see a Lord of the Rings world built on Unreal Engine 5. But I don't think that is at all going to take away from LOTRO and how great LOTRO is and all these wonderful updates they've done on the visuals where it still has that right texture. Look at this guy, right? You don't want to make this little guy have... Hello there, sir. Whoa, be nice. Hey, stop that. Ha, parry. Evade. Oh, he's putting stuff on the ground. He's gonna start a fire. He put down sticky tar. Ah! And this is why these things are so dangerous. He sticks a bunch of black tar on the ground and then just starts it on fire. He's like that dragon in How to Train Your Dragon. If you're free to play and still ever swim, yeah, that is kind of where I recommend being a subscriber sometimes. And even if you're just a subscriber for 1 month, because then your account becomes what's called a premium account instead of just free to play, meaning you keep a lot of the benefits. You just don't. I don't think you keep like the fast travels and stuff. That's why. That's like what they do with the subscription. Like it's a convenience thing, the subscription. And the fact is the subscription is the same price as it was 18 years ago. And that's crazy to me. It's amazing they've kept that. All right, anyway. There's a ranger here.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Sorry, sir. Actually, I can't take time right now. We're in the middle of doing something. I'll come back later. Can I get up on this hill from here? Can I? Can I do it? Oh, yes. There's a glorious... Again, you'd be able to see a lot farther if it wasn't raining, but it is pretty up here. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Star Wars The Old Republic is going to rebuild engine. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, and I gotta say, it does make sense because Star Wars The Old Republic, however they built it originally, and I played that game, I liked it. So there's no slight. But I noticed that Star Wars The Old Republic looks older than LOTRO. Like, by like a few years. And I'm pretty sure it's like 6 years younger. So there's definitely, it might be the way they built it. Ooh, I never got this chest. This is part of a deed. Might end up doing this as a group deed anyway with everybody. Cool. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's always probably always a worry even for the players in Star Wars The Old Republic, because you're always worried if they're gonna, with something like that, are they gonna totally change the game entirely when they do that? Is it just gonna be visual? Is it gonna end up making the game, flop? Because too much money. But there's all these worries. I wish all the best. I'm sure it'll be great. But I'm always a little nervous whenever there's like, I tend to be someone that I don't dislike change and updates. I like things getting better. Like I'm so glad the game looks like it does today, and I'm glad that it doesn't look like the visuals of 18 years ago. But at the same time, there is some stuff that once you change it, you kind of lose it, when it comes to gameplay or aesthetic or whatever. So my big thing is visually with graphics is to keep increasing texture fidelity and higher resolutions. So like with the water and stuff for like 4K, 2K monitors, new graphics cards, that letting the game render farther, you know, things like that. The biggest thing that's hard about LOTRO is that originally it rendered only using one CPU core. Now it's becoming less of an issue because more people are getting good CPUs, where one CPU core is the same as 10 CPU cores of 10 years ago or more, right? So it's being less and less of a problem, I think. So again, technology improving the quality of older technology, right? That's how technology usually works. I love that about technology. I tend to be someone, I love medieval history and fantasy and all this stuff, but I'm also someone who loves future tech. I've got like this double side, right? And I love stuff like with space and like all that stuff. Hence why I grew up in I love Star Wars too. Obviously, I grew up in the other three, not the original three. LOTRO turns 19 next week. That's true. My gosh, that's amazing. Thanks for the super chat, right? Now we're gonna turn the room's gonna go gold again. Yeah, that is crazy to think that LOTRO is gonna be turning 19. That is pretty cool. It's really amazing because there were spots back in the day where I was worried that maybe we wouldn't have LOTRO in the future, but now I'm so happy to know that we're gonna have LOTRO for many years to come. We know they have tons of stuff planned. We know the game is doing well. We know they have the rights to everything. It's we got many years to come on LOTRO, and the community is definitely growing again. We've always had a wonderful base community of LOTRO, and we've had a lot more players than I realized. I always assumed people would say things like, "Oh, there's only like a few thousand players." I'm like, I don't think it's that low, right? And I'm like, I looked at some charts and it was in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense. But then with the transfer, I really got to see numbers, and they didn't tell us the exact numbers, but I got to do some math. There's a lot. I think it's up to almost, it's close to 1 mil, because we transferred like 5-6 million accounts or something. Maybe not quite that much. Like it was like 3.5, 4, because I heard a couple numbers, a few things the devs said, and it was like you could kind of make some assumptions. But again, a lot of people that are transferring have multiple accounts, so you have to take that into account. No pun intended, but it was. But yeah, I'm thinking somewhere between of players, probably 800 to 1,000 to 1 million. But I think people who play actively, I think we sit around probably 250, like on all the servers, including Europe. At least with accounts that are active. Maybe that's multiple accounts, so you might need to bring that number down slightly. But it's a pretty healthy community, especially when you compare it to other games, and like the Steam chart on people actively playing or different things. So, but yeah, people people laughed at me and said, "Oh, that's not realistic with your numbers." When I was thinking it was more like closer to 100, and then I found out I was even low on my estimates. So pretty healthy community, and I think we're getting a lot of new players. And the fun thing about LOTRO's community is that it's a very wide range of ages. I've always loved that about LOTRO. Like, we've had a lot of new people joining who are like, they're teens. They're playing for the first time. That's so cool. I love to see that, right? It's like teens who want some culture. No, I'm teasing. That's a compliment to you guys, okay? I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I play a lot of the newest games too. It's fun to play the newest stuff sometimes, but I think LOTRO captures something that is lost in a lot of games today, and I think that's something that it's really cool to see. All right, this is the Entglade right here. Yeah, I'm getting all nostalgic about LOTRO, but it's fun. It's so cool that I can sit here and chat with you guys and make videos and streams about a game that I grew up in, literally grew up in Middle Earth, and I love this game. And the fact that I still get to play it today and make video stuff, and now even be a content creator with it, that's just such an unreal feeling. Unreal Engine feeling. No, just kidding. But yeah, so pretty cool. But yeah, I think that definitely, I would definitely never be against it if the game got so big that they're like, hey, we're gonna try to make, and update stuff with the new engine, blah, blah, blah. that could be cool, but I don't think that should ever be their main goal with LOTRO. They do such a good job with storytelling and the world. I think they should just keep upgrading the system, and as new tech comes out that allows them to upgrade it even more with the older engine, just keep doing that, because clearly it works. All right, so longbow. And it's always been something to me that I've been so surprised. Here's another ent, by the way. I've been so surprised it seems like, you know, people that are really in the Lord of the Rings circles and MMO circles, like, a lot of people know what LOTRO is. But I've always been surprised at how few people when I was growing up even knew what LOTRO was. Like, they didn't know. I'm like, they're like, what's your favorite Lord of the Rings game? And they're saying good games. Battle for Middle-earth, the old GameCube games. Those were really popular, right? And PlayStation and stuff. But like, LOTRO is just like such a good game, right? It's like to me, it's just the pinnacle of good Lord of the Rings games, right? It's like, it's the gold standard, and then right underneath that are the other gold standards of like the Battle for Middle-earth and stuff. I think Return to Moria was a great gold standard. It's really neat to see a game like Return to Moria come out that wasn't server based, that was like an original, like, here, buy the game and then it's yours. You can go and have fun playing it on hosting your own server with your friends. It was really nice to see that model again, because I feel like we're so into the model of game passes and this and that and everything. And again, I really appreciate with LOTRO that they really don't, they haven't really gone pay to win with some of their models at all, like other things, like other games. And I feel like that's something that's kind of refreshing too, that LOTRO is like, the only thing they put out to pay, or it's more like either it's convenience with subscriptions, or it's like cosmetic. And LOTRO was is the MMO, there's not another, I'm gonna stick to my guns on this because I do know about this. They are the ones that really helped firmly set up free-to-play, like a real free-to-play, not a trial free-to-play, okay? Trial free-to-play is like, they let you start the game, and you get to a certain point and you're kind of locked out until you actually like become a subscriber or you pay for something. LOTRO, like, you could actually get all the way through. And then when they revamped it 3 years ago, it was even more up-to-date to what free-to-play is considered today. Now, you WoW players out there tell me this, but does WoW still lock your character at 20, or can you log in now? Because back when I tried its free-to-play system, because they were competing with LOTRO, WoW might never admit it, but they were definitely 100% competing with LOTRO, because LOTRO was the only one really doing it. So like 6 months to a year later, WoW implemented a free-to-play system. This is years ago, not recent. And I remember getting on and playing, and then once you hit level 20, your character, you're literally locked out. You could not log into your character when you hit level 20. And and they're like, you know, pay for the subscription. And I was like, that's not really free to play. It's more of a trial. But yeah, so LOTRO is kind of the pioneer of free to play when it comes to MMOs. They're the ones that kind of got the ball rolling and kind of pushed World of Warcraft and a lot of the bigger companies to like start trying to do a free to play system. Another game that really kind of pioneered free to play is kind of League of Legends. But it wasn't an MMO. It really, you know, that really pushed that, and it turned it into like, well, how do you make money? Well, you make it with cosmetics, right? People buy cosmetics in the game. That's how you make money, which is great because then it doesn't cause the problem of pay to win, right? That's the worst thing with phone games today, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, I love that Rise to War phone game, even though it died, but it was very pay to win. You had to pay money to be stronger to battle in the PvP, right? And that just like, yeah. That whole model, I mostly despise phone games personally. Not fun little free ones that are like, you know, a little arcade game. I'm talking about the ones that are like massive multiplayer and, you know, oh, buy this armor, upgrade this character, you know, blah blah blah, and they always have the things that flash in your face all the time. I don't really like that setup very much. So, and I'm not that old, so I've never liked them, even when I was younger. I never really liked the phone game genre of pay to win kind of thing. And of course, that's in PC gaming too a little bit, but it's not as bad. It's not as bad, I don't think. All right, where should we go next? What do you guys want to see? LOTRO and Voice of the Rings anniversary celebration. I know, it's kind of close. I did not plan that, by the way. It just so happened that when I started my channel on April 13th and 14th, 14th was I think 13th I started setting up the channel, and 14th is when I like put my first video on. Might have been the same day, I don't remember. I just worked those 2 days. I didn't really realize that it's also close to the LOTRO's anniversary, which is kind of fun. Dang, now I feel young. Yeah. Hello, what's up? Greetings, greetings indeed. I love this game. Already spent over 200 hours into it. Wow, nice. Love my Runekeeper now. Nice, you just started. That's awesome. Do you guys want to know how much time's on Zollin? Remember, I grew up in this game. Like, I would literally, again, single digits when I was playing this game. I was learning how to use a computer. Only fiddle with Pokemon Go. Now, Pokemon Go, I don't think Pokemon Go is pay to win at all, personally. From what I've played that since it came out, actually. Big Pokemon Go player. You know, of all people, a newscast came on, and of all people who told me about Pokemon Go when I was a kid, I wasn't a kid. I was in high school at the time. I was older. But I remember of all people, it was that newscaster Bill O'Reilly on Fox News. I wasn't even watching it, so it was just on a TV as I was walking by, and he talked about how he saw these little kids outside and they were playing outside and he was so happy. And he's one of these guys that like doesn't like video games, right? He like just hates them, right? I mean, you know, a lot of older people are not like this, but he is, you know, that's fine. But he was really honest about it because he's like, you know, I saw these little kids and they were outside playing. And I was like, oh my gosh. He says, I walked up to the little girl at the park and I'm like, what are you guys all doing out here? Why are you having so much fun? And she said, and then she goes, we're playing Pokemon Go. And he goes, so I kind of like this game because it gets kids outside. So that's how I knew about it, of all people, right? I didn't even watch that channel as a kid, but you know, I just thought that was kind of hilarious, of all people, to learn about Pokemon Go from. But that was like, it was like the first week or two it was at Pokemon Go. It was back in 2016. Gosh, that's a long time ago now. But yeah, so I do like Pokemon Go. Good game. Definitely not a phone pay-to-win game for PvP at all. It's not. You definitely can put money into it, but it's mostly things for yourself or cosmetics. I don't mind systems like that. I think if people want to spend their money on a video game, they can spend their money on a video game. I just a little bit don't like the more things that are kind of like prey on people sometimes with things. I really think people should have their own self-control. I think the argument of, oh, well, you know, people don't have enough self-control, so it shouldn't be put in front of them. No, that's not really a fair argument. But, like, for most people, there are some, you know. Definitely is a good argument, though, for kids. Kids shouldn't, you know, their parents should be watching. But they don't, or, you know, they're not old enough to understand everything always with money. But anyway, sorry, we're going down a rabbit hole there. I like Pokemon Go. But, yeah, it's beautiful. Nor Forehead, Forehead Shell. Yeah, Forehead Shell. We can go to Forehead Shell. It'd be kind of fun. Let's see if I can get a fast travel there.
What do you need?
Let's go here first. I should be able to fast travel over there. Felagos. The lore and why they are there and the Lothlorien is up in the trees. I never got past the Misty Mountains. Oh, man. Well, the nice thing about LOTRO is you don't have to level everywhere. There's a lot of options, especially now. They've added more regions. You really have like 2 or 3 options in almost every area of leveling you go to. Let's see. So we want to go... We're going to have to go to Ostfjord first. And then go north to Forachel. We can go look at the lake, or the bay, I should say. Up in the... I call it the Alaska of Middle-earth. You might call it the Canada of Middle-earth. It's very cold up there. You are a founder member like me? Oh, for the Pokemon Go or for Lord of the Rings Online? Wielder. I'm trying to keep up with all the chat here and answer the questions. A Hobbit game built to run on big Spectrum, which has memory than the average email. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about... So, Forachel,
What can I do for
answer your
you?
question, I was looking back what you were saying. What has been slightly revamped. It's not entirely, but it has been render distances better. The water is clearly better because they updated the water on the whole game. Scenario, I actually talked to him on an interview on the channel about the water, and he explained how they were very proud of being able to implement that new beautiful water look on the older engine system where it still made the game run good for everybody. So if you want to watch that interview sometime, it's on the same playlist I showed you the Chance Thomas stuff on. Elite Frontier started back then to a legendary game. Interesting. A Hobbit game. Yeah, I don't remember that. That must have been a little bit before my time. Do you know the year? For LOTRO, yes, I did play. So I played when the game had been out for like a month or so. So I was not a pre beta. I was too little. I wouldn't have known how to use a computer. Anyway, so I was just learning when I started this game. So I did not play in the beta, and back then I say this a lot, this story, but it's blizzard up here. We're not going to be able to see very far, but welcome to the northern frosty lands. Darn, we're not really going to be able to see the bay with this weather, but I guess it was stormy in Ironshield, so it's probably stormy here. You can see it a little bit, though. It's still pretty. But yeah, it's a little bit of a blizzard right now, but this is the bay. But yeah, man, I originally knew when I was little that the lifetime membership was a good deal when they did that on LOTRO for a while, because they were struggling, and it was a very smart business decision because it kind of helped get them through that little bump, which now the game is doing great. But that is years ago. That's like, what, 13, 14 years ago. And I remember it was such a good, I was like, oh, I want to get the lifetime membership, you know? But it was $300. And at that time, that's a lot more money, 15 years ago. And I remember, I was a little kid. I didn't have that kind of money. And, I had my little, like, chores money, $20 at most. But I remember telling my mom about it, and my mom is very cool, very supportive. And we couldn't afford it at that time, right? And I remember her saying, I know it's a good one. And she was really good at, she always knew that even though I was really young, that I was kind of like ahead of my, like, I knew when something was like really actually a good investment. She's like, I know it's a good investment. She goes, but we really can't do that right now. So I'll just make sure to pay for your subscription all through high school, which she did, to her credit. She always paid for my subscription all the way through high school. So that was really sweet. But otherwise I would have had probably the lifetime membership, but that's life. Sometimes, you can't do certain things at a time. But yes, I have been here since the beginning. You get pretty much a founding player of LOTRO, even though I think you had to be, I'm always a little bit frustrated about it, but I don't have that last leaf because I was off by that like 1 month at the beginning. So I have 17-year frame, but I've technically been playing 18 years. So they give 1 leaf per frame after the, so we're going to have the 19th year. So I will have 18 leaves, right? Yes. But I would have had 19 if I had started just a little bit sooner, but I didn't know. I barely, the computer we had barely even worked. I had to buy a disc, right? I didn't even know about LOTRO. I just got into Lord of the Rings because I just like watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy and I was like, loved it. And then I saw the Lord of the Rings online, like on a shelf at, I'm trying to remember where I bought it, but I saw this on a shelf and I'm like, ooh, Lord of the Rings, right? It's my little kid self. I'm like, a little Shadows of Angmar, cool. And this one was Windows Games. Does it say where I bought this? There's a sticker on it here, Midway. It might have been like Best Buy, or it might have been like Office Depot or something crazy like that, when they had more video games back then. But it's got like the little set here. Look, I'll show you. It's got like the original little art here. Of course, I was immediately like, ooh, dwarf! But yeah, it's pretty cool. So the original box stuff. So got this back in like 2007. But yeah, so this box contains the product keys, 2 game DVDs, 30 days of free play, 10-day buddy key, quick reference card, and a Middle-earth map. All the fun little things that they put in there. Again, those are a lot of fun. But I remember buying those at that location. And then, of course, later, this one was Best Buy. It says it right there. You can see the sticker. So later, when this expansion came out, I was all excited, and I went and got this expansion, right? It's kind of cool. But yeah, I kind of missed those characters that were kind of like theme characters. They had like 4 like characters that were like themed characters, and you kind of see them, right? The elf and the dwarf, right? This is like the themed bad guy. He's even in the original intro if you play the game, right? When you first start the LOTRO game, it's still there. They've revamped that intro, by the way, a little bit. It didn't look that good back in the past, but you can see him even right there. I don't know, I think they're pretty cool. So, anyway. It's fun memories, right? But it's so cool to still be able to play the game. And of course, they don't sell stuff like this anymore. I would love it if Standing Stones would sell some hard copy collector's items for the game, even today. It'd be so cool. I would advertise it for them. I would buy them too. Yeah, and I've got the big collector's one too. That's like the collector's edition one. That's it's hard to get out. It's on a shelf over there. But I've always wanted the collector's edition one that was apparently only released in Europe. It's a really cool box. It had all this stuff on it. And man, oh man, if anyone wants to sell me one of those, I would just love it for my collection. It's just so cool. You never see one on eBay. I can't even find them on eBay. I've looked all over for one. So anyway, Forage Shell, the blizzard has cleared up a little bit so you can see farther. Gorgeous. Oh, but you can't see anything. Forgot you're looking at me. 1 second. There we go. The blizzard cleared up. So this is the story, by the way, the one ship that sunk, right, when they were traveling to the north. The one king of Arthedain, which is one of the 3 kingdoms that split of Arnor. He had a Palantir and he sunk his ship. You can actually go talk to him in his ghost, which is kind of cool, right over there. We can go say hi real quick, and then I don't know if there's another area you guys would like to see. Let's see, that's Kurule. I need to. My room temperature has gone up 20 degrees. Let's turn on my AC unit. I open my window a lot too if I can, but the problem is if I fully open it with the curtains, then this light just glares on you guys and you cannot see me. I'll just be like this, like, glowing mass. I tend to not want to run the AC because it costs a lot of electricity, but, you know, it's life. A lot of the lights I use in my room, though, are these special hue lights that are very, very bright and use very, very little energy. And I tested it on my power breaker. They really don't use a lot of energy, which is nice. Except for the one right here that I use, up, like, next to me. They're a little bit more on the, you know. All right, so there's the boat that I was talking about. So this is one of the boats of Arnor. And the people here told him not to go, that it was a bad idea, their chieftain. And he thought he would escape anyway because he was trying to escape the war with... he's trying to save the Palantirs and get away from the Witch King. But I don't remember if the Witch King helped cause the storm or if it was just a bad storm by fate and his ship ran amok. Just kidding. Like a sheep. No, just, his ship crashed on the rocks and they all died. Kind of sad, and the Palantir were lost in the Bay of Forage. So there's 2 Palantirs somewhere in here once we make summer rains in Middle-earth. Maybe we can find them. Alright, I bear a great grief upon me. Here he is. Arvenduai. So he's kind of hard to see. Let me give you a little bit better of a dark backdrop here. There. You can see him a little better. He's a ghost, as you might have already noticed. The last king. There, kind of see him better if there's some dark behind him. He's pretty cool looking. So, yep. So his ghost is kind of here because of his failure here with the boats. Oh, he can't climb up on this? Oh, he can get. It's a very broken boat. It's been here a very long time. I now know some small piece. My redemption will come with time. Alright, so anyway, this is this part of Middle-earth. Let's go ahead and teleport around here. I'm going to go back to the kinship house. Happy birthday anniversary from Roving Ranger. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You were in high school in 2007? No, I wasn't. I was younger than that. I was not in high school, actually. Is there a quest for him? I don't remember having a quest for him in that area. Elbin, I think it's a quest that like progresses to him. So I think it's like a long chain. So you might not have ever picked one up like right next to him or like to him. I believe. It's been a long time. I thought there was a quest for him, but I mean, I could be wrong. There could be no quest for him. I'd have to look at the LOTRO wiki to be sure, Alvin, to answer that question. Okay, so this is, just so you guys know, this is our kinship home. It's a multi-layered hobbit home, and this is the Voice of the Rings kinship on Glamdring home. This is the highway lane in the Lindenby Homestead, which is in the Misty Mountains. So we have a great view of the whole neighborhood. In fact, our kinship owns this entire neighborhood. It's dimensioned, right? But we own 2 of the neighborhood dimensions. And that's an ancient dwarven ruin over there. My house that you see sometimes is actually over there on the edge, is a little loop behind that hill. But this is where we are. We're actually in the Lindenby Homestead. Up in the Misty Mountains, above there's the Dwarven Fortress you're looking at, Sundergroth. And Flamsburg, this is just south of where Bjorn lives. So, along the Eagles. Excuse me, just north. North of them, not south, north. So, it's supposedly the village where Gollum is from. Because he's not really from a hobbit, he's not a hobbit shire, he's the river folk, which is the river hobbit race. That's what Gollum is supposed to be, at least in LOTRO. That's how they tied it together. It has been a while, Elbin. I haven't done that quest either in like 10 years. So, don't feel bad for forgetting, because I don't remember either. There we go. There's a quest chain from Aragorn. Oh, okay, Aragorn and Elrond and Rivendell. It'll lead to him. I thought there was something that gets you going. It might be part of the epic. I don't remember, or it's one of the side quests that kind of links with the epic. Not entirely sure, but yeah. This is our kinship house. I think lots of you see this when on my streams, but this is our crafting area. We have all set up for everyone to use. If you're in that barn, you can do all kinds of crafting. And then if we go over here, got some big towers that I put in. And we got our little pond back here for fishing. Now, I do have a kinship, another backup kinship that we will use to buy a kinship house, because you have to have one, at the new Rivendell homestead that's going to probably come out for the 19th anniversary. So we will probably buy one. Beth will be the steward of that, our commander. And then we are going to, I might buy a house there too, but we'll check that out when that gets closer. So, but I promised I would buy us a thing there. So we have a couple kinship houses around the world with like my alt kinships and other people's kinships, but this is our main one. I do love this area though. I wonder if I can get down to. I kind of want to just go down the hill, but Is there a spot you guys would all want to see in Middle Earth? Anyone have any like suggestions that you want to see that I could jump straight to, like a big city? We could go to Helm's Deep. We could go to Minas Tirith. We could go somewhere to the north. Someone said they like the Elven area into the north, which we could definitely do. Scarhold's a pretty cool dwarven fortress in the north too. We really looked over. We didn't go to Yonder Shire, which is the northern part of the Shire. It's a newer region. It's really pretty. Waiting to buy a home in Erebor. Nice. So, if you guys want to think about it, on our main Discord for our kinship, if you're on the server Glamdring and you'd like to be in a similar housing area, I have recommended neighborhood housing areas. You do not have to pick them, even if you're in the kin. It's up to you. But if you'd like to pick one where other people might pick houses that are on our kinship, go to that on, you know, the housing thing I have on our Discord. All right. Deeds and all. Dol Amroth is great. I know, people do like Dol Amroth a lot. Do you guys want to see Dol Amroth? I can go to Dol Amroth. Oh. Can't go to Dol Amroth, though. The guy leaves me. You know what? I wonder if we go to Dol Amroth after the battle. I mean, I think it's a little brighter. Can I go there? King's Crossing. These are boat locations only. Yeah. I'll go to Dol Amroth. Probably take me another 19 years. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I've been... So, this character, Zollin, is kind of a completionist. I've done a lot. Not everything, but I've done a lot. And he's the one I try to complete everything on with, like, pets and mounts and deeds, and I try to do everything on Zollin. Just because it's, like, my main character. Like, for example, let me show you how many quests I have completed on this character. It's not all of them, by the way. I just want to point that out. But it's going to freeze when I click for this data. All right, I'm at 6,600 quests completed on Zollin. So this is all of the quests that I've completed on Zollin. So definitely need more. There's a lot in this game. I would say quests, there's probably like over 10,000, right? Probably over 10,000 quests in Lord of the Rings Online that you could do. This is not counting deeds, but yeah. So, and then of course my Voice of the Rings character that's literally named Voice of the Rings, that is my LOTRO Tale voiceover series, which I absolutely love doing, and I will continue to do on the channel, just so everyone isn't worried that I'm not going to stop doing that or something. But that character is being kind of a completionist, mostly for the main story, but over time, I'll try to voice over most quests in the game. Will it be years to come? Yes, but that just means we have lots of fun things to look forward to. Anyway, welcome to Dol Amroth, everybody. This is the great city of Dol Amroth. It's very pretty. I think we're going to go ahead and go look at the main throne room, which is up here. But yeah, it's really pretty. Dol Amroth is gorgeous. Seagulls all flying around, and it's kind of stormy here too, a little cloudy in Dol Amroth. You might, Maury, you're probably right. He's probably right. It's probably more. It's probably more. It's probably over 11,000. Because every expansion drops a couple hundred more quests, so. Dale, Nasty Hobbit says, I've got 6,387. Nice. Nice. But mount pets, I don't even know. You know who's got me beat on mount pets in our kinship? Veals. Veals has so many mounts. But here's my collection that I have. Since we're talking about it real quick. Welcome to the Swan, the Great Hall of Dol Amroth. What I actually have, so out of what I own for pets in the game, I have 133 out of 462, which is crazy to me that I don't even have barely over a quarter. So that's pets in the game. The pets are things you can summon to walk around with you. Like this adorable little ox. Look at him, he's adorable. Or he's a little bull. But then mounts, I have 88 out of 286. I'm pretty sure Veals has like 250 or something, 260. He's like really close to being done. And again, I can't even believe I don't have them all, but that's how many I have. I mean, 88 mounts still a lot. I like this one, the Yule hobby horse. You just run around basically. And then emotes, I'm a little closer to being done with emotes. I have 202 out of 242 emotes in the game that I have. Now, there are some things you can't get anymore. There's a certain mount that I don't think is even shown in the mounts that you actually can't get. It was a special mount for doing donating for a health thing that they did in 2012. Actually, one of our Patreons is the one that Martin is actually the one that showed me he had it from a long time ago, but it doesn't even show up in the mount list. So there's some things that probably don't show up in the lists, but most things show you, so you can show what you need or what you don't have. And you just look them up in the wiki to try to find out where you get them, or there's something you buy on the LOTRO store, or earn it in a quest or something. But, you know, there's a lot of different things you can do here. This is stretch one. This is like Duck's favorite. He always does the stretch one. One of our kitchen members. But, yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Juggling. Yeah, I can juggle. Lecture. All right, guys, listen. Here's what's going on. The lecture emote. Jump. It's a very happy Zollin jump. And then you got milestones that change your back stat and things. You got some horse emotes that came with one of the supporter packs. Some of these you won't be able to get unless you bought them with a supporter pack, but not all of them, just one or two. The orb, the red orb is so cool. My Palantir, guys. Yeah, Zollin found it inside the lake. I found it inside the lake. Anyway. You even change your movement animations. There's like the whimsical move animation. Now I'm a happy-go-lucky dwarf. Looks a little funny though for that one. Where is, I got rich. I'm rich. There's some really fun emotes. Really fun ones. I want a different move animation though. We got the move defender. You hold your sword and you move around. It's a kind of a cool one. Now, not all of them when you go into walking change, but the whimsical one actually is different. When you walk in whimsical, it does like you have a cane in your hand, which is kind of cool. See, there it is. Zollin's like, I have come. I am the wizard Zollin. And then the other one is, let's see. There's the rest emote. Lets me catch my breath. And then there's Move the Mirkwood one, which I don't really like this one as much. It's like you're sneaking, but it does look cool on some characters. But when you're a dwarf in full body armor, it just looks like I have a sore back. All right, here is Prince Imrahil and Lothiriel. Which, who's the person that marries Éomer? I think it's actually this. I think this might be her. I think Prince Imrahil's daughter is the one that marries. I think. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, it's a beautiful. The Great Hall here is really pretty. all the giant swan statues. Bronze swan statues. And the real swans, of course. They're the Swan Knights of Dol Amroth. Yeah, you had to get one of those glorious Clydesdale horses. The thing is beautiful. Yeah, so I really like the Clydesdale. It is from the supporter pack, and they have re-released the same supporter pack 3 times, and they haven't done that with most of the other ones. It's one of the most liked ones. It's the I have it on the channel. It's on the wardrobe playlist if you want to look, and I believe it is the oh gosh. At least, let me remember where it is. I'll show you. It's going to be on my wardrobe playlist. And it's going to be the one covering the supporter pack. This one. It's the Homesteads and Harvest Coffer. This one. And if this is a year ago, if you'd like to see what everything is in it, it's right there. You can check out the video. That's what it's called on my channel. And I literally the image it shows is me showing you that horse. But they've re-released this 3 times. So I have a feeling they'll do it again. And I usually always post about it on the community tab on my YouTube and also on my Discord. I'll let you guys know. So make sure you're in the Discord if you just want to be part of the community and hang out too for fun. Because I do give you guys all heads ups on that stuff. Because I know people love this one. And also the barn and stuff is amazing. The cosmetic barn. It's really fun to have. Definitely the best supporter pack they've ever made. There's definitely 1 or 2 that are close seconds, but I really like this horse a lot. You can actually get the Clydesdale in the Christmas version from the Yuletide event, which will probably be the same next year. But I'll show you the other one I have. Where is it? I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think is it Yule? Is it winter? It's dusted or something, I think. There, snow-dusted draft steed. Which, by the way, my sister was impressed with the naming because technically Clydesdales have to be that brown color to be Clydesdales. Otherwise, they're usually a draft horse of another kind. So, this is the other one. This is the Christmas dusted steed one you can get. So it's not directly a Clydesdale, but it has a similar appearance the way they made it. It's a draft. So, they're good though. I like them. Anyway, this is the beautiful waterfalls here with a bunch of birdies. Look at all those. $90 mounts, nice. I want to see Veals never. Yeah, Veals has a lot of mounts. He's a lot. So this is the one of the warrior halls, but you can see there's an ancient elvish village over there too that was near Dol Amroth, which is kind of cool. It's really ancient. It's kind of abandoned. Raw! The Gate of Rohan. Minas Tirith is impressive, but easy to get lost in. Oh, 100%. Minas Tirith is huge. I still remember the day that I walked up and saw Minas Tirith in the distance. I had been wanting to see it for years, right, since the game came out. The first thing when I played this game was, oh man, I wish I could go to Minas Tirith. And then 10 years later, we got the expansion for Minas Tirith. And it was just like, it was so cool to see it for the first time. But anyway, this is, again, the big city of Dol Amroth, which is kind of like its own kingdom within... excuse me. Sorry, the stretch made me yawn. But it's kind of like the big city within, I joked about this last stream, but why didn't they put a railing here? Not very good, safety measures, people of Gondor. So anyway, Dol Amroth is definitely part of Gondor, but it's very uniquely its own civilization, pretty much. So when they came to the aid of Gondor in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, they brought quite a few men with the Dol Amroth Knights. So anyway, Dol Amroth is gorgeous. So I think we'll go ahead and scout to a new place, just to let you guys see. So why don't we go see... Of course, there is the Cape of Belfast, where are their houses. We just jump to that. Watch this. I can get around a lot because I have a lot of maps and stuff. But let me go ahead and jump to... That's my main house. I'm going to go to my Cliffside Road one. And we can show you the island we own. We have a very large, beautiful castle on one of the islands out here off the Cape of Belfast. So this is actually the home of one of mine. I actually gave someone stewardship of it. I don't know who I gave it to in the... I'm going to have to double check that they're still on and playing. I think they are. But basically I just let someone have this house as their house. I don't need more than one house, but I have it just because I wanted to buy it so everyone could teleport to it to get to our kinship house quickly when I have events. This is home of Belmorwin next door. This is one of our commanders. This is her, I believe that is her mariner, right? So that island right there is actually we own that whole island. That's ours. That's the, I think I made, forget what kinship name I used for it, of one of my alt kinships, but just consider it a Voice of the Rings. Because they're basically my side kinships that I just had on alts that I used as placeholders, basically. To be able to purchase it so we'd have it for events. Because it's a cool spot to do events on. We're definitely going to do an event on it. I think maybe now that it's coming up to summertime in real life, maybe we'll do some kind of like summer event on it. Trying to remember which one of these boats leads me there. That's the boat to okay, so it's the boat over here. We're the closer island, the one that's slightly bigger, not the farther one. So we own this one, Tol Lachul. There's Tol Falthul, or whatever. All right, boatman, take me there. Teleport. All right, welcome to our dock. This is it, and of course it is gloomy now because it's nighttime, but it's still pretty to see and hear the birds. We'll have our little tiny yak follow us. Give you a quick tour. So I forget which home this actually is. Oh, home of the Ironshields. Obviously, my kinship I've had for literally since the game started. Hence my last name, Ironshield, right from me and my characters. But yeah, so this is a Voice of the Rings kinship house. But basically, I haven't fully decorated, but we own all of this. You can put stuff on all of these areas. If I turn it on, so you can set items and do stuff and design and all that stuff. But let me show you behind the... So the kinship house kind of goes into the hill a little bit. Well, not quite, I guess, but sort of. It's a little fortress. When you go up here by the birds, we have our own little tower. And there's a little statue on it. Well, maybe not. But there we go. You have a great view of the Great Ocean. So Numenor would have been that way. Unfortunately, it's still technically there. It's just under the ocean. So yeah, we own this whole island. So everything you see. Everything the light touches, Simba. Except for over there, that's Harad. You don't go there. Just kidding. But there's a beautiful little stage down here we can do events at. There's all these different areas. That's another kinship home island. I forget if you can swim out to that or not. I'm not sure. The seagulls are just chilling up here. Yeah, it's a pretty spot. I really like it a lot. We really got to use this stage for the kinship, though, guys. We got to do something here at the course of LOTRO. It's gonna be a great spot to do some kinship events. I definitely think next time we do some kind of event where we do like a talking event, that doesn't have to be that's maybe not like Halloween where I decorate. Sorry. We should do it here. Oh, my room is finally cooled down again. Whew. It's getting so hot in here. I turned that AC on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so you can decorate all this area too. You can decorate like a third of the island. Like all these areas that have these outlines are like can be decorated. Pretty cool. See? All the way. There's a lot of spots you can put stuff. But yeah, that is the Kinship Island out here off the Cape of, and yes, that boat just kind of goes around, which is really cool. Now, can you ride it? I don't think so. I think it just kind of goes around in the ocean. But it's cool. It gives it that little touch that, you know, people are traveling in boats by you. It's just kind of cool. With summertime fireworks. That's true. It's a good idea. We could do a firework event. Hello, Beth. You should have taken him inside my house. We could have another storytelling event. Yes, we could. We definitely could. Maybe something even just outside Halloween. Maybe it could be some other kind of storytelling event. And do some fireworks. That would be fun. Yeah, this is what they looks like in here. I don't even know if I decorated this one. Well, I gave someone stewardship of it. I forget who I gave it to, but have they decorated it? Oh, wow. My thing is... No, okay, it's not decorated. Unless it's just loading. Maybe it's loading. Let's give it a second. Maybe be loading. Oh. No, it doesn't look like it's been decorated. I don't know if anyone even became the steward of this place. It's got... I forgot it has a free 25 slots here I can use. So I guess I can use it myself. Oh! Wait a second. Does it have its own individual shared storage? As a kinship house? Oh, because it's the voice. Duh. Because it's the Ironshield's kinship. Of course it would be its own individual storage. Oh. Well, that's cool. I forgot. I got all this extra storage. I could put stuff here for the kinship even. Cool. Well, I can't believe I forgot that. But anyway, moving on. I forgot I had that. All right. Yeah, we could check out Beth's house real quick for fun. So let's go down here. Hello. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Glad you guys are here. Please feel free to give me any input on ideas you guys like to see some spots. Beth has said to see it inside of her house, so we'll go look at the house real quick. You know what? It would be even faster if I just click this button. And also I have a kinship house here, which literally says Home of Voice of the Rings, because I bought it with my character named Voice of the Rings, so that it would be Home of Voice of the Rings, so we could all go there. As a Voice of the Rings kinship. Oh, this is cool, Beth. Large tree garden. Beth, I don't know if you were here yet, but is your character, this is your Mariner, right? Belmore one? Looks very nice. Now, this is another neighbor's house, right? Yeah. So, this is it right here. It's very nice. Beth and me are neighbors. All right, here we go. Let me try to be a good cameraman here. Oh, very nice, Beth. Oh, I like how this house looks. It's cool. Looks like it's still loading things up, so let's let it load up a little longer. Let me get rid of the yak. I'm going to send him out in the yard. He shouldn't be in Beth's house anyway. He'll poop on the floor. And then we'll have a problem. Ooh! It's a very loud bear. Okay. Welcome to Beth's home. This is a very nice decoration job. I already like the front entrance. I like the double seashells by the seashore. I heard a cat. Did you guys hear the cat? I totally heard a cat. I like the music too. It's pretty. This is the Rivendell music theme. I only have a small house in Bree. Rivendell homes are almost here, though. Can't wait. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Ras, for another super chat. That was very nice of you. Yeah, we could definitely go. We could go check out Ras's house too. As long as it's like a different model house, so people can kind of see what's going on. I'm gonna do some. I've been saying this for like 3 or 4 months, but I'm gonna do some tour episodes of housing areas. This is really awesome. Ooh, I like the dwarf. I also like your choice of wallpaper. That's pretty cool. Very symmetrical. I like how you have the statues and everything kind of like on both sides. Oh, room is flashing from the super chat. Thanks. Basically, when it comes to YouTube, all of the super chats, the color of the super chat will flash, and all the lights in the room will change that color. The only light that doesn't change is the one directly above. This one changes, but the one above me, just so my face stays under, you can see me good. That's the only one that doesn't change. Ooh, Beth, this is nice. Who's that, Beth? I'm just kidding. It's not Beth. I forget. This is the Rohan one, right? The one lord and his lady. It's cute that they have it, though. Ooh, I like these, Beth, how you use the crystals. That looks nice. Oh, look. It's Sam? It's Samwise Gamgee. Loyal attendant. Visiting Beth's house, apparently. Ooh, that's nice. That's cool. So, this is the fate of Bellandor's crew. Bellandir is a character in the new expansion, and I won't go into too much because I don't want to, for those who are newer viewers and maybe haven't played LOTRO and might want to know the story. But basically, long story short, guy on the right is kind of an evil villain. Azgoth, he's Shadow. And the guy on the left is a Gondorian who actually is a council member of Umbar Bahar City. So he kind of isn't a Gondorian anymore. He's kind of like immigrated to there. But he still, has very similar gear to a Gondorian captain. And he was a ship captain, admiral, I don't remember. But basically he has a team. He had a crew from Umbar as well. And basically he gets tricked and they all get killed. And that's actually in the Depths raid. You can see that happen. It's one of the hardest fights. And they all get basically turned into spirit monsters because of this guy. And he realized he was so wrong. He kind of repents. He ends up becoming like a really good character. He's a really cool character. I don't want to say more than that. It'll ruin the story. But anyway, Bellandor is a cool character. It's really cool. I really like him. He's one of my favorite made-up LOTRO characters. Probably. He's probably up there. He's probably my top 3. He's really, really good. Somewhere top 3 or top 5. He's excellent character. This looks really nice, Beth. You did a very nice job with this house. Portrait of the Beast. That's part of the Umbar expansion. I don't want to spoilers in the story that I haven't even got through totally myself. That particular storyline. This looks great, Beth. You did a fantastic job. Who's this? Another one of Bellandor. I see that Beth is also a Bellandor fan. That's the word I was looking for. Ooh, treasure. Beth, is this the giant pile of coins that you sunk all the way into the floor? Like, is this the big pile or is this just a little pile? Exorbitant coin pile. Is this like the huge pile that like could literally fill this room to the roof if you lifted it out of the floor? Do you have it synced in the floor? The cat is upstairs in the bed. Okay, I'll go check. Oh. I see there's a cat on the floor, too. Meow. Hello there, cat who can fly. It's a very cute cat. Sleeping brown cat. Very nice, very nice. Oh look, it's the orc, the half orc dude guy. Actually, he's a half ogre or troll. I don't remember. Rothgott, cool character, cool character. Little bit of a stretch when it comes to Tolkien lore on him being kind of like a good guy, just because most of the time most orcs and goblins are just too evil. You're not gonna get them to become, you know, good. But stretch aside, I really like this character. He was really well done. He's a cool character. He also is like, he's Belrond, one of his good friends. Oh, you got all these pictures. Where'd you get all these pictures, Beth? There's that he's the dwarf. He's not Doran's folk. He's the Zaruka, or actually the dwarves in Harad. And they're called I forget which clan they were. But anyway, I love LOTRO did such a better job with the history of the dwarves, which makes way more sense than a certain TV show. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, so anyway, that's really awesome house, Beth. Awesome house. Ras, I'm gonna go visit Ras's house. I'm gonna show you guys how to visit a kinship member's house. Okay, so basically, you go into your kinship panel, you find the person. In this case, Ras, who actually is online, even though I was gonna find them without being online. But there we go. I'm gonna say visit. Beth says, yes, I had to sink it in. That one wouldn't stop yelling at night. Rewards from the middle expansion between... Yeah. Okay, rewards from the middle expansion between King's Gondor and Umbar. Okay. Alright. Oh, beautiful music. Oh, you're up on the mountains. This is cool, Russ. Okay. So she's in... This is the Eastfold Homestead? Yeah. Eastfold Hills Homestead. So this is up in the, Wait, home of Poppy Flower. Is this yours, Russ, or did it get me the wrong place? Which character do you not like? Dirty Fool says. Are you talking about as in the new expansion? Like, what characters do I not like? There's not a lot of characters I dislike very much. Maybe Sarah Oakenheart's really slow and annoying. That's a little annoying. But yeah, be a little more descriptive, Dirty, on what you mean with that. Yeah, Nasty, we'll do events on the island. Oh, okay. So, can you choose your correct house real fast on your character you're online with? And then I'll visit? Can you just make sure you go into your house panel? You know how to do it. I don't know what I'm telling you. Just click on star whichever house is the one you want me to see. Though I gotta say, it is beautiful up here in these mountains. Especially at night. And look at this view. I'm just in the middle of nowhere on a mountainside in Middle Earth, looking at the stars. There's the Big Dipper. I see it right there. Okay, it says done. Oh, I have to wait a second, I think. Let's see how much longer. Probably another like 2 minutes. The visit, I think, is a 5-minute cooldown, so... Tell you what, I will show you my other house while we wait, which is in the other Rohan homestead. Let's see, house. We'll go here. 2 Colt Road. Teleporting! You ever see that dwarf up on the mountain at the dark of night with the stars and then magic, poof, teleport? It's Zollin. Alright. Welcome to the Westfold Homestead, which is just north of Edoras. And the Eastfold Homestead is up in these hills, just to the right of Edoras. Alright, we walk up here. It says home of Voice of the Rings because I bought it on my Voice of the Rings character just so it would be our home. And I made this for everybody so anyone can come visit this house. I don't have it as my designated home just because I designate my main house. But this is it. And one of our other officers was actually the steward of it, but they had to stop playing for a long time, so I may have to put someone else on stewardship of it. I forget if I did or not, but it would be in the notes. But they decorated it very nicely, and this is a really cool thing here. Errol Memorial. Really cool. Very well cool. And I love where they put it because it's like they like synced into the wall so that the stone would be on the main stone. I really love it, whoever did this. This is awesome. I think Shylah did this, put this all together, I believe. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Beth. 5 for 5. Nice. The music is so good. It really is, Bean. It's so good. Like how you mentioned you really liked Belrandor, which character would be the least liked one anywhere in the game? Out of all the stories I've done, out of like frustrating characters, I joke about Sarah Oakenhark, but actually her character is kind of cool, even though she's just really annoying because she's so slow when you follow her around in quests. She walks like a... Oh my gosh, it's so slow. Let me think for a second and give my eyes a break from the lights anyway. I don't need my glasses anyway right now. Let's see. Character I didn't like very much. There's definitely one that's like on the tip of my tongue, like my brain. I'm like, I could just... Who is it? Sorry, I'm really thinking about this. It's a good question. I'm trying to think back to all the different storylines and characters. Because I remember there was one that was kind of annoying. There's a really annoying one in the Shire, I remember. One of the characters... Oh, which one was it? I guess for now we'll just go with Sarah Oakenhark. For the annoying slow walk. But when it comes to actual like lore of characters, ones I didn't like as much. Okay, I do have one. It's in the new one. Canis of Harad. I wasn't really a huge fan of... There's a group of like... there's the group of people that help you that are like the traveling group of actors that help you. And I didn't really care for the Hobbit in that group. And the reason I didn't like her is she felt really out of place. And it like... Her character isn't really well defined in the story. It's kind of vague. Like, why is she there? Why is there a hobbit in Harad? Right? And it just seems kind of... She's, like, not really, like... I didn't really find her, like... She's got, like, a funny moment in one of the plays. But she's kind of like, eh. It's not like I disliked her. It was just, like, not a character I really enjoyed. So I think that's one... That would definitely be one that is just kind of like... She felt kind of out of place. Just in general. It didn't really make sense why she'd be in that group. And she's kind of like, I don't know why I'm here, like, I was just kind of here. And it's like, oh, okay. Storytelling. And they're just kind of making it vague on purpose, I think, because really hobbits shouldn't really be in Harad at all. Yeah. So, anyway, probably that one. Didn't really like that one very much. He puts Frodo. Now I like Frodo. Frodo's a good character. I really like Frodo. I think that Frodo is, you know, I really do think Frodo is the hero, right, of the story. He really is. I know people are like, no, Sam's the hero because he's the one that ends up helping Frodo get there and helping destroy the ring. But to be honest, though, Sam could not have gotten 90% of the way with the ring either. I know he was less affected by others, but the bottom line is he would have been affected too, just like Frodo. So the whole point is that Frodo needed his friend to help him finish the mission, right? He needed that friendship and to help him that last little tiny level. So I love Sam and Frodo. They're just great characters, obviously. But I was thinking mainly of made up characters for LOTRO, which I know you were kidding when you said Frodo. But anyway, this is what the inside of the house looks like, by the way. Got a nice little chair here for Zollin when we have big meetings. There's a book here. It reads a story. Should we let it read the story? The Lost Lore of Minas Morgul. Let's read it. Read it to us.
My Lady Velades, in time of darkness and doubt, I send thee tidings of hope. The war wears on all, and many battles yet lie ahead. Our enemy is cruel, and his throngs know not of mercy. Still have I seen the courage of my people and thine proven many times. Thy husband
he needed
is
Gollum
Isildur
too.
fought
That's true.
alongside mine own
And that was the
before
fate
gates
of Middle-earth, that
Minas
Iluvatar
Should we
needed to
defeat
have
the shadow,
Gollum, and also that
minstrels shall long
Gandalf
sing of their
said,
valor.
I still
We have
think
come at
he has a
last
purpose.
to the lands
Remember
whence
Gandalf said
Sauron's
that?
servants drove thee. Long
Sam
have the elves
is
esteemed the
is
Ethiel Vale,
a
for
hero,
we walked
absolutely.
here in the elder days.
That's what Tolkien
So
points
much did
out,
we
because his
love the
friend got him
moonrise
through the
there,
war too.
That when first I heard that Isildur had bidden a city built
Sam
therein,
is the hero, absolutely. But
grieved that
Frodo
the
is also
veil
the
had
hero.
been
They're
sullied.
both heroes.
I
There's
say
no way
now
either
that
of them
I
could
was
have done it
wrong to
without the other.
sorrow.
That's the point.
I have beheld Minas Ithil,
Thanks, Tina.
and it wakes in my heart an ache I had thought never again to
Sounds good,
feel.
Nancy Hobbit. Thanks for hanging out for a few
I
hours.
knew Gondolin of old, and while no city of elves or men can equal its splendor, thy stronghold is as like to it as any could now build.
This is
I
like the
wept
whole
to
history
see
of
it
Minas
all
Morgul.
befouled. I have watched many lands fall into
One of the
ruin and
elves is
decay.
writing this.
When I saw Ithilien, I knew my part in this war was its rescue. Now I say to thee, rejoice, for thy city is freed. With what power we wield, Celeborn and I have taken back Minas
Oh,
Ithil.
It's literally
Those who defiled it are
Galadriel.
slain or else driven back to Mordor. The banners of Sauron darken its parapets. No more. Some of the evils visited upon this place cannot be undone. The white tree, scion of Telperion, we found hewn and burnt. Thy beloved libraries are plundered, and much wisdom forever lost. Not all harms can
In
be
LOTRO,
healed,
you
yet
retake.
much of worth
Minas
can still
Morgul.
be saved, should those with power
That's what this
will
story
it.
is. This is made up
My
for
lady,
LOTRO.
I fear thy husband is of harsher mind. When he saw the moon tower so afflicted, he deemed it must be razed rather than allowed to linger. He loathes what Minas Ithil has become and believes it forever tainted. When I claimed otherwise, he grew grim and would not be moved. Oft it is the way of men to destroy that which no longer pleases them, rather than taking the care to mend it. Yet it is my hope that some fondness for this veil endures in thee. Mayhap thy words
So she's
might
talking
cause
about
Isildur's heart to yield. In
Isildur.
return, this is my vow, that the Galathrine will tarry in Ithilien. For while growing things endure, with care we can wash the
She's also
enemy's
talking
hands
about
from the
this.
land. More, I will bestow virtues known to the Noldor upon the city. Its stones shall shine with the moon's light, caught and held by the craft of my kin. In this way,
Which they do
it
later.
shall be a Gondolin
So this is tying it
renewed,
into the original lore
a
that
beacon
Tolkien said in
against
canon.
night, under thy care, and that of thy daughters after thee.
So I think that's Galadriel talking to the people of Gondor in that history. So anyway, kind of cool. These are cool books. You collect them, their pages around the world, and the deed gives you an item you can put in your house, and you can click on them. I have them all in our kinship house, I think. Do I have them all? I might have one or two. I might not have one or two, but I have most of them. But anyway, yeah, this is the house of delicious. Man, that's made me hungry, all that sizzling sounds. Anyway, it's cool. All right, so let me see if I can teleport over to Rass's house real quick now. The skill should be ready. And then we'll do something else after that. Yeah, there's definitely some fate that happened there, because if Gollum had totally come back to the good side. Yeah, it's funny because the whole arc with Gollum is so interesting because, you know, you might like, oh well, he wasn't saved, but if he was saved, would they have been able to destroy the ring? Because I think probably would have Sam wasn't able to stop Frodo. Frodo fails last second, right? The ring takes over. Basically, I don't know if, you know, and Gollum, you know, with his grabs him and starts fighting him for the ring. Would Gollum have done that if he was redeemed and not obsessed with the ring anymore and kind of like renounced his sin, right? His evil. I don't know. I think it was kind of like the providence, right, of Iluvatar, that even though Gollum is, it's the sad truth that sometimes people are never gonna repent. Like, and I think it's a little bit more into the biblical sense, but, you know, and sometimes people are just going to have, you know, they're going to choose their bad to the end. And that's kind of the case with Gollum, right? And he grabs the ring, and with providence, he destroys it then because of his greed and wanting it, right? But yeah, it is sad. You know, you wish like, oh, maybe Gollum could have been saved, but that's the point of the story. Gollum chose. He had chances, but he chose to never do that, right? Like, there's obviously clearly he's trying in the books, like he's thinking about it, like you know. But unfortunately, at the end, he just full commits that he makes his choice, basically. But yeah. Anyway, this is Rass's house. Let's check it out. But yeah, you guys make good points. Gollum was the fourth holder of the ring. Fourth. Let's see. So it would obviously Sauron. And then Isildur, right, takes it off his finger. So he's the second, right? And then the third is Gollum's friend that finds the ring, correct? So Smeagol and Deagol. So Deagol has the ring for about 2 minutes, right? He has the ring. And then Smeagol kills him for it, which is horrible, right? But again, it's almost a parallel biblically for morals situation that Tolkien's writing about. So I think it's Deagol, right? Is the third one? Yeah, his cousin. So who's River Hobbit, right? Supposedly from LOTR's lore. Add that in. Tolkien left that a little vague, but we do know that they were like the river folk, is what Tolkien called them. So LOTRO went and made like a little bit more lanky hobbits, like Tolkien described what the river folk were, and that they lived kind of like on the Anduin side from longer ago. So anyway, this is Rass's house. This is very beautiful. She's at the swamp spot in the Breeland homestead. And this is really nice how you've done this. You've added some really big trees. This is a cool tree. The King Crimson tree. Where'd you get this? It's awesome. And the Tam tree. Tamarisk tree. Got your little crafting station. You've got a beautiful lily pond fountain. This is very pretty. You can like walk on it. It's very nice. I love this house. This is a cool spot you picked because it's got like a little dirt, like sandy bank, and then it's got like the little swamp behind it. Or a little river at least, with the willows. It's a nice spot. Do they let you put stuff back here? I remember there's not a lot, right? Because is this a regular size house or a small house? Let's go visit. Honestly, yeah, there are some similarities to that. Yes, Golden. Yeah. There are some definitely parallels there. Even though we know that Tolkien, really like he wanted to write like morals in his story because like that was his belief in life, right? I mean, my own too, but with Christ and everything. But he also was always so bad, like he wanted to make a fantasy that was like a standalone, right? Even though there were like morals taught in it, you know. So he never really liked super direct analogies. He said that in some letters, but he said yes, there are things obviously clearly in his deepest beliefs in his life and with God that he put into his work. Obviously, like that makes sense. But yeah, this is gorgeous, Ras. It's gorgeous. Oh, hello. This is Ras's minstrel. It has kind of a, it has like the rocker vibe. That's awesome. I love the green walls and seat of the master's secrets. Oh, cool. Wow, this is awesome. Look at this place, you guys. Wow. Great job on the decorating. The placement of things is just like perfect too. It's a fish. The master. Oh wait, you get these in Jajana? Are these the seats that of the main council? Seat of the Master of Scroll? These are cool. Empty barrel of apple barrel. What happens when I click it? You got me, Ras. That's hilarious. But perfect, because that's the next place I wanted to go. Yeah, so there's my apple barrel, guys. I may have been sent to where the Mirkwood elves things popped out, and then the Lake Town people were, Gotta, Dirty Who's do the laugh emoji. Yeah, got me. You got me. I'm all aware of the in-league cake, but I wasn't aware of that one, and I probably shouldn't have clicked it. No, it's okay. I saw most of Ras's house, so that's good. It's okay. We can move on. So this is basically where the elves, remember the barrels they get out of Felagast, and the dwarves, and we could actually go and see it right now if you guys want to. Let's go see Felagast. You could also see the bones. See that? That's one of the rib bones or wing bones. I forget which one. I think it's the wing bone of Smog. This is quite a long time after the death of Smog, but that's where we are right now. This is a small elven village port right on the lake near Lake Town, which we actually looked at the other day when we were doing our stream for the Love of LOTRO that I did a few days ago, like last week. Where is the Horsemaster? Not sure where the Horsemaster is in this. Oh, there is no stable master. Well, guess we're riding up. All right, on to our horsey. Where is Legolas leaping from barrel to barrel? Like in the movie? That would have been, if that part was, you know, in the books. Because obviously, they were definitely being chased, but Legolas wasn't there in the books, right? But it would have been somewhere right along here, I think. Just like right under Felagast. And I can show you, I'll show you guys where. I don't know if it won't be exact, because again, LOTRO's version of the landscape, but it'll be pretty close. So let's go ahead and go through. Oh, what did my page? Reload my page here for my. Oh, they did. It was, yeah, that whole part was. That basically in the books, they get in the barrels and all that happens, and then they get down, and then the Lake Town, they get out of the barrels, and that guy takes them into Lake Town, right? Bard. It's actually... Is it Bard in the book that does that, or is it just some random guy? I don't remember that, actually, off the top of my head. Welcome to Mirkwood, everyone. Dark, dank, tree-infested.
I mean charming. Absolutely charming. Lovely forest.
That was actually a joke from Fangorn with Gimli, but seemed like a appropriate joke moment. DJ, I don't know. I don't know about that. I feel like they probably do have some basic religion stuff. I actually saw that Yoyston, my friend from Men of the West, did a video on that, which is interesting. I didn't watch his video yet. I was going to. I kind of got busy the last 2 days. But I am going to watch it. But I don't know if that would have... If that's already a thing? Like, I mean, the elves... I don't know if the elves, like, directly, like, you know, worship, like, one of the gods or, like, a Luvatar or what. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much that would affect things. I would assume that it wouldn't affect too much stuff. Apparently we're loading a lot. It's loading through areas. Alright, so the area I have to sneak is here. We gotta find our way into Felagast. To the dark, dank, and infested evil forest. With many bushes to confuse Zollin on his directions. But I'll get there! I actually have quite a good sense of direction. Watch me get lost immediately. Oh, I don't know what that... Oh. Uh-oh. Here's Mr. Sleepy River. Actually, technically, I think Sleepy River is. Actually, is this it? It's right. It is the same river, actually. Yeah, you don't want to step in that river. You know what? Does anything happen if I go in the river? For science. Oh! Yes! Yes, it does! Oh my gosh. That was crazy. Alright, so... Now, I had an immunity, I think, because I got past a certain level, but basically, you fall asleep, and then it looks like my light of a lens... Okay. The light effect protected me that I have from Mordor that I got. Okay. Yes! Just like Bomber. Okay. The accuracy of the Lord of the Rings Online never disappoints. Does the water do anything if I touch it? Yes, it does. All right, so anyway, welcome to the trees that are much prettier and happier, because we're very close to Felagos now and the elves of Mirkwood. Don't worry, they won't shoot me on the spot. They know me. I think. Yeah, a good point, Golden. Good point. Yes, that's part of that's straight. Yep. Indeed, indeed. Literally, if you guys don't know what he's saying, Gandalf actually makes that line when he's fighting the Balrog in the movie, too. When he says, I am the wielder of the flame of Arnor, something of the light, blah, blah, blah. He's literally saying, he says, I'm a servant of the secret fire. He's literally saying, I am a servant of the one true God, is basically what he's saying to the Balrog. Because the Balrog is a fallen Mire, right? Trying to serve Morgoth and evil, right? Gandalf's literally saying Iluvatar is the only one that has the secret fire, meaning the power to fully create life, which is why the dwarves, when they're created in secret by Alyu the Smith, they can only function near him because his power is what's making them be alive. They didn't have souls. But then literally Iluvatar is like, why did you do that without telling me? And the Smith was like, I'll kill him. You know, I'll break him or whatever. And Iluvatar goes, no, don't break. Don't kill the dwarves. He goes, lay them into the mountain. I want my elves to wake up first. He says, but I will give the dwarves souls from the flame imperishable. So that's what Iluvatar does. He gives them souls. They become an actual race. They can be independent, right? Anyway, kind of cool. But if you know that from the Silmarillion and stuff, you would. But welcome to the entrance to Felagos. Very beautiful. Very pretty area. But anyway, I thought that's kind of cool. Gandalf's speech is a lot cooler when you study it to the Balrog. He's basically telling the Balrog, "You're evil and fallen, and I'm following the true way, and you're bad." That's the shorthand. There's the water. So interestingly enough, the way Tolkien describes in the artwork we have from some of the original artists when Tolkien was alive and stuff that did it, it's very similar looking to the movie, the entrance, right? It looks very much like the Hobbit trilogy, which again, I'm a fan of the Hobbit trilogy. I know there's some mistakes in it and some dumb things like the love triangle and stuff. I get it. And there's a couple CGI spots that are rough. When it's weird because the dragon CGI was incredible, so I don't know why some other spots were like rough, but I think it was time. The reason I actually do know why, but I really like the Hobbit trilogy mostly. But yeah, so it's cool that it's a lot like the Hobbit trilogy, the entrance. Very similar, Felagast. But anyway, we'll go inside, say hi to the elves. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
A dwarf. Quickly, shut the door.
No, wait.
All right. Welcome to Felagast. Let's see. Is there music in here? There is. All right. We'll take a little walk through here. Very pretty. I love that part in The Hobbit when the dwarves are like, "Can you change the tune? I think I'm at a funeral," because the elves are just playing harps and stuff. Oh man, the extended edition. I didn't really. It's really uncomfortable when they're like standing on the table though and kicking the food around, but it is funny. I don't think the dwarves necessarily would have done that. That was a little too comedic in my personal opinion. Dwarves are actually a lot more just like another race. They are. I know you guys are like, what? But they're not as like so cut and dry simple as you know, they all have different personalities too, just like the elves and humans and hobbits. And they are very, very loyal to their friends. And dwarves are very hard and hardy and stubborn, and that's both a good and bad thing. It's bad as in they can be annoying to other people that are good because they're stubborn, but they also are very, very hard to turn evil. Extremely hard to turn evil. They are very stubborn against being manipulated by evil. It's just gorgeous in here. It got quiet. So quiet. What happened? The sound effects. Here, let me turn my AC off so you guys don't hear that. Hold on. It's almost off. Okay. Now we can listen quietly. The cave dripping sound. Alright, here he is. King Thranduil. Which, by the way... So here's Legolas's dad. It's nice talking to you, Mr. King Thranduil, Lord of Greenleaves. Defeat orcs. He doesn't have a voice line? Oh. Complete quests and down. Erebor, this is repeatable. So, I actually thought the actor who did Thranduil in the movies was pretty good too. Whether they portrayed him perfectly like the books or not, I just thought the actor did a good job. But yeah, there it is. It looks very much like the movie, actually, kind of how it's set up, except it's not on a big tall thing, but hey look, there's another player. Getting themselves stuck behind a pole. Alright, let's go see where Bilbo saved all the dwarves. I think that's an important spot we should visit. Oh, that's nice. Just saw in world chat. Someone wrote that. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Alright, I'll write that. If anyone wants to come hang out with us. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and go and down. So the cellars are down here at the bottom. And this is where all that stuff happened, where Bilbo gets them out. The prison cells are right here, I believe. Now, they made the prison cells seem a little bit more like scary even in the movie. They're like all high up and stuff. I thought it was pretty cool. It looked really cool, but... They're like, why are you riding a horse inside our land? Oh, it's fine. Okay, so here's the little pathway here. What if we go this way? Thanks, guys. So this down here goes along this. All right, so this right here is the inner. This place is pretty cool. I think you actually can fish in here, which is hilarious. But there's a really cool effect here that I always loved in this place. If you look at the walls, you see the reflections of the light off the water, right? With that cool effect on the walls. I just love that effect that they put in here. This is the first time I ever saw this effect in a cave in the game. Because I don't think they really had it in Moria from what I remember. This was like... They might have gone back and added it. But these crystals giving off the cool light. It's a really pretty little spot. Yeah. They made the elves be a little bit too mean, I think, in The Hobbit. Though Thranduil did kind of abandon the dwarves of Erebor, but, I mean, you kind of understand with what happened with the dragon. So, you can understand the frustration between them. But I felt like they weren't very nice to them in the books either, though. I mean, they did throw him in prison. And I know that it's like, well, Thorin was being kind of a jerk, but he wasn't that much of a jerk. Thranduil also did poke some, you know, they had their back and forth. DJ, I love when Boromir blows the horn of Gondor and makes the Balrog hesitate. Yeah. When you get to battle of 5 armies in the story, you see how far and good Thranduil was actually very good. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. That's why I was saying that he's not quite... He's actually pretty awesome. And Thranduil lives on into the 4th Age. Like, I don't think... Like, I know the elves dwindle away, but it could have been another 1,000 years, for all we know, that the elves of Mirkwood were in Mirkwood. So, you know, the idea that, like, the time of men, it was the time of man, and a lot of the elves left, but there were a lot of elves in Mirkwood who stayed in Middle-earth, and there's a lot of dwarves who stayed around, and there would have still been a lot of hobbits. So, the idea, you know, I feel like people get kind of, like, almost sad they hear the story, oh, well, you know, they dwindled or whatever. Yes, they dwindled, but it didn't necessarily mean they were just all gone immediately. Especially the dwarves. Like, people are like, oh, the dwarves died out. Well, that's not really what Tolkien said in the book. It's a little vague. It's a little vague on that, and I think it was purposeful. Tolkien knew to not make it, Tolkien knew for imagination reasons it was good to leave things open sometimes. And it's funny because we know Tolkien is very, very, very good at giving ridiculous amount of descriptions. Almost to a ridiculous degree, right? I mean, I love that about him. Some people don't, but I do. But, you know, these are the prison cells, by the way. These are where the dwarves are all locked up. And then Bilbo gets them out using the Ring of Power, the One Ring. It's another funny thing we kind of don't think about is that there were a lot of Rings of Power in Middle-earth. It wasn't just the main ones. That's why Gandalf wasn't sure which ring he had originally. So, like, if you have a ring of power in the game in LOTRO, it's actually not lore. It's not lore inaccurate. There's a chance there were hundreds, right? If not thousands, made by the elves and the dwarves and other people too. But a lot during, obviously, the special age of Aragian. So this is their wine cellar. And you can actually see where the dwarves escaped at night. Right. Where was it? I'm stuck. Here. All right, here's where the dwarves escaped. This room. So as you can see, there is the river underneath. Not sure why I can't see the river. I hear it. But anyway, the river normally is going right underneath right there. And you can see this goes outside. And down the cave. See, there's the river. You can see it right there. Oh, oh. You can see it as I pass by. There it is. There's the river. All right. And the dwarves is how they escaped. So Bilbo got him in the spot, in the barrels, and he pulls the lever Bilbo pulls the lever and drops him in, right into the water. Now, you have to keep in mind, they were sealed in to the barrels. In the movie, they're all like out and floating on top of the barrels because it made it fun for the scene until you could see the actors. But in reality, in the story, they were sealed into the barrels, right? And, you know, you'd probably have a good hour or two of air as you go down the river. Granted, you know, depending on how big the barrel is. And if we're talking really big barrels, like these are regular sized barrels, but, you know, a dwarf sitting inside a barrel. And again, remember, Zollin's in a full suit of armor, but if I go up against this thing, like, you know, there's probably a decent amount of air in there with the dwarf, right? Wasn't probably not fun, as it was described in the books. But Bilbo gets them all in there, and then he gets his own. Now, empty apple barrel, this empty apple barrel, I think, will work the exact same way as the one we just used in Rass's house, by the way. So Rass wants to got it from here, is my guess. Congratulations on 5 years, Ironbite says. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for all the knowledge you've bestowed upon us, as well as your contribution to the LOTRO community. Wishing you a great success. It was well earned. Oh, thank you for that. Very nice comment. I appreciate it. Wrong lever! The crunk joke. Yeah, you got what I was telling William. Yeah, it was no joke. Some of them almost died. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some of them actually were like running out of air at the end. So, but like, it was that or be imprisoned for another 500 years. Right? So, you know, but the thing is, it's funny too, because I know there's a couple YouTubers. I've not done this. It'd be fun to try it, but to see, can you actually float in a barrel with it open, like on the outside top? And it's not really plausible. I know that I saw one YouTuber, like, he does like medieval stuff, Shadowversity. He did it with a barrel in a lake. It's so hard to stay afloat. They like filled it with water a little bit to see if that would work, but it's really hard. So it's realistic that they would have been sealed in by Bilbo and then dropped in. And then Bilbo had to seal himself in and like roll himself in. I forget how he did it. It's described in the book. Tolkien describes it. But yeah, so anyway, I guess we'll put ourselves in a barrel. Hope you're not claustrophobic. I'm gonna click this barrel and see what happens. In we go. Get a nice shot of the treetops. Boop. All right, so we hit shoreline. And, oh, this is halfway down. So this would have been the area in the movie, if that was a real thing in the books too, that they would have been doing their whole, like, chase down the river. But there might, maybe where there's a waterfall down here a little more. But I will say, as much as that was, some people are like, that was dumb. I thought it did fit with the Hobbit aesthetic of it being a child's book, like as a joke. Because you have to remember that Tolkien wrote the Hobbit books for children, right? Where the trilogy, Lord of the Rings trilogy, is more for adults. The Hobbit trilogy, excuse me, the Hobbit book, not a trilogy. The Hobbit book was actually, you know, really good for adults. I mean, I still love it. But, oh, this poor injured elf. We'll save you. Bad orcs. There, you're saved, elf. But that part is funny because, you know, the part where Bomber like sticks his arms out and he's like, you know, fighting all the orcs, and then he jumps back in. Which, by the way, that's not as far-fetched. Bomber was actually a really good fighter. People are like, oh, he's fat, he wasn't a good fighter. No, he was actually really strong. That was like his thing. He was a really strong fighter. The problem was when he fell asleep, he was so freaking big that all the other dwarves had to carry him from the water. But here's one of the waterfalls. So this probably would have been the area you would have seen, like if it was like the movie, the whole waterfalls and stuff. But I remember in the book they stopped and had to get out because they were waterfalls. You couldn't go over at the. No, actually, didn't they go? They went over a few waterfalls. I think there was a bird that flew by in the game there. There we go, down the water. Ooh. Oh, that killed me? I think that wasn't far enough to kill me. That was weird. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh well, we're really right next to it, so it doesn't matter anyway. Also, I just realized my character's like a missing piece of gear. It's on my alt. Like, my health is a little lower than it should be. Alright, so let's get out of here and maybe we'll check out Lake Town real quick. Thanks, Thunder. How's it going? Yes, 5 years today. Yeah, I actually posted my first video and set it up. And just so we can double check that I am... We go to my channel. We go to videos. And we go to oldest video. It says 4 years, but I think it was... Let's just double check. Oh, ew. We don't want scary things on my stream. Thank you very much. Stupid commercials. Let's see. 4 years ago. I might have to go into my, you know what? Let's instead of doing that like that, let's go into my editor and look up the oldest video this way. Let's see. Oldest. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, I just do over here. I'm like, where do I look at this? Dates. Okay, so it says April 15 I posted it, but I created my channel, did all my work on the 14th. Yep. That's when I did all my work. I set up Voice of the Rings channel, I was recording on the 14th, and I posted my video on the 15th. But my channel is the 14th. Just so everyone knows. So I am counting it from the fact of when I created the channel. Like, all right, create my account, load the channel up, start recording on 14th. That's when I started my channel. So the video is the 15th, but that's because I posted my first intro video after I just did all my work on the 14th, setting up the channel. So channel's 14th. All right, so there you go. You even see it. I don't actually use that intro video anymore, but that was when that was like my first like creative, like, this is how I'm gonna do it. But it's so funny. We can watch it. Do you guys want to watch my oldest video? We could watch it. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get all embarrassed. I feel like I'm so much better at it now. And then I'm gonna watch this in 5 years and think I'm so much better at that, you know. I feel like I've gotten a little better with my talking speed and stuff. And like, I was like so excited and so dramatic about things. But I think people like that. Like, people still tell me they love my original videos, so thanks, guys. All right, let's go over to the Great Bones. It's Lauglon. Okay, I don't know this. It's Lake Laugai, guys. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. Anyone an Avatar: The Last Airbender fan? Alright, we're almost there. I'm gonna show you the bones of Smog. The bones of Smogenrog. No, wait, that's wrong thing. Wrong thing. My poor charge that only has a 5-second duration. Why do they do that to me and the champions? So mean. They took like 75% of our charge durations away. It's rough. Alright, so this used to be the original spot of Lake Town. Right here by the elves. This is where the barrels would came out. But a certain dragon got involved. So this is where the river comes in and meets the beautiful lake. And also, I believe, yes, it's going to be dawn in 16 minutes. So we can see the lake at daytime. Now, there's a few black Numenorians here from Mordor who are looking for stuff in the story, but they've been defeated. Ha! Take that. Here it is. Here are the bones of Smog. Why can't I? What is this invisible wall? All right, the bones of Smog. The terrible, the cataclysmic. Look at how big he was, guys. Look at how big this dragon was. Look at how tiny I am compared to that thing. His tooth is like 5 times the size of me. He's like one of his little teeth. I'm like the size of one of his little tiny teeth. Smog in the Hobbit movies was so good. Like, he was so good. I know some people are like, wait, but he wasn't really a dragon because his arms were in his wings, so he's more like a wyvern. Forget that. The voice, the animation, the face was so good. I just absolutely loved it. I remember seeing it in the theaters and just being like, that's the coolest thing ever. I was so happy. But anyway, you can see here. See how it's kind of hard to get the right angle, but I can stand on his hip bone here. And then I can try to give you guys some angles. So you can see his tailbone all the way down. You can see his great wing bones going up over here. Remember, he's been dead for... So we're in... Okay. How many years was it from the Hobbit book to Lord of the Rings? It's like 70-something, right? 70 or 80? I'm trying to get the exact amount. So he's been dead for a decent amount of time. These bones are like really old now. Sorry, I got distracted. Important message. So yeah, it's been a while. Let's see. How much time goes by between the Hobbit books and the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Let's see if Google can figure it out real quick. About 60 years. Okay. So the Hobbit concludes when Bilbo Baggins is 50 to 51, and then it starts on his 111th birthday. So about 60 years. I'm a little bit... Well, though, if you count LOTRO's time, you kind of do stuff. We're into the 4th age right now in LOTRO, so we're counting a few years later. So almost somewhere between 65 and 70 years old, these bones, in the game time, what we're looking at right now. And this guy's still trying to pick meat out of him. It's like, yes, delicious. I love 65-year-old rotten dragon meat. So anyway, yeah, this is it's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. You can see all the vertebrae. It just looks really cool. Look at this cool vertebrae going all the way up his back. Oh, and I fell through. Just like so. I just love that you can run around on his bones. This is LOTRO in a nutshell to me. You want to go see Smog where he died 70 years before? You can go run around on his bones if you want. That's LOTRO in a nutshell. You want to go sit where Frodo sat? You can go sit there. If you could find the black arrow. You know what? Is it here? That would be cool, actually. Except in the book, it was a regular arrow. It wasn't like a ballista shot. You know, in the movie, I must say, I always thought that it was kind of weird that Smaug was felled by just a regular bow and arrow. So it kind of, the change of it, making it like a really big steel dart and then putting it under ballista. Now, I will say in the movie, I thought it was kind of silly that he just ends up using a bow anyway to shoot a ballista-sized metal thing. I think that's kind of dumb, personally. But the moment is very epic, okay? The moment in the movie is very cinematically epic. But just saying for practicality reasons. But I always thought it was weird anyway, so it made sense going back in time in the Hobbit movies where his great-grandfather was shooting at the dragon with these special black ballista shots with a ballista. Like, that made sense that would be the... But, you know, in the book, the whole point was that Bard had a special black arrow. It was probably a big arrow for his longbow, and Tolkien said that the dragon had been brooding on his treasure for so long that one of the gems had wedged its spot in and kind of messed up a scale, made a hole, and the bird told Bard, right, the little thrush told him, hey, shoot where there's a hole. And Bard shot it with being a good shot and, you know, maybe the hand of God, who knows, but shot him and it directly hit a vital organ or whatever and killed him. And then he fell from the sky. So, you know, now I have a fun fan lore that says that Zollin and his father, when Erebor was attacked, so Zollin was 18 years old when Erebor was attacked. So he was a very young dwarf, right? An adult dwarf is after 50. So we're talking, you know, he's like a 6-year-old, right? Even though technically they're like kind of already adultish, at normal speed still. But he was with his father in the army, and they were just doing patrolling, and his father's part of the royal guard, basically. And when Smaug attacked Erebor, everything went crazy, and this little bird just hopping around is hilarious. And basically what happens is Smaug attacks. He comes in, he goes for the small special, like there's like the full treasury where you see in the movie where Smaug jumps in and dives in and it's all the coins and stuff. But there was a little side treasury, right? Little side one where it had a lot of the special valuables that they were trying to get out. So the Royal Guard were like protecting it. So when Smaug came around the corner, he kind of just obliterated everything. And Zollin was like as a helper on duty with his dad, like learning, right, that day. His dad is Zollin. And basically what happens is all the guards basically get wiped out. You know, Zollin's dad goes flying against a wall and like breaks 3 ribs and an arm and it's on the ground out of it, right? And Zollin picks up a really huge spear and kind of wedges it on the ground. This is my fan lore, okay? This is not real lore. This is me. This is my story. Copyright of Zollin Ironshield. But this is what I made up. And then basically Smaug tries to just jump over to get into the stuff, and that spear wedges into the ground and Smaug lands on it. So it doesn't kill Smaug or hurt Smaug, but it kind of wedges one of his scales, right? You see where I'm going with this? And then Smaug gets a little irritated, all these dwarves trying to stop him, and then he realizes there's this huge pile of gold to his left in the other room, the main room, and he basically diverts and dives into the gold, right? Because he's all like, yeah, gold. But basically the idea was Zollin helped a little bit in that providence of the story, because by happen chance his spear perfectly pushed one of those scales, so it kind of slightly ruined it slightly. And then later over time the skill falls off and Smaug replaces it with a gem, but then that gem falls out, which we know in the original story, and that's where Bard shoots him with the bow later, right? Now again, anyway, so that's my fan lore of Zollin, a little bit of Zollin's history, that he helped kill Smaug. Alright, I've never done a full video on that. If you guys want me to do a full video on that whole story, I have it all written out. I could do it. I was gonna adjust some things on it, on the story, because I wrote it when I was in high school and I felt like some of it didn't fully fit in correctly later, but there we go. There's Smaug the Terrible. So Zollin never even really knew that he helped with the killing of Smaug. Happen chance. But yeah. All right, so so we got a beautiful sunrise right now in the game. Absolutely gorgeous. Well, I know I said I was gonna run some other games too. So if we want to check out, did you guys want to see a little Return to Moria for a few minutes, or Battle for Middle Earth or something? I put them on the thumbnail, thinking I was gonna do that for sure, but now I'm kind of like getting closer here on my time. We had so much fun. Time's been flying. Can't believe we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. What happened? Oh, just like on the channel, almost 5 years. Time flies when you're having fun. Do 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 do. All right. All right. So I think what we're gonna do is we are going to. All right. Look at that. Look at the sky. Look at it getting brighter and brighter. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is one of my favorite areas. So this is... Look at that pink sky, man. That sunrise in the game. Isn't that crazy? I think he just notices it in the film, in the movie. And his grandfather hit a few times and also like damaged the scale, blah blah blah, I think is what they added in, but maybe it was the same scale that Zollin wedged. Get like more and more crazy layers of storytelling. Anyway, welcome to Lake Town in the early morning hours. Look at how gorgeous that is, and you can see the bones of smog right there. How's that for pretty? Absolutely a gorgeous area. I love Lake Town. I will definitely continue to do tour episodes too on the channel over the next few years. I really enjoy doing tours of LOTRO. I think it's fun to have as an option to just go watch. And like sometimes I do little ambience videos. I'll do some more of those too. I think honestly a good ambience video would be, maybe I'll make one for this next week. I haven't added any new ones recently, but honestly like a shot just like this right here, and just leave it on for an ambience video would be a pretty good background ambience video. I'll probably make that. Yeah, for sure, Chris. I did like, the Master of Lake Town was a very good, from what the books were, he was really good. And I also really liked the Dane. Ironfoot. I tend to really like the trope of the Scottish accent for the dwarf. Some people don't like that. I understand. But, you know, I like it. That's cool. I love the flag. And look, they have a picture of their flag is the dragon with the black arrow going into its heart. Pretty cool. That blue flag matches the blue background in my room right now because of the super chat, so thanks for that. Here's a boat. Sir, would you take us on your boat across the lake? Also, if you notice, that boat out there is moving. That little one way out there It actually goes all the way around the lake all the time. Kind of cool. One of the boats actually comes right up to the dock, and unfortunately, I don't think you can ride it even though I really wish they would update it and just make it rideable. Just make it rideable. All right, I'm waiting for the boat. Get your boat over here. Lake Town is just, it's so awesome. The first time I came to Lake Town when it first came out, I was just like, this is exactly how I imagined it in the books. I remember thinking that when I read the books. So, it's pretty cool. All right, he's coming with the boat, guys. He's coming. All right, bring the boat over here. I'm gonna swim to him. Wait, did they nerf the duration of charge again on the guard? Oh my gosh, dude. Virtuous charge only lasts... Yeah, see, can't get in it. But it's still cool that it goes around in circles. I wish they would update it so you could sit on it while it goes around. It'd be fun. You'd have like 10 players on there all the time just talking and sitting on the boat. If I'm gonna rag on any updates recently, I don't normally get frustrated, like despise something, but I quite despise the nerf on the charges for Guardians and Champions. It just feels horrible. All I can think of is, I really wish they would have given a reason why. All I can think of is it's a PvP reason. They were just too strong in PvP or something. Or was it causing lag? Like, if that was the problem, they should tell us. But anyway, they need to put that back. You need to give Champions and Guardians their duration back. And for that matter, you need to give Guardians, I want my 70% run speed again. They literally brought it down to 60, and then they literally made it less. They brought it down to 50. And you might still be able to get the 10% increase actually on the LI for the Guardian, but just put it back. And just update it so it doesn't work in PvP. Problem solved. Look at that gorgeous view. Anyway, I do love the Guardian DPS rework, though. It's awesome. I just not a big fan of the charge thing, and I wasn't a big fan of the shield bash, shield smash losing its stun. I think they should have just put it in the tree as a thing you could switch in the tree for the shield smash. Just like turn it off and on with 1 point to have a stun or not have a stun. That would have been nice. It's kind of an iconic thing the guards had for like 12 years, so I was like, eh. Finally after 18 years, almost 19, we got a good Guardian DPS update where we have really good DPS. At least reasonably good DPS. And then they go and nerf the tank stuff, and I'm like, and get rid of our fellowship maneuver. I'm like, what? It was so cool. And nerf break ranks, but they did that to everybody. They nerfed a couple of the other damage buffers too, so. And they nerfed the range on our war chant, but they did that to other tanks too. They're trying to get a baseline, so I understand that. Those are reasonable changes. Give me back my run speed. Wrong franchise. Was that the Black Pearl? I didn't see any crew. Exactly. That's funny. There's a gorgeous shot of that. Oh, I still love the Guardian, though. Great class. All right, we're going to go enjoy this view up here for a second. How many videos have you made in 5 years? Quite a lot. If you're counting the short videos I've added, we're at, does it say? Do you have to go to your homepage for it to say? I think... I don't know why it's saying memorize settings. I don't know what's doing that. I think it's over 2,500. Because recently I put on our kinship. Put it in our Discord. Yeah, so on the 1st of March, I hit 2,500 uploads. So we're somewhere like 2,500 and probably like 30, 40 now. So that's where we're at right now. But I think that counts the VODs from streams too. And of course it's counting shorts, which shorts are smaller, but on average my videos are around 20 to 30 minutes, 20, 30, 40 minutes. So there's quite a few on there. And most of the guide videos are pretty relevant still. I mean, there's probably like 15% of them that are maybe slightly outdated now because I made them 5 years ago. But a lot of the ones for LOTRO are still very relevant. I'm going to be making a lot of new guides for the updated stuff on the Guardian and a couple other things. Here's a beautiful shot of the Lonely Mountain and Dale. So there's the Kingdom of Dale with their actual bell tower. Beautiful. It's a beautiful shot. There's a Raven Hill, far left. Erebor in the distance. That wolf. Now if we go up here, there's an absolutely gorgeous shot right off this rock. It's one of my favorite spots to see, and where it's not cloudy, so we should be able to see it all. There it is. The gorgeousness of Lake Town and the lake below. The second tower near Orthanc is amazing also. Yes. I love seeing I've seen you guys do the 100% on the stream. Yeah, it's a view. And you can hear the wind is kind of cool in the... So, and then this hill goes over into where Dale is. Now, I think, I'm forgetting I think I could ride up to the top. One of my favorite things is I want to make another video on this. I've done one in the past, my favorite views. The challenge is I don't always record it at the same time, just because that's a really good view too. You even see the flags, the wind on the towers. Oh yeah, Durin's Day is awesome. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up? Throwback Pip. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for liking the stream too, guys. Whether it's a VOD later or here or subscribing, I appreciate that support. Since I'm not, my camera's on, we'll stare at Zollin. I appreciate the support, guys. When I'm not using my camera, then Zollin's control, his soul goes into his character. Then you can just talk to him. I was always inspired by the Red vs. Blue Halo series, even though I'm not really a fan of the language, but it's funny when they're like moving and talking, and they're like, they do like little movements like they're talking. And I do that sometimes on my character. Because of that. Can I get up here? I was kind of hoping I could get up even higher, but there's another great view right there. The Lonely Mountain. My name is... Oh, the one near Galtref. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that area is gorgeous too. They really did do a wonderful job in this area. You guys are correct, 100%. Chris says, I like how you categorize them on YouTube. I didn't know existed as a watch on TV, mostly scrollable the page. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to use the YouTube app on TV, as I notice. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely you can do it, but you have to like scroll up and down, and it's kind of hard to do with a remote. I'm not sure I can get up here. I thought I could, but oh, I haven't clicked on this. Oh, it's a chest. Oh, old scrap of tome. What does that do? It says something. Huh. Cool. Well, I don't know what that's for. I'm gonna get rid of it though, because I can't get it. But now I know where I get it. Yeah, I don't think I can get any higher than this, but there's the views, everybody. All right, I vote we ride through Dale. You guys want to see Raven Hill? We may have to save our Return to Moria excursion for a special stream this upcoming weekend or something. I know I literally said put the logo there on the thumbnail, but we've been having fun on LOTRO. We've been doing this for a while. So it'd be kind of fun to do a little Battle for Middle-earth at the end of the video here, though, if you guys want to see that. If you guys want to see that, or do you want to stick with LOTRO? Tell you what, I'll do a poll. I can do a poll on YouTube, so we'll do a poll. Okay. There, I'll do a little poll there. Twitch, you're just gonna have to scream out what you'd like to do. I just put the poll as, do you want to do some more LOTRO for the last bit of the event here, or today, or would you guys want to do a little Return to Moria or a little Battle for Middle-earth? We're not going to talk about none of those will be a long time, but just let me know. I'd be happy. We'll do another Battle for Middle-earth and Return to Moria later too, if you guys don't want to do that right this very second. We have something very cool to show you. Well, my build team does, which I don't even know the full details of it yet, that they've built on our Potion Man world on Return to Moria. So we're going to have a special dedicated event for that very soon. Very, very soon. I'd like to save that for the special dedicated event. The Kingdom of Dale. I would live in Dale. I think it would be a pretty awesome place to live. I love the type of weather and there's the Great Bell Tower. I guess it's a keep. Excuse me. Speaking of that, though, for just a moment, as you guys talk with this is Bard the Second, King of Dale. I need a snack. Let me grab something I have something here on the table. Real fast. I'm just too hungry. Too hungry. It sounds like you guys are pretty solid on doing some more LOTRO, so we'll stick to that right now. We have a few votes for Return to Moria, but we will do some Return to Moria for a special event here very soon on the channel. Oh, thanks for the sticker, Rush. You're spoiling me. She's done another super chat for us. Okay. Thank you. I might actually get some juice. All right. Let's see here. I'm chowing down on a cracker. Oh, actually, it's a cookie. Oh, it's tea. Yeah, I agree. Tea is better. Coffee's not bad, but I love tea. Oh, we got some pretty cool light effects happening because of the tea right now. What was in that tea? Just kidding. Thanks for the super chat. Look at Sauron, he's like glowing blue now. So that super chat is slightly different blue. Interesting. It changed it quite a bit. This is a cool spot because it's got a cool statue of this is Bard the Bowman. I'm texting in Dwarven. And if I read this in the Dwarven I know, the B-R-A-N Bray. See, this is slightly different than the one that I write in because it would be N-H-H-A-L-Z-I-N-G. B-A-H-S-A-N-D-A-R-D-S-T-A. So this is a slightly different version. So something you have to know is that the Hobbit version of Tolkien's Dwarven is a different style than what he ends up finishing later, which is more based on Hebrew and stuff, where the Hobbit version of the language was just mainly the Dwarven runes, and they were like letter 4 symbol. And that's the one I know really well from basically the Hobbit version of the Dwarven that I can write and read in. So that version there is the more accurate to like the finished work. And I know there's some people in LOTRO and other scholars who have actually tried to finish the Dwarven language, because Tolkien finished his 2 Elven languages, but he really didn't finish the Dwarven with the dialect, because it was a very interesting connection, even though he was such a linguistic master. Tolkien was, but. Zollin Ironshield, provider of event information. I love that. I got that as a special thing for helping with an event. So that's why I use that. I feel like it's appropriate for when I'm providing information for events. All right. Kind of wanted to go up to Raven Hill. You guys want to do Raven Hill first? Let's do Raven Hill first. There's Mirkwood Forest in the distance, right there. I'm gonna grab another one of these cookies. What cookies you say? These cookies. They're maple leaf cookies from Trader Joe's. You know what the best part about them is? There's no milk. I can have them. I have a little bit of lactose intolerance, unfortunately. I used to be fine. I'm okay with certain things, but I have to be careful. It's not the end of the world if I get it. It usually just ends up giving me a tummy ache, though. But these are actually really good, and their ingredients are actually not as bad as you would think for a cookie. There's nothing like horribly bad in it. Lots of sugar. All right. Welcome to Raven Hill. So in the... By the way, who do you guys think this is? Anyone recognize this name? I think so. I think there's a quest where the ravens talk. And all the ravens up here on the edge. Now, this is Thorin Oakenshield's sister. And this is the mom of Feely and Keely. This poor dwarven woman had her whole family die in one fight. Yep. Yep. Anyway, it's just kind of cool that she's here. I believe there's a quest to help her with some stuff. She's clearly a lot older, so she's probably in her... Oh. Her brother was 200 and... I mean, she's probably pushing 300. There's a dwarf, and that's pretty old for the dwarves of Middle-earth. Oh, yeah. When you say guild, everyone knows what you mean. It's such a classic term anyway. Like, everyone in LOTRO, if you say guild, they know you mean kinship. It's just... I even call it that sometimes. Like, oh, I'm the guild leader. Well, no, I'm the kinship leader. But it's a little easier because it's a little bit more universal, the term guild, right, with video games in general and storytelling. Usually a kinship, too, could also feel like more like a group of friends you have, which is what they're going for with LOTRO. But it doesn't really have that feeling of being like an established team. You know, it's a little different, the word, even though there's similarities. Yeah, so this is the sister of Thorin Oakenshield. This is Dis. So she's royalty, obviously. Hence why she's got a crown on. And she's very well respected by the people who are now king. So basically, when they both died, when Thorin Oakenshield died and Feely and Keely both died, it didn't pass the leadership to her. It was the male lineage type of leadership the dwarves have. So it went to the cousin. It jumped to Thorin's cousin, which was Dane Ironfoot, who now has Thorin. But obviously, she's well respected as a noble in the house, I'm sure. Hence the crown again. And she just likes the ravens, from what I remember. She has friends, you know, and they live several hundred years too, usually. The ravens live like 100. Because in the book, the one raven's like 120. He's like the really old raven. He's like a grandpa raven. So, that's Raven Hill. I just thought it'd be kind of a cool spot to show you guys. But, yeah. So she's cool. She's like one of the only dwarven women named in the story. But, you know... It's too... I just can't imagine. It's so sad. Her brother and both her sons are killed in the same fight. Like, that would be very sad. Now, granted, we know in the books, Thorin doesn't die immediately, right? In the books, Thorin actually is wounded for like a week and a half, and he gets to stay to talk to everyone. Probably his sister included, right? Before he's like pretty mortally wounded. And unfortunately, Feely and Keely die on the battlefield. And no, they don't die to being totally disarmed and like... killed by Azog the Defiler. I don't like that change. I know they're trying to make it dramatic for the movie, but I didn't like that change. I like the way, I thought it was more epic the way they died in the book. They died just a bunch of orcs surrounded trying to protect their uncle, right? The king. And they succeed. I mean, they get him out of there, right? Even though he does get pretty mortally wounded too. There is something to mine right here. I'm looking for it. There it is. Give me my ingots. But it was so epic the way they like ran in and tried to save him, you know? And it made their deaths feel a little bit more heroic. It felt like they got like totally beat in the movie. Like, oh, look how easily they got caught and killed. You know, it was just I didn't like that as much. But yeah. But poor her. That'd be hard. Oh yeah, I know. By the way, actor did a good job in that part though. When he said bye to Thorin in the movie, he's like the only one that sees it, right? When he dies. That was really, really good acting on both their parts. But I do like in the books how Thorin gets to say bye to everybody, and yes, it is really sad with Bilbo, especially because and they summarize it in the movie pretty well what he says to Bilbo, but in the books he actually said bye to a lot of people. Kind of got his affairs in order too. But anyway, welcome to the main capital of Erebor. Here we go. There it is. And it's teeming with dwarves again. 70 years after the death of Smaug. 60. Oh my gosh. You're right. Poor Diz, her whole family died. Alright, anyway, on a happier subject. Here's some beautiful music. Music is from Chance Thomas. This is the original music. This is what the little clip I showed you of Chance Thomas. Talking. This is the theme song he kind of came up with for the dwarves. It's very good. All right, so this is the main hall under the mountain. I love it. It's so good. He does. Thorin does apologize for the anger he had and stuff, even towards Bard and the Lake Town and everybody, even the elves. So, which definitely helps heal a lot of wounds, and that's why later the dwarves are so close friends with the Lake Town and Dale, and also the elves. I felt like you guys, if you know in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Battle for Middle-earth game shows you what's happening with Rivendell and Glowin and Glorfindel and all of them doing stuff with that side and Eriador, but in this side, the dwarves are totally beset by Rune, right? We bring up this map for a second. They're totally attacked by Rune, and they totally engage them and Dale, and they're totally going after. They're going to wipe Dale out and all the humans. So what happens is they all start fighting. The dwarves in the Iron Hills come over. Thorin, they like hold off an entire army, and it says in the books if they hadn't been able, that army would have gone to Gondor and again would have made them lose. But they're also going to lose in the north. So what happens is basically is that the elves and the dwarves bring everybody into Erebor. Like Lake Town, Dale, everybody, when they've been fighting for literally weeks at this point, and Iron Hills, and they all retreat into the mountain, basically all the survivors, right? Which is probably many thousands of people, and some of the elves too, because the elves were helping them from Felagast with Thranduil, and they're basically fighting for their lives. And then what happens? Well, Frodo and Sam succeed, and Gollum falls in the lava, and the ring gets destroyed, and then the army's cohesion just falls apart. Right, because orcs are freaking out. They all know that Saruman just died. The Easterlings are like, why the heck are we still doing this if the main leader just got killed? Let's go back to our home. And it falls apart and they all retreat. And it basically saves everybody in the north. So it's really important that the ring got destroyed, because it wasn't just a battle here. There's a massive war happening in the north. It's called War in the North, which there's a couple games on that too, right? There's a game called War in the North, which has nothing to do with this part. It has something to do with up here. And then, of course, Battle for Middle-earth is talking about War in the North with Glorfindel and everybody over here, right? With stuff going on with the goblins attacking because of it. So there's a lot of stuff happening at the time of the War of the Ring. It's not just one battlefield. There was like 4 big battlefields, 2 major ones. But anyway, it's kind of cool. So they succeed in Dane Ironfoot, and they win. And then, of course, he names his son Thorin III, Stonehelm. And that is King of Erebor right now at the time of the Lord of the Rings Online. And that is this man here. Dwarf. Excuse me. So. And he's pretty awesome. He's a pretty awesome guy. You can see he's already pretty old too. So I'm trying to think. He'd probably be around the same age as Zollin, maybe a little older. I'm trying to remember with my character's lore. And then, of course, there's that one character, which I showed you guys in the stream the other day, but we got to say hi to Bomber real fast, because he's here. You can find a lot of the main characters of the dwarves all over Middle-earth. You can find Dwalin at at Thorin's Hall. Bomber is here. I think you find Dory helps us a lot in the battle with Ered Mithrin. Here's Bomber. Bomber boy. Big old Bomber. He's as big as me, and I'm in full chunky battle armor. There's Bomber. Can you see Thorin's tomb? You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. I thought you could. I'm not sure where it would be. I definitely don't think it's in here. It may be entombed somewhere deeper in the earth, and I don't remember exactly where. If there's a spot in... I don't know. That's a good question. The big boy, yeah, exactly. I think it's his tomb is most likely sealed. Yeah, because I don't remember a spot where you can go visit his tomb in the game. I feel like I would have remembered that if that was in the main story. But I guess I could have forgot if I didn't really end up doing it. Not sure. But anyway. Why don't... Dude, the music is awesome. This area over here is pretty cool. Now, I'm just thinking if there was a tomb... Yeah, I don't think there is one. Fallenness level 125. It's crazy how much your HP scales now towards the end game, though. I mean, look at this. He's level 125. He has 35,000 health. And I'm 160, and I have 500,000. And I have more if I have my full gear on. I don't even have a few pieces on. I with buffs, I sit 700,000. And then I use my warrior's heart, and I have 1,100,000. So the Great Beard Waterfalls. I showed you that the other day, even though there's a cool theater over here. Ooh. All right, sir, can I get some tickets? This is the Great Theater. Which I feel like could also be a fun place for an event. They don't really have seats, though. All right, thank you everyone for being here. All right, what I am thinking is, did you guys want to watch my very first video ever? We can laugh at it together. I'm just kidding. My old microphone, my older computer. Is there a tomb? Deep within Erebor, the Lonely Mountain in Dale Lands, access behind the throne of King Thorin under the mountain. Oh, really? There is a spot, huh? Now I want to see it. We need to see this. This is something I didn't know. So there's access behind the throne of the king. There's like a little secret door? Hold on. Hold on. I might not have ever seen this. We must see this real fast. Hold on. I'd be so excited to see something new. Oh, oh. La 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 la. Oh, proud as I am of my craft, I cannot match my grandsires. You can do it. Do-do. Mr. Hammer will be leading the Not Ready for Rohan event for those who want to join it. Very sick. Do-do-do-do-do. Let's go find this tomb entrance. Hello, what's up, Relics of Ada? Happy with that. Thank you so much, my friends. Love Relics of Auto channel. He does a lot of coverage of like relics and things that are like Middle Earthy with like items and toys and replicas. It's really cool. But anyway, good to see you, my friend. We've been having a fun day. So they says there's access behind the throne, huh? Oh, my goodness, what was that? Hold on. So behind the throne. I don't know if I've ever been in here. I'm so excited. It's a good question, and thank you for looking it up. What? I don't think I've ever come in here. This is LOTRO for you, man. I've been playing this game for 19 years almost. Of course, this has been out for like 10. Let's walk in. Let's walk in. What? Maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe I have been in here. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Let's enjoy it. When I saw that, I recognized. Maybe the chapter quest. I came in here. Wow, it's a lot like the movies, actually. Like, the way they did it in the extended edition of the movie? The description of how it looks is very similar. Wow. So who is this one? Excuse me for standing on top of the tomb disrespectfully. I want to read it. All right, so yeah, so it's definitely in the regular full Dwarven. So the translated runes are different than what I know from the Hobbit version of Dwarven. It's harder, the regular Dwarven, to an extent that it doesn't make as much sense as the Dwarven runes that Tolkien originally did, because he wanted to change it and make it based off like Hebrew. So this is definitely Thorin, obviously. So this has got to be Thorin and Fili and Keely right here. The music is pretty. I'm gonna do a little, let's see how it sounds in here. Let's turn the music off for a second. And then we're gonna blow the horns. Whoa, dude. That sounds really cool in this cave. Do it again. Oh, there is. Is that Orcrest? I think it's supposed to be Orcrest right there. Oh. It's so bright I can't see it. It's way too bright. Why is it so bright? Let's see if we can turn down ambience. Does it change anything for you guys if I turn down? Well, you can see it there. So I guess that's supposed to be Orcrest, right? That's their version of Orcrest. Very cool. I like the Orcrest in the movie. I thought it was really cool. But that feels a little bit more probably what it looked like. Because it was more of a regular sword. Cool. Dude, it echoes so good. It's really pretty. I love this emote. It's really cool. Dun dun dun. There we go. Well, there it is. Thorn, Oak, and Shield. We had a little funeral for him there with our horn. And then Feely and Keely. Let's see if I can see what they're... Yeah, so Keely. So that's a K-I. Okay. Sorry, Thorin. Thorin. Okay. Well, this is probably Keely, and that one's Feely. When it comes down just to oh, no. It's for both 4. Never mind. I guess they're both spelled 4, huh? Keely, Feely. Doesn't really make a difference. All right. Well, that was cool. I have a feeling that I have been here once. I think I just forgot. But, man, it's awesome. All right. So, with that, why don't we go ahead and... I am going to swift travel to my regular house. And make sure it goes to the right one. You know, I forgot I have this ability. I have all these teleport scrolls that I can go all over the world with. So next time we do a stream where we just kind of chat and hang out like this. It's no alto sax. No, it's not an alto sax. I could pull out my actual saxophone. Yeah, can't see the Arkenstone. Now, I thought the Arkenstone was on I thought it was on the back of the throne. Was it not? Maybe it is. I know they buried it with them, didn't they? No, so it's probably it's probably inside of it. So I forgot I have all these maps all over the place that I could be using. Welcome to my house here, though. It always looks like the last light of Durin's Day effect. Here's the cool barn I was talking about with you guys. Anyway, let's look at one of my old videos for fun real quick for a few minutes here to kind of finish up. Just my little I put a dwarven tower and building on top of my hobbit hole. Mixed my 2 favorite styles. All right. All right. So what I was thinking of doing is, okay. So we go a date here. You guys want to watch the my oldest video? I'm gonna cringe. What's up? Hello, welcome to the stream. What's up? I'm curious, do you play D&D? I do actually. I do play D&D with my one cousin who's a DM. And my character is named Zollin. And he's a paladin. Dwarf, of course. My chat is up. Indeed it is. It's funny when people ask that when I'm reading the chat. Orca was taken by Thranduil, I think, then returned. Yeah, I think so. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've always thought about doing that with a DM group, but I just never really like, especially with the channel now, I just don't really have the time to like it takes a lot of time. Like we have a set time that we always do that with my cousin. There's like 4 or 5 of us, and it's something that like, you know, it would have been fun maybe to like show everybody on the channel, but it's kind of like our fun chill private time, like as a group of, you know. So I never want to make him feel awkward that we like post things. So it's just like our time to just chill and have fun. But I have told you guys some fun backstories from it, like where I got Potion Man, right? The Potion Man song. My brother-in-law made that using Suno, and he put the words into it and everything. And it's from a character that my cousin made that we didn't know existed until the very end of one of the campaigns. And then we like went to a shop, and he was Potion Man. He's like, I've got really reasonable prices. And that's sort of the whole joke kind of. And then I brought it to the channel for you guys. And now we made it a joke too. I figured it was. That's okay. You're fine. Don't worry about it. So what we were going to do is we've been doing LOTRO for walking around exploring the world of LOTRO for 5.5 hours. So what we're going to do is we're just going to watch one of my old videos for real quick here. So let me turn the sound down even more there on the game. And then you guys need to be able to hear it. So we make sure you can hear it. So we'll bring this up. There's probably going to be a stupid commercial because I don't pay for a membership on my actual account. I only pay for it on my private account that I watch videos with. With YouTube, I'm saying.
To voice of...
Tell you what, I'll go away for a second in the corner because I'm going to be giggling unless you want my reaction. But this is basically so I recorded this video on the 14th 5 years ago, and then the video came out on the 15th. But I set up my channel and recorded all on the 14th. And it's funny because actually a lot of stuff will be kind of similar, even with my layout of my screen. If you notice, I even have the same chair still, but things have been updated as in a lot more replicas. I try to make it look cooler behind me. I move stuff around over time, and obviously not to have a blaring light, you know, my fan and stuff. And I have a much better camera. I have a better mic system. I have a much better computer now, and all that stuff. I still have that sweater though, that Moria sweater. I should wear that again. I like that sweater. It's a good sweater. And then I really got into I really enjoyed wearing my caps. So I started immediately, after the second video I made, I started wearing a cap. I really enjoyed wearing, I don't know. It's kind of nice too because it blocks the light a little bit with all the lights coming on me. So it kind of helps my eyes not get the intensity all the time. Just that little extra, that bill, you know? It just kind of helps just a little bit with cutting that out. But anyway, yeah, this is it. So this is my original intro video to the channel. I'm kind of thinking I need to make a new intro video to the channel. My other one's like 2 years old now, but this one is 5 years old. So anyway, it says 4 years, but literally tomorrow this will say 5 years. Okay. Well, I'm going to, you know what, tell you what. I'll go on this side. Is that good? All right, here we go. Let's just watch it. I won't pause it every second. Let's just watch it through once. It's kind of long. I'm like already critiquing myself. All right, let's just watch it.
Welcome to Voice of the Rings. I will be your host and guide, Zollin Ironshield. In this YouTube series, we're going to focus on doing the 2 and 2 rule. We're going to have voiceovers, doing fun voices in the Lord of the Rings online video game, and maybe other video games in the future that are Lord of the Rings style. But we're going to really focus on the Lord of the Rings online and doing voiceovers. The other 2 and 2 will be both I'm having fun and you're having fun. That's the goal.
I think I've stuck to
have
those.
Fun. And then also our shared love of the Tolkien universe and this great Tolkien community we all have on both YouTube and the rest of the world. Why I made this channel? Well, my main goal was we had so many great YouTubers already on YouTube that do great lore and history and maps and all this stuff, which I love that stuff. And but I don't want to be doing the same thing everyone else is doing because they already do a great job. I don't want to take their spot, obviously, and I wouldn't be able to do it because they're great. And so I was thinking, what can I add to our community, right? Because I noticed a lot of the YouTubers, the Tolkien YouTubers, are awesome because they all work together. I don't know if any of you, most of you probably know this. If you've already seen this channel, you know this. They work together, they do events together, they do collaborations. I'm thinking, what can I add? What would be fun for me to add to our group so that we could all have fun? So I thought, I'll do a fun channel, and we'll focus on the Lord of the Rings Online and doing voiceovers, hence the name Voice of the Rings. I thought of a lot of other names, but that one sounded the catchiest, and I just thought it was a good one, so that's the one I went with. What we'll focus on in-game, I'll go over that real quick. So the main thing is, the Lord of the Rings Online, if you guys don't know, it's an MMO. It's been out for about 11 years, 12 years, something like, maybe almost 13. It's an older game, but it is a classic, and it is beautiful. They've updated graphics over time, so I'll be recording it in 2K.
They were starting the graphic updates 5 years ago.
So a lot of times you'll be seeing me in the corner, like I am down here right now. And you'll be seeing my character, right? We'll be following. We will actually make a character for this channel.
The cap
I think we'll name him
130.
Voice of the Rings, and then we'll be traveling and doing stuff with him. The goal will not be to power level or to go quickly through the game. The goal will be to enjoy the lore and the quests and seeing the beauty of the game. That's what we did today. Goal. We're going to have fun exploring Middle Earth together. I think that's the best part of, like, Tolkien's world is so immense. Why not enjoy this beautiful game these people are working? Beautiful music, as you can hear, right? Done by Chance Thomas, and just wonderful. This game is amazing. So let's have fun together. Let's explore. Let's enjoy. And then we will, I will have, if you really like my channel and you will subscribe and like the videos, that would be fantastic. I'd love it. If there's only a couple of you, that's great. I'd be happy to have you guys, right? No matter what. I don't care if there's 10 of us. I don't care if there's 1,000 of us. It'll be fun no matter what. We will make it fun. And I will do my best to make it fun for you, so you will like them, enjoy the videos. I'm going to try to keep them to 20 minutes, because I do know that
I still do that with my LOTRO tail.
Really long. Sometimes they're hard on YouTube. I'm not really a fan of that, so I'm trying to do 20-minute episodes. Just fun. And the main things we're going to focus on the game are reading the quests while I do voiceovers for the characters. A lot of times they'll do a first line and then they won't do voices for this paragraph. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen, I'm going to try to get the voice, and then I'm going to read it with that voice. And I will try to do interactions with the characters, because a lot of times they'll just have the words for the dwarves and elves and hobbits, and I will try to do voices for them. For an example, let's do a voice like Skullgrim Daurhan, right? He's an undead dwarf. So I think his voice would be like, I'm Skullgrim Daurhan. I am the evil leader of the Dark Dwarves of the Daurhan. You know, his voice would be something like that. Where my voice of Zollin would be more like, I am Zollin Ironshield, dwarf of the Lonely Mountain.
I do kind of like my old mics sometimes.
Or,
It's sad, even though it has a fuzzy sound.
of Rivendell, you know, some with their voices like that. Or, you know, the hobbits. And we're going to Isengard. So we'll go through and we'll do voices. I'll get better over time. They might not all be great at first, but we're gonna have fun with it. That's the point of this channel. We're gonna have fun. So subscribe, like. I'll have a link to a Twitter account that'll have
oldest
Zollin
video right
Ironshield.
there.
I'll also probably have a Patreon later if you guys want to. That's fantastic. $1 a week or a month or whatever. That would be so cool. It'd be encouraging to me. But if you don't, just enjoy the channel.
Awesome.
Like it, subscribe. Awesome. And we
Past
will
self
have
didn't know how supportive you guys were going to be.
Earth, and I will be your host, Zollin Ironshield, and guide through this great land. And we will have a blast. And let's go on an adventure together in Middle Earth.
All right, there we go. So that is my oldest video, my first intro video for the channel. I feel like I've stuck to that pretty good over the last few years, and I think I've expanded on it quite a bit, and I feel like I've gotten better at my voiceover series, and yeah, I really I think overall I'm very pleased, and I definitely past self didn't realize how supportive you guys would be as a community, so thanks guys. But you know, it's really fun. I didn't say it in my intro video because it's not important, but the reason I started the channel really was one of the big ones is you know, I just had nothing to do, right? It was right during the COVID. It was like right at 2021, all that stuff, that craziness. Like my church stuff got put on hold, and everything with my orchestra and choir and my work and my school and Just like everything, I had nothing to do. And then it was just like, I felt like, just one day God was like, oh, start a channel, do voiceovers for Lord of the Rings Online. I was like, okay. That was on the 13th. And then 14th, I made my channel, recorded the videos. And then on the 15th was that video you just watched. So anyway, oh, thank you, Russ. Woo, good job, past Zollin self. Thanks, Russ, appreciate it. So very nice. Thank you for the super chat. Now the room is orange. Just like the setting Son of Dor. Did you do that on purpose? Yeah, sweet. Now the room looks like the game. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure and blast, and I plan to be here for many years to come, God willing. So thank you guys for being so supportive of my channel and my work. I really want to keep, my goal is the only way I want to improve is just keep improving quality of like how I deliver things, how I make guides, how I do voiceovers, but I want to just keep going for it because I know sometimes I've realized if I tend to work too hard on trying to make something perfect for you guys, then I end up not making stuff. And that could be bad. And I've heard other creators say that could be a really big problem. So I try my best. I do tons of work before things and plan things out, and I end up doing so many hours of work on the sides. But when I make guides or videos or playlists, but sometimes I'll just get on and I'll just make a stream, or I'll just make, streams are nice because I can just chat with you guys, or I'll just make a LOTRO tale episode with a voiceover series. And the hardest thing is when if I lose my voice from getting a cold or something, it's the worst because it puts you off all your work for so long. And that's the kind of stuff that can be a little hard. Being on YouTube, I could do a stream and a video without a camera if I look like total, being sick. But yeah, so the voice thing is hard. That's a little bit on the harder side. Like today, my voice is great. It's right there. Skorgrim Dauran. Now, again, the mic I'm using now is a very high quality condenser, it's a condenser mic, which is usually done for voiceovers and singing and stuff like that. It's very sensitive and it has a lot more, it's very clear. That other mic I was using was obviously a mic on a headset, which honestly caught a good sound, but you could hear the fuzz and stuff in it even with that recording. So it was, it's a headset for gaming or whatever. So I wanted to be able to do exact sounds and qualities. Wow, now we went from orange and now we're gold. Thank you, Angus, so much for the super chat. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it, you guys. How does it feel after 5 years? Thank you for the happy anniversary channel too. Offbeat, appreciate it. Elvin says, how does it feel after 5 years? It feels like it's like, what happened? Someone to say, was it Chris or someone said today, they're like, you don't look much older than your video from 4 years ago. I appreciate that, yeah. It's funny because the big difference is my beard's grown out, right? Last 5 years, now obviously I cut it still, so it's not like super poofy, otherwise it'd be really poofy on the sides. But yeah, that's a big one. And throughout my history of my channel, it's funny because you can see where I lost a lot of weight at one point, and then I kind of put a healthier weight back on, and then you can see my face slightly changes. But I'm feeling good, so I appreciate that though. Gotta run. Thank you so much, Thunder. Thank you guys. Driven Tech, never been past Moria. You gotta get past Moria. There's great stories. So glad you kept the channel going, as always support you. Thanks so much, Angus. I appreciate that, guys. So yeah, it's been a really great day. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm glad to answer, but I'm gonna probably finish up the stream here. Thanks for hanging out for the party for the 5th anniversary of the channel. That was absolutely a blast. And in fact, if you don't mind, I'm gonna switch to the other camera. We'll leave the music on so you can all wave by the Zollin, but you'll see him again soon. my character. Sorry. All right, there we go. But yeah, so it's been an absolute blast, this channel. And again, God willing, I will be here for many more. I'm still trying to grow the channel, but it's way bigger than I even thought. You can even hear me in my original video. I didn't know how many people would join the channel. I didn't know if I'd have maybe like a couple hundred viewers. You know what I mean? We literally have thousands of people now that watch the channel. So both on Twitch and YouTube. So thanks everybody. And it really means a lot. And I will keep doing my best to grow a fun community. And again, big thanks to people who go above and beyond, like my Patreons, Martin, Elraandor, Reb, and everybody else. That's been really amazing. For the size of my channel, in relativity to every channel on YouTube, I feel like I've been really blessed with a lot of really wonderful supporters with Patreon. A lot of you have been so consistent too, and you guys liking videos all the time and always being here and all that kind of stuff. So, oh my goodness. Oh my god, I'm gonna bring this up. You guys are spoiling me now, so let's, oh wait, can I put this up on, hold on. See if I can, that's so nice of you. Oh my goodness. Ras is over here like, support? Let's turn the room red. Super chat. Oh my gosh, you're so kind. Thank you so much. Let's see, let me see if I can bring up my, oh, there we go. There's that. There's the YouTube one. Can I turn that into showing the, I wanted to share the Twitch one too. But you can see what I was talking about. That was so nice of you. Thank you, Ras. I should set it up where I can just put both of them on the screen. Hold on, let's see if I can do it. Properties. I'll fix it right now. Live. Let's see, I need to open up the right a little bit. Oh, I'm glitching everything out. I'm glitching it out. That's definitely not the way I wanted it to go. All right. Well, maybe I'll be wait for that for a minute because we glitch everything out. But anyway, thank you so much. Look at the room is glowing red now. And Angus is over here, another 20. You guys are so sweet. You didn't have to do that. But anyway, thank you so much, guys. Again, truly, I really appreciate the support. And it's been awesome. And as the channel grows, the best part is the more people have fun and watch videos, and the more people like videos and share them. It's free. Everyone's having fun. And that helps grow the channel, where it makes it possible for me to continue doing it full time. So thank you for that. And again, of course, super chats like that. that's huge. Thank you so much. But I really appreciate that greatly. But we will have lots more fun to come. Now, again, like I said, the kinship we have on Glamdring, you are welcome to play with us on LOTRO if you'd like to. And just let us know. Join the official Discord. You just go to voiceofrings.com down there. Go to the one that says main Voice of the Ring Discord. When you click it, warning you, a lot of people are saying, oh, it's not working. Make sure your browser isn't glitching. Make sure you take it to the app to join, because it has a little onboarding, meaning you have to click like, oh, I'm a Voice of the Rings viewer, community member, or I'm a kinship member, right? There's like a few buttons we ask just to prevent the bots from going after things and issues. So, yeah. So, oh my gosh, you guys. Thanks, Patrick. Look at this. Look at this spoiling me. Zooming up and down. But, yeah, so anyway, there's a lot of cool stuff to come. But it's really, I really appreciate the kinship, and then, of course, you guys, the communities here on Twitch and YouTube of the Voice of the Rings community. But you're welcome to join our Discord. Even if you're not in our kinship, you can join the Discord. Just join as a community member of Voice of the Rings. But the kinship is like a symbiotic relationship with the channel. And, of course, I am the guild leader, a.k.a. kinship leader of it, and I have some wonderful officers and commanders that lead that group. So as our group grows, we keep trying to decide, well, how else are we going to do more events? Because we have a lot of events, but we're getting more and more people who want to play, so that's super fun. Thank you for being always patient with us. We try our best to do it. You guys are making my room change every color of the rainbow here. But yeah, did you unbox the staff for Gandalf? No. You're right. I didn't do it, Angus. I forgot. Oh my gosh. I've been pretty busy. So I could show you guys, but in the next 2 weeks, the next 2 Sundays, I have some orchestra and choir performances. But we'll still do our regular streams on Saturday and stuff, and Friday for kinship things. And then hopefully I'm gonna have a lot more videos for you guys this week. I have 2 guides ready already, and then I'm gonna try to make some voiceovers too if I can. For everyone, and I'd really like to do a special stream dedicated to Return to Moria on the stuff my team, the Return to Moria team in our Discord, has been trying to build, and they want to surprise me and you guys, and it's going to be epic. So. It's wood. Hopefully not Entwood. Yeah, I will make a video out of that. Again, like I said, partway through the video, I have a video that I made Martin that Dwarven letter, and I want to make a whole edited video on that, but it's going to take like 3 hours to edit that. So I just have to find a gap where I can do that, and then I will post that on the channel as well. And again, have a great day in Middle-earth, guys. So, as always, my goal is you're having fun and I'm having fun. And stay happy. We'll continue to do Lord of the Rings content. I know I've expanded a little bit from my original video, as in I covered pretty much, I'm just a Tolkien YouTuber, I like to say, or content creator, because I'm on multiple platforms now. But I'm definitely a LOTRO streamer and a LOTRO content creator too. And I am now officially one with the LOTRO program. So big thanks to Standing Stones for allowing me to be in that program. That's really exciting. And again, anything Lord of the Rings, we'll be covering it here on Voice of the Rings. Be a voice for you guys and a voice for Tolkien too, if I can. Of course, I can't directly say it, but you know, that's kind of like, I've kind of expanded a little bit more than just the voiceover series for the name. I want to talk about Tolkien stuff. Thanks for the great stream on your channel. Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, thank you. A bunch of you were here for like the entire 6 hours, almost 6 hours. So it was really fun. Again, thank you to those Patreons. Thank you guys for being here. And if you're watching later as a video and you watched the whole video, thanks for that too. And I will see you guys in the next videos and live streams. Baruch Khazad Kuzad, I menu. I'm at your service and your families. And stay happy, my friends. I will see you very, very soon in the next content. Cheers. See you soon. 5 years and more to go. Ha ha.